If you go out to the overall market, a little bit of a move here for the NASDAQ anyways, back to the upside, coming on the back of a bit of a back and forth day yesterday for the market overall. Individual names, really the focus once again. We did have 2 or 3 days to the downside. Individual names going to be the focus once again this morning. It looks like also news headlines to keep in mind for Tesla. We'll have a look at Boeing as well. Maybe a favorable decision coming through here regarding the 737 MAX on the production side of things. So we'll touch on that coming up. Positive EV numbers coming out of China as well, and new models, Sharif, for the Xpengs of the world once again, both Xpeng and NIO back to the upside. More tariffs for anyone?
Plenty.
Intel back higher this morning on that. A one-to-one type of situation going to be the case, it looks like. We'll get more details on that coming up from the White House hopefully later today. But it sounds like anyways, the way this is going to work is if a chip company produces one chip outside of the U.S., inside of the U.S., so they're able to import one outside or from outside as well.
Yeah, and this is going to hurt companies like Apple, Dell, Taiwan Semi, all who rely on bringing chips produced from the outside. So we'll have to see how that all ends up going. There's many different tariff fronts to talk about today. Large trucks, we're talking about Mack trucks, et cetera, also facing tariffs. In addition to the semiconductor tariffs we just spoke about, there's also going to be tariffs on pharmaceuticals unless they start or have already started production or producing factories in the United States. So more tariff talk to speak about there. All separately, Li Auto also dropping a $35,000 US pure BEV battery electric vehicle. It's widely speculated to be taking over some market share in the United States. So we'll keep an eye on that. And as you mentioned, Boeing with a great order from Turkey.
Yeah, we'll see if Boeing's not really doing anything on those headlines this morning. But here we go. I got my browser back up. 2.7% as we mentioned on the August PCE, again, the Fed's preferred interest rate or inflation gauge, I should say, versus 2.8% was the expectation prior, 2.6%. So a little bit of an uptick there, month over month, 0.2% versus 0.3 on the core for August as well. We will get more comments from Fed's Barkin coming up later this morning. Keep in mind at 10 o'clock, Michigan consumer sentiment as well also has inflation data included in it. Fed's Bowman then later on at 1 o'clock this afternoon when you guys are on the midday. So as we've seen over the past couple of days, Fed speak really hasn't been an issue for as long as you can remember, really. But some of the comments really have triggered, I think, a little bit of questions for the overall market, even going back the past couple of days here.
Yeah, well, we've got an inflation print today. We'll have more to digest. Job market obviously has been weak as we've been speaking about that. So really not much has changed in my book here, Bender.
Yeah, I mean, the market kind of chopping around here, guys, for a Friday on the back of what could be a negative week here for the overall market. Good morning.
Yeah, it could be. Good morning, everybody. I don't know. I think Boeing's making a bit of a move here. Boeing is flying more than that kickoff did for the Arizona kicker. That cost him the game. But anyways, I actually didn't care who would win that game.
Yeah, it wasn't really. I was watching it, but I wasn't really. I just had Marvin who caught a touchdown, which was nice.
Yeah, Harrison's back on off the schneid.
Finally, yeah.
Like
he looked really bad though, Arizona. Oh my
I watched the first half. The first half looked bad, but I was surprised in the morning
they were booing
to see the kicker choked or whatever. Say he choked, and the mental mistake is what it is. But Boeing is up 4% on this news, and I think it's a pretty good breakout candidate. It's already broken out of a local resistance level, but the NASDAQ overall, hey, slightly, most of it in line, but not a hot print. None of the prints were hot, so the NASDAQ goes back into the green. Some tariff news overnight, but it's not at this point we're not really losing our minds over the tariff headlines. Like the biggest mover on the chip side, obviously Intel's doing pretty well, was Global Foundries, and it's up like 7% because it's not like there's a million places that you fab companies in the U.S. And this would tend to be a good headline for them if something were to get finalized, but not a lot of volume here for GFS. So I think you're still looking at Intel, which is doing tons of volume, Micron, which is coming off of its earnings and kind of going back to the well with those, and Tesla looking strong. Again, It's like one day up
Yeah.
for Tesla, another day down for Tesla, and then
Yeah, I really like it here at 4:30 again. So we're going to try to buy some Tesla, a couple of different price upgrades today, and then more talk about better expected deliveries coming through. So we'll see if that can hit or hold today. But there it is, the market now. We're just looking for more rate cuts. I think the market is, and with that PCE coming in as expected 2.9, it just gives more sort of juice to say, okay, if they're following data, this is in line, so this should be okay. I was a little worried if it came a little bit hotter than expected and may put some, I guess, cold water on the interest rate cut situation. But we can have a quick look live here right now to see what is going on with your Fed rate tool tracker for the next interest rate. And now you're okay. You're at 87%. I'm not sure what that was looking like yesterday, but that's still pretty good there for that cut. And then we'll go one more time in December to wrap up that 2 points. So far so good. We'll double check this number as the day goes on, but right now 88% chance of a rate cut, and I don't think anything changed there at all, because the market now upside after what's been a couple down days, right, in the NASDAQ. Now we're trying to get back upside there. I see Amazon's trying to go a little hard right now. It was just at 218, 219, now 221.
Oh, yeah.
I almost think there's either some kind of news here or not, or just going upside with the market here as we continue to go. But this is like the only one right now. So I think there's probably some kind of news. I didn't see a Dara.
there was a fine. Oh, she's here. There was they had like $2.5 billion fine.
But off the number,
SPCE, but like the number, it's going crazy. Well, the buy the dip of good companies stays true, I guess.
Yep, exactly. And here's Amazon right here on the daily. Got into, this is on e-signal charting here. This just got rated into the 200 period moving average. Like I said, there's not too many names right now that are in the 200 period moving average of names that you may want to buy. If there is other ones, please let us know. A name that tried to get there but didn't and is now having itself a day is that Boeing.
I thought you meant Apple.
Yeah. No, Apple's not near the 200, no. Boeing was on its way back in right now, and then today we're over 220 right now on Boeing as that gets that finalization, I guess, of that order from Turkey there. So we'll see where that's going. But yeah, I still like Boeing, and another move up 3.5%. And of course, as Neil mentioned there, the Intel story continues to be the one. We've got the Blue Jays finally put a win on the board there yesterday, so now we'll wait to see if we can wrap this up. 3 games this weekend against Tampa Bay, and
they win every game, and they're first place. All you gotta do is
it's in that. And then the good thing is the Yankees play Baltimore, who has like 3 apparently really good pitchers going. So.
Well, they're three best guys, and the guy going tonight for Baltimore has been ridiculous. It's ridiculous.
And thanks to Neil's wife, Neil gave me this tease about 20 tees on here.
It's not, is it 20?
No. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 12.
Yeah.
12 tees.
I mean, it's not like obviously. I give him a golfer, right?
Like those.
Like my wife.
I only went out
neither one of
once
us
or twice this year. Maybe I can get out
2 more times than me.
I was going to say I can get out again. It's just early September. It's a little wet around here these days. No,
I was going to say we're getting a lot of rain.
Yeah.
Kind of.
Yeah.
I don't know. It's always golf weather, I guess.
Yeah, I know. The umpires don't ever seem to be. I feel like umpiring not being on your side is just, insert this team here, because I think every team has gripes all the time against some umpires.
I think the issue is always, anytime you can wrap it around a conspiracy. It's somehow favoring a team like the Yankees or KC in football. In basketball, like maybe Lakers, like the Lakers, I think that's where it all stems from.
Or any team LeBron is on.
Or yeah, exactly. Or it just is what it is. It gives you something to talk about. But at the end of the day,
I don't know why we are rallying right here.
I just think it wasn't a bad number. Maybe that's the only reason.
And I also think it was just sort of. Oops. I typed in the wrong symbol again. I typed in QQQ.CN. What do you think CN is? Chinese? The Qs just were beat up over the last couple of days. You guys know that we were hitting the NASDAQ over the last couple of days, and this is what it wound up looking like. But today, I guess you're getting that relief rally right back in. So, if the NASDAQ wants to keep on climbing, that's a big, sort of a middle finger right here to the shorts today that we're maybe thinking we could have held some kind of levels yesterday. Let's see if we can get back up. This is for the TQQ, or this is for the NASDAQ itself, of 599,600 back into where we were yesterday. before the open there. Well, actually, today's the 26th. This will be the 24th. We've already covered up yesterday's level right there. Now we go back to Wednesday. So, yeah, the 24th. That's the high right there, 599. So I think that's going to be a trade if we can get up there to maybe start to sell if we can get up there, which is not that far away, man. It's only $2 on the Qs. So I think we do have a good chance of sort of forgetting about all that negativity over the past week. And maybe, I don't think we'll close the week green, but maybe we can. And we'll see what can wind up happening here. So just early morning shenanigans. How many times, Neil, have we seen, the PCE number make a move in the first 20, 30 minutes?
Left
and then head all the way back down. And that's sort of what it's starting to do right now. And this time it only took 10 minutes. So here it comes, fading right back in. At least now, if we're bearish, we have a top. For me, that's the big thing.
There's a lot of things that stayed somewhat bearish though too. Like I wanted to see ETH close under 4,000.
Oh, well, that's...
It did. Like ETH closed under Ethereum closed under 4,000. And that's underneath yesterday's high. So if you don't break those, like I got this one, I wanted to see it close first in continuation. Like yesterday, I was kind of hoping it would fill in the gap a little bit, but it didn't. So yeah, I'm still thinking this can be structurally a good short. 30.40 was that prior high on ETHA. Don't know exactly what the number is on ETH. Don't usually do that until it gets there. But yeah, I want to look to fade that at least, because even if the market gets to buy the dip, I'm not 100% convinced in crypto here.
Yeah, PC, people asking about 2.9 versus 2.9. It just came out as expected prior, and as expected, both 2.9 on the year over year and the month over month expected 0.2, and we actually got 0.2 as well. So we'll just wait to see if there's any sort of get up on this. We do have Michael coming through right here. Michael Noss will be in with 1 second. I just wanted to see if there was any sort of a push up here in any of the chip plays yet. Oh, that's still the Qs. On NVIDIA, yeah. So NVIDIA also up about $1 on that PC. AMD's been running almost better than NVIDIA. Like it's like if NVIDIA's up, AMD can also go up, but then AMD sometimes gets that little juice behind it both ways, like up and down. But look, this is another interesting play right here for me because this is really, really barcoding. Potential cup and handle. Like I'm not worried. I think it's great. Like a break above this 170, taking out those highs right there, might be okay for AMD, but still underneath the 50-period moving average, looking like it may want to slope a little bit red here. The big worry for me is just this AI bubble and if it exists or not, because if it does, I mean, if you sort of put out some of these numbers, I was reading an article that we're thinking like by 2030, if any of these numbers were to make sense, it has to be something like $1 trillion in AI revenue needs to be coming in. And right now there's only 45 billion. So there needs to be a little bit more, I guess, subscription based. Like, because right now a lot of people
more
are using
actual monetization.
So that's what I'm saying. Yeah, like how are they going to monetize ChatGPT? I don't even know how many subscribers they have, and I think I'm only using the free version, and I find it fine.
Yeah.
I mean,
well, even the commercialization, like Microsoft has had their issues with, getting commercialization for the Copilot and in their Office products. So that's going to be a bit of a thing. I do believe we have Michael.
Yeah, we do.
Locked and ready to go. Be interested to see if he's going to talk a little bit about this crypto pullback. But we'll see what the NOS boss has in mind.
You can ask him about crypto.
We'll get to Michael Noss here in a second. Just reading more on this PCE data, guys. August personal spending, basically higher right across the board, depending on which category you're looking at, 0.6 versus 0.5. U.S. August personal income rising as well, 0.4 versus 0.3. August real personal spending rising 0.4 versus 0.2 on a month-over-month basis. So all three of those categories to the upside. So a little bit of a question mark, I think, as far as where we're at on the inflation front. But yeah, let's bring in Michael here. We'll talk a little bit about the overall market and the overall move that continues to just grind to the upside here, Mr. Noss. Happy Friday. You're looking at anchored VWAP here on a higher time frame for the overall market. For anyone who's maybe hearing that for the first time, why don't you just give them a rundown quickly here on exactly what that is?
Yeah, so shout out to Brian Shannon, who's he didn't invent but certainly popularized it. And what anchored VWAP does is tells us the difference, or it's a moving average that you choose where the moving average starts, and it includes volume. And the power there is you're basically able to look at where the average market participant for whatever time frame you choose, where that person exists and why it's powerful. And a lot of us know, I'd say all of us know, VWAP for intraday trading. It's powerful because institutions use it, and anchored VWAP, it's institutions use that as well. We've had Citadel guy Ken Griffin talk about that in Congress about how he fills orders and how he uses anchored VWAP to fill orders. So we know that it's a good way that traders in funds will actually be gauged on whether or not they're doing well or poorly when they're putting in their trades. So it becomes a very interesting way to, again, look at where this average market participant is and potentially where there's going to be orders getting filled. And I noticed something really interesting yesterday that was kind of told the tale of every single dip we've had since the April lows. So that's what I'm going to talk about here today.
If you look at
right off the sorry, go ahead.
I was just going to jump in real quick. If you look at where we are on, really any market, I mean, you have the SPY here, but the NASDAQ looks almost identical, maybe even a little bit stronger. We've been on both sides of this of late. I mean, continue with your thought here, but just touch on the simple fact that the distance away from this is also important to keep in mind.
Yeah, absolutely. And the first chart I did, I just drew some squiggly lines over the SPY just to show for people who are, newer to looking at charts that we've had dips along the way. There's been nothing crazy, nothing, I think even more than like 5%, but on the way up, there's always been some news event or something to scare us. So I just wanted to note that this is from the April lows. We're obviously pretty straight up and everything's looking great, but there has been dips. And what I've noticed is that each dip has come right back to an anchor VWAP from the dip before it. And I'm going to quickly go through, I've got a lot of charts, we'll go quickly through them, just how scary accurate this is. So the purple line is always going to represent the anchored VWAP from the dip before it. And just like we talked about, this is the average price of the average market participant. And it's also where funds will get rewarded for if they can get near or at that price. And you can see we bounce in April, we come back down, we hit that price pretty perfectly, and then we bounce from that price, showing that there is some amount of large institutional and retail orders that are existing around that price. So then if we take a VWAP and then we anchor it to that point, the place that we just bounced it from, in the end of April, when we have that little pullback, we bounce right there, showing again, people are looking to fill off that orders. And then if we go to the next chart, if we anchor a VWAP from that point that we bounce from, we've come down twice. And it's insanely scary how it's not even leading through by a couple days, or it's not even using this as a general area. It's pretty much to the tick, give or take, right? These are daily candles. So within a day or two, you're bouncing from that VWAP, and you can see it happen twice. So let's anchor a VWAP to that last bounce. And you can see we bounce right there on the next pullback. We pull back to that zone. We spend 1-2 days flirting with that area, and then off to the races. So again, let's anchor a VWAP to that one. And it's just crazy. That's the 2-day bounce. We spend a while above it. We get a little bit too extended, like Brendan was talking about. We come back down to the tick. We hold it that day, and then we bounce from there. So let's anchor a VWAP to that one. And then we get 2 bounces from there, not breaking a VWAP from a prior dip at all. We get 2 bounces from there. And then last but not least, let's go to that last one. And this is yesterday's candle. We came right down to that anchored VWAP. And it was funny, I was watching this in real time. It was sitting around 655.5. We bled through that a little bit, and then we closed stronger. And so far today, we obviously haven't even opened yet, but we are well above that price. So I would say if someone's looking for what is the first sign that this bull run is going to come to an end, is just wait for it to break an anchored VWAP from a price before it. I don't want to get too tinfoil hatty, but I've been talking a lot about how institutions are net short. They need to get out of those short positions. I wonder if there is some that are using these anchored VWAP orders as a way to cover their positions, because they can't really cover on the way up if you have, I think it's a net 250,000 contract short on the SP 500. If you're covering on the way up, you're going to cause this huge up move in the market. So they've just set these algorithms, their VWAP trading algorithms, So if the market comes down to these VWAPs, that's when they put in the orders and they're able to buy on these dips. So that's my first sign. So if this bounces for a couple days, I'm going to put a VWAP on this price and we'll see if we come back down to it later. It's been a little bit crazy. Now, I don't know. I just added the last chart. I don't know if you have that in the deck or not. Yeah, just because when I was in the green room, Neil was talking about Ethereum. Who knows if it's going to work the same in this market, but I anchored a VWAP to the last really major pullback in Ethereum around this 2300 area. And you can see right now we're resting directly on it. So certainly doesn't always work this way. This is very much a weirder phenomenon, I think. That's why I think it's led by this short covering, because it feels like if you were an institution, you wouldn't make it this obvious. You would try to, let the market drop for a couple days under it or something like that. So I think this is just how people are getting long. And when you notice a weird phenomenon on the market like this, I always like to try to, stay on top of it until the point that it doesn't work, which will come eventually. It might be now that I've talked about it or now that I've discovered it, this might be the last time. But as long as this exists, it seems like a pretty low risk way to potentially play the market.
I was just going to say, it's one of those things where, as traders, we're very easily amused by things like this, but it's also very simple to overanalyze something like this and just say, okay, it's great, but it's great until it's not. And what does not actually look like in this case from the market standpoint?
Yeah, I would just say a handful of days of a close under. And this is where, a perfect point why risk management is so key. If this is a play that's going to work, maybe it's going to work another 3 times. Maybe it's going to not work at all. Who knows? But if you have that risk management in place, then you're okay if it works one more time and then doesn't work. You're okay if it works. You're great if it works 2 times and then doesn't work. But I will be really, I'll put the full tinfoil hat on. I'll come on air if this stops working at the exact same time that net short position in the ES and in the IWM, if they dry up at the same time that we break through here, then I definitely was on to something. And I'll be talking about flat Earth or something next.
It's one of those things, though, that I think people can take away the simple fact that we're looking to add confidence to the argument, right? If your positions are all on the long side, which the majority of people are, we're looking for reasons to continue to be confident in those long positions. If the market continues this trend, that's one of them.
Yeah, and also I'm looking for lines in the sand at this point. Myself, like kind of everybody out there, made a lot of money this year buying stocks and having stocks go up. A young trader gets very excited about that, and I'm a genius. I figured it out. An old man trader says, "Okay, the party's going to stop at some point, and my job now is to give back as little of that money as possible when the party comes to a stop." And that's why I'm looking for signs that this run may stall or be over. Again, when it comes to the positioning, when it comes to price action, what do I need to see to convince myself to put on some hedges or to sell some of my positions or something like that? I think, I don't have anything more to buy, really. I'm kind of maxed out on all the things I could buy. So now the question is, when do I sell? And for me, that's a harder question to answer.
Yeah, one of those things, though, worth prefacing, I think it's very easy for some people to just jump right into intraday charts even and start looking for that same type of concept and that same type of pattern, as you mentioned earlier on. This is not a normal type of thing to see for the market.
No, and not normally this clean. It's like, when do you ever intraday see a stock hold a level perfectly and then bounce from there? There's always usually some, sell below it, some give back, some chop back and forth. So yeah, I get really worried when things happen this perfectly because markets usually aren't like that. So, try it out, observe it, test it, but know that, this is a very weird phenomenon that has been happening recently.
Great stuff. Michael Noss, have a great weekend.
Have a good weekend.
Yeah, thank you, Michael. And the thing with any indicator, it's that simple. If you're using it, ensure that what you were using it on, you've shown that it respects that indicator. So it ultimately doesn't matter if you like Anchor Viewable and it's being respected, then you trade off of that until it doesn't. And if it doesn't respect it, then you don't have to use it. Like, there's plenty of times that I'll look at VWAP and it's like, oh, this small cap stock doesn't care anything about the volume weighted average price. Yeah. So what? But then Open Door does one day and you do use it in that day. So make sure that's the case. Before we go to Joe to get some upgrades and downgrades, it's interesting with this move up that like the strongest stock yesterday in the Mag 7 is down today, Apple, the 1%. So now they get that negative headline, but if the market decides to go to the downside, I don't wonder if this could end up being a kernel of strength again, just watching the sort of inverse relationship this seems to have with some of the other growth names. But let's see what's upgraded and downgraded. I know Joe has a list for us.
All right, guys, good morning. Let's take a look at what we have here on the upgrades and downgrades. We're going to start it off here with Tesla. Sean mentioned this earlier in the morning, multiple upgrades here by Deutsche Bank getting that price target raised to $435. Now, Vertex by Stevens getting the nod as well, getting it raised to $30, going from neutral to buy there, guys. Cintas Group by Citigroup getting that price target raised from to $176. And then Microsoft by Morgan Stanley also going with a buy rating as well to price target $625. Now on the downside, guys, we got Duke Energy getting it lowered to $134 by Jefferies, and Dick's Sporting Goods, BNP, lowering that target to $177, which I believe is right. Yeah, so that's what we got going on. CarMax also as well too, guys. Needham lowering it to $60, and then Costco reporting yesterday, surprisingly getting it lowered by JPM to $1,050. Now, as for some of the call activity, let's take a look at what we have. So Advanced Micro Devices, nothing substantial on the volume side, but I find that the 20,000 current open contracts on today's expiration cycle, that's going to put us around that 0.3, 0.4 delta, which I found extremely interesting on that one. That's going to be at that $170 strike price, once again expiring this evening. Now, as for SoFi, volume relatively light, but again, we're not looking at these at-the-money contracts. These are slightly out of the money, and the open interest is around 13,700 contracts there, and that's going to put us at that 0.4 delta, which I found extremely interesting. And then Uber, also nothing substantial on the volume front. Open interest relatively is starting to grow and increase, but again, expiring this week at that $100 strike price, and these are all out of the money contracts, guys. All right, so 9,100 there on Uber. Now, as for the downside, we've seen that the crypto space was selling aggressively. So let's take a look at the Ethereum contracts, and the volume was substantial at that $30 strike price, with open interest sitting around 4,600, which is nothing substantial from an OI standpoint. A lot of those contracts have been closed, which I found interesting on the volume front. Now, as for Tesla as well, too, so volume 92,000, and I mentioned this before, you'll always see a little bit more volume on the call side, but this was a standout strike. $425 with 92,300 contracts traded specifically at that strike price, and then the open interest not acting necessarily as a put wall. A lot of the contracts have been closed, so 14,400 there, and that's going to be this week's expiration as well too. And then AAL, open interest is substantial at that $12 strike price. I'm going to be looking for that as a potential put wall, guys. Volume, nothing outstanding, relatively low, 2,200 at that specific level.
I just wanted to ask Joe, because this 30, I don't, like, I get what you're saying about SoFi having that open interest up there at $32, but that, as we were thinking, is like a 15% move higher from here, which would give SoFi basically its best day all year. Why is that something that traders would be interested in, Joe, and what would be the play around something like that?
Yeah, totally. So the way that I look at it is that there's always two sides to the trade, right? So it's a big move from where we're currently trading at. So if you're looking at the writers, the option writers, they want those contracts to close out of the money so that they can keep the full premium. So the high level of open interest can be acting as a call, while not necessarily as a target north of that specific level, if that makes sense.
No, it does, but I just was thinking, like, how much are those even going for? Because I'll write those all day right now. SoFi $32 calls? I mean, there's no chance it gets to $32, right?
No, well, exactly. So you're not going to collect that much premium, but you got to think that the life of the contract was before. So if you were to start writing those, say, a couple weeks ago, that's when you're going to collect the most amount of premium, opposed to leading into today's expiration, where you're not going to collect much at all.
Yeah, okay, yeah, that's why, because I noticed it was today's expiration date, and I was like, okay, so yeah, I guess if you're sitting in those.
Yeah, so essentially it's just the riders from when those contracts get rolled over week after week, and then you can see that the open interest is starting to grow in each substantial week, and then sure enough, when you have that specific target you want it to close, well, that's what we look at call walls, is that you want it to close below the specific level so that you collect the full premium.
Right. Good. Yeah,
Okay.
perfect. Yeah.
Yeah, thanks, Joe.
Understand how it works. I was just looking at that and I was like, oh, that's very, very far away.
Because the AMD, like that's
yeah, like the Tesla one was 425. That's like right there. The
right
AMD
there.
one.
AMD's 170, but at the same time, we know if it gets when AMD goes bullish
What is
and
AMD's
outpace,
current?
sometimes it'll outpace that Nvidia move, and it could easily give you 5% to move up to
AMD
that.
could go
It's about
10 bucks.
Okay,
It's 160.
little more than that. It's like 6% to the upside. But we got a super chat from Timmy. Timmy Armstrong here. Up 90% on a monthly Boeing 235 call from this pop. Is this a breakthrough that I should let ride? Well, we try not to give like investment advice. This is the thing. I actually like Boeing for a trend. I think this is breaking trend. So like I actually just even tweeted this out. Like I think you have. Let me go back to the daily chart for a second. You have this consolidation off a prior high, and you have a slight downward trend, not a long one, but off of a triple top. Yeah, I like this for a temp trend break. Now, on like the day trader in me is gonna be like, okay, well, if we get something pulling back in the low 220s and the 218.19, that's the prior high. Then the move, at least initially, is to the 50 period for myself. That's the day trade aspect of it. That the trend break would suggest I think you can get back into the highs. I do like Boeing, no questions asked. But sometimes you have to ask yourself, do you want to pay yourself out the profit? As a day trade, I like the long today, but I don't want to chase it, not on a Friday, especially when we have a move up on an early number. A lot of times, I'm always thinking, not always, most of the time, I'm thinking we pull back going into the open on a Friday on an 8:30 number. So I want to wait patiently for some run into some of the prior highs. But no one ever went broke taking profit, but I do think Boeing's on its way back into the top. I'm actually regretting the fact that I missed a dip buy on this in my PA. Don't know if I'll do it today. I might wait for the 50. I might either just wait for it to hold that 50 period. I thought we might get the 200 period. I'm glad Boeing is continuing to go up, but I wanted to add myself.
Yeah, a couple of missed opportunities over the last couple of days, but I mean, I don't want to say,
That's
like, we're already back down. We said that the PCE number came out as expected, and this is what happened since then. Just a nice move back down to the downside there for the NASDAQ. So, yeah, it looks like everything back to normality just a little bit here. The big runner that we saw was Amazon, and that's kind of come back in as well. That went to 221.50. Now trying to test out that 220 area. So yeah, lots of opportunity. We've got the sticky note coming out in just a couple of seconds. I also want to look at crypto. Today we nailed that Ethereum play yesterday, but then we stopped out right at the high yesterday. So we were short in the year. And unfortunately, it just ran that pre-market high by like no pennies, basically, and we got stopped out. We did enter Ethereum again there into the close, but yeah, that whole move down yesterday, pretty dramatic. And then hopefully today, we don't see that bottom again, but if we do, I want to think about going long if we get back into there. But my focus today is going to be on IBIT a little bit, because that bounce off of 108 or so that we saw, it was just, when I came in, it was at 108. I mean, here's Bitcoin right here on an actual chart. So we're going to go over to the desk because we got to do our rundown, but I just want to look at crypto just quickly here, a 15-minute chart. So yeah, 108.50, they're bouncing off that and giving us a nice little base. And like I said, I'm going to trade off a support and resistance. So what about a break right here, 110 again? So right now you're making a sort of a channel of $1,500 right there, 8.05 up to 110. So we're going to wait to see if one of these areas breaks today on BTC, and I'm excited for it because I think it'll be a good trade once it does, one way or the other. And I'm going to go bullish, sorry. I'm going to think that IBIT breaks higher today as well. And we'll look at gold. I see someone asking about silver there to Sebastian. So we'll look at all of these things, but right now it's 9:05. Let's go back over the desk and see what the guys are up to.
66.59, guys. That's where we closed out yesterday on the ES December contract, with the overnight low being that 50-point area. So that's our first area of support. Our first area of resistance is near the overnight high, 66.90. We're looking at 6,700 as resistance.
If you have not done so yet, make sure you take a second, jump down to the description of this video. As always, free for you from us. Top link will get you to the sign-up page for the watch list. All you need is your email address. Top of that this morning. Intel, we'll touch on what's now 4 days in a row, Intel working on to the upside here. 15-minute chart looking pretty good. Another gap above $35 here for INTC. Yeah, apparently they're talking to TSMC in addition to Apple, as we learned earlier in the week. Nothing has come from that yet. This one-for-one deal, kind of interesting as well for a company like Intel specifically, where if a company is going to manufacture a chip within the US, they would then have the ability to import one. It sounds like something like that. Anyways, we'll wait for more detail.
Yeah, so the Trump administration is weighing new tariff plans targeting U.S. reliance on overseas semiconductor production. The idea here is to boost domestic production. Companies could face tariffs if they don't manufacture the same number of semiconductors in the U.S. As you mentioned, 1-to-1 domestic to import requirement. U.S. firms like Apple, Dell, NVIDIA, and other PC makers could be hurt by this as it causes major compliance burdens. Tracking chip origins as well and balancing U.S. versus foreign productions could seem challenging. Some winners here from this new policy could be the likes of Micron, Global Foundries, Taiwan Semi, because they build in Arizona. So those could be net winners. Losers here could be Apple, NVIDIA, Dell. Also the auto industry, another very reliant industry on imported semiconductors. So one to watch out for.
Quickly, here is a visual on what we got at 8:30 there. Really the only notable line here, the red one, which is super core PCE, as they like to call it, which is essentially services or labor-intensive services. The only one with a real uptick there, guys, on a month-over-month basis for PCE. Everything else, as we said, exactly in line.
Yeah, I think, look, this rule's going to benefit, I mean, to the extent that it actually happens, it's going to benefit Intel, but I mean, hasn't this already been baked in? The U.S. government literally has been telling you this from the jump. And actually, ever since COVID, the notion of ensuring that key supply chain is being made here, in the U.S., I shouldn't say here, we're Canadian, that's not new. And it's something that I think both parties are on board with. Intel's already been picked by the administration. They invested in them. They got an NVIDIA deal, and maybe there is some pressure on like an Apple to invest in Intel, and who knows? I just think you want to play this trend. Like right now, Intel has bottomed out and is doing everything you want. Big gap up, rounded bottom, broke out yesterday. I think it was a short one time off of like this prior high on the gap up at 18, right? It was until it wasn't, and you could pull all the way back into 33.5 and it would still hold structure. So I'm looking all dips today. The prior high is in play, and then we want to look VWAP, which it's underneath the volume weighted average price right now. When that's the case, to me, it's a pullback into the prior high if I think it's a long. So if we don't hold VWAP, then I got to wait for a pullback into prior high. And then even if it loses that, 33.5 is a big level there for Intel. And I do think this 37 on the daily, like go all the way back to, it should be July of 2024. Like that's a level to kind of target for the next stop here on INTC specifically. So that's the chip name that I'm looking at. If I look at another chip name, it's going to be AMD, not NVIDIA anyways. Because AMD, it's just had more juice. We've typically been trading it a little bit more. And there's something happening here, 62 and 64 on AMD. Like if this stock puts in a topping tail candle at the open, false breaking 62, it's generally been a pretty good short after the fact. That's a specific setup on AMD you're looking for. I mean, I hope it breaks out, but yeah, so we're looking long continuation on Intel, but specifically if AMD repeats the pattern, I'd be willing to short that.
So Micron, yeah, we talked about AMD. I do like AMD in these situations. Micron is another US-based manufacturer. We talked about Global Foundries and whatnot. This is another one. Sharif mentioned that maybe Apple, NVIDIA, some of these companies that derive from foreign chips could get hit a little bit in this, and if that's the case, then it might be the other way around for Micron as well. Yesterday, we were very, very patient with Micron early. We kept on getting in and out and in and out and stopping out, and then eventually it found a high and it hit right back in. But the level that we wrote down yesterday was 155 to see if it broke that to go even more short, but it bounced completely off of 155, so it was a great call out on the price. Thankfully, we were able to be short up here at 159. Well, that's going to be in play again right there. But I don't think I want to short it today. I think the news is too good. So what we'll wait to see is if there is, similarly to some of those other pullback plays, if Micron can pull back into this area as well, maybe 156, we can try it against this 155. So if the market does decide to go turn on its head a little bit, even though Micron, again, down off of earnings, right? I mean, they had a good earnings play. Apparently, the quarter was good. And then we just saw some downside push on it, right? So right now, you can always try to buy good companies at good levels. Brian Shannon and myself on Tuesday, when this name came out, we looked at 150 as being pretty key, but it looks like yesterday 155 holds. So if Micron can get back into there, we're flipping the script and thinking about a long down at those areas. And then, hey, Intel's almost at Merry Christmas price here of $36, where we'll be getting some more out. So it does get up there. Did it even get up to that high in the pre-market, or is that just a bad wick from us? Yeah, it did not get 38. So the highest is 35.75 or so. And if you just zoom back here on Intel, and I'm going to go long on Intel, but I just want to show everybody this area right into here that we've just come back into. So this is actually, why are we even waiting for 36s? I think we can probably just get out on open a little bit here. Let's see how it reacts. There could be some moves higher. Remember, we got out at $30.70, 20% of the position about 5 days ago. And right now, it's just taken all of that out right here. So we first spot to get out was right here. We did that. The second spot to get out would be right here. We're going to do that. And then if it comes up to $42 and I'm still in any of it, then we'll get more out there. But look, for Intel, for me, 34. So I have it. The sticky note is now out, by the way, so you can go find it on @TraderTVSean on Instagram. It might not be on Instagram yet, on Twitter for sure. But this $34 mark is where we closed. So when there's good news and we get a gap, let's play it back to VWAP, which is higher, which is wrong because of this. But we're going to wait to see if it does come back into a past support level of $34. So that's what I've written down today on Intel. I'm sitting there right now to see if we can get that price. Again, good story. The government's talking about it. We like when that happens. You know, we don't know the Apple story yet. We don't know if there's any more money coming, but we do know that they have received that money from NVIDIA. And what was it, CoreWeave? No, Intel got the government and NVIDIA, I think that was it. Right?
There was SoftBank.
SoftBank, yeah. Okay. So a few, you know, $1 billion being thrown at this company. Yeah. Crazy to say that, right?
Bill here, bill there.
Yeah, that used to be like market caps, but their market cap is still so low. So hopefully Intel, if this does make any sense, there is a lot of room to run to the upside. But I think pigs do get slaughtered in names like this. But hey, 35, 36 is a great area to start piecing a little bit out. I'm looking for a pullback to 34 to get long.
All right, let's go on to Oracle here. Back to this pivot low, the post-earnings pivot low here. We're basically teetering on that currently. We get this TikTok EO signed yesterday. Pete Navarro coming out this morning essentially calling Oracle now the great American firewall when it comes to TikTok. We'll get more details again on the arrangement itself, I think, down the road. But back below 300 here, I mean, this is a make or break kind of moment here for Oracle shares anyways.
Yeah, Bernstein likened them to the tune of $364, raising the price target by a whole dollar, citing what they expect to be good growth rate in the next few years. They're looking 5 to 10 years out. They're saying revenue and operating profit will accelerate once growth slows. Free cash flow and margins looking to rebound, and value created for investors will be substantial, according to the agency here, Brendo.
What are we doing, guys, here with ORCL today? Has the story really changed at all?
I don't know. Like the TikTok deal, like that's going to get priced. That's priced in, I think. Everyone suspected that a deal gets done, and even though it's not potentially finalized, you knew Oracle was going to be a piece of it. So, yeah, that seems like it's priced in. What I don't like about it is it spent most of the day, or a lot of the day, sort of failing that post-earnings gap support, and it's retesting it here. Like this does feel like it wants to pull back and lose that bid. Like if we lose 285 on Oracle, I think all bets are off on how far this thing actually pulls back, because there was some concern about like the nature of that guidance being something that, you know, we don't really know if they're going to be able to pull it off. Like I said, when they had that guide, they put a huge target on their back now to be able to prove it, and most of this action here has been selling since the earnings. A couple of decent runs. If you lose 285 today, I think the stock is in a little bit of a trouble for a pullback. That might present itself an opportunity. I don't know. But if 285 holds, great. I'm not really looking to go Oracle long today. I think there's probably better places to look, at least for myself. So I'm going to stay away from this, but if I start seeing this fall, certainly if it loses 285 next week, I'm favoring shorts. That's an easy one. It's an unlikely level to get played, but if it gets down there, you got to pay attention. Oracle has not been as strong as it seems since earnings.
All right, we'll go on to Meta, trying to bounce off 750 here this morning, back to the upside. Meta in an interesting spot overall. If you zoom out onto a daily time frame here, we're right back to the bottom end of the range. A couple things to know. The first is they're going to launch, to appease regulators, it looks like they're going to launch a paid version of Instagram and Facebook. Pass. Also going to apparently flirt with Gemini, Google and Gemini over improving their ad targeting for both of these platforms.
Yeah, so subscriptions are going to cost $2.99 British pounds in the United Kingdom, about $4 Canadian. That's going to be on for the web. If you want it on iOS or Android, it's going to cost you £4. It's going to launch within the coming weeks, kind of mirroring the move that they already made in continental Europe. UK's Data Protection Authority raised concerns from Meta's use of personal information for advertising. Subscription options help Meta align with the more stricter privacy and data protection regulations. And the paid tier allows users to enjoy ad-free browsing without their data being used for targeted ads. So looking to comply with regulators.
If you wanted to have a higher time frame look here, guys, we're back to a point where maybe you can add here a little bit for Meta.
Well, I was saying this one yesterday, like it is at the 50 period on the daily, but it's also not that far off the highs. Like Meta hasn't pulled back that much off this double top. Like you're talking about 40 to 45 bucks from the highs on an $800 stock at the time. So it's less than 6% off the highs, not even a 10% pullback. I'm not sure this is the place yet for Meta, to be honest. I mean, I'd love for it to give you a bigger dip. And when I look at it on the weekly chart, it's kind of the same. Like that's a very good consolidation tight on the weekly chart. If it closes the weekly, to me, it was more like 736, not even here, like $15 lower. It could have closed above. And then you're holding this nice consolidation. It just feels like a bit early for me on Meta. Some of the interest has gone over to Apple. I know we've seen that. Amazon more in play with the news, and it's getting a bit off that 220 level. So I don't know if Meta's a trade for me today, but if it does lose the 50-period moving average, I can tell you this much: I'm waiting in front of 700 on this stock for it to lose the 50-period moving average. Just seems nothing wanted to go far enough to get you in. Doesn't mean this one's over yet. Still flat. It's flat with the market. $700 stock gets a pass, but this is a definite dip buy for me in front of 700 if the market continues this weakness, and this will move we have today as a blip.
Yeah, it's kind of strange because like we like Meta, and it's funny that it's bouncing off this 50-period moving average, and I get the same feeling like that I don't actually want to get involved in this name, to be honest with you, right now. So I don't know exactly like what this means, but like 4 or 5 pretty good down days and not really getting the rally here today. I know they're building like a huge, was it Louisiana or something? They're building like a huge gigawatt factory as well or something. So I think there's a lot of spend happening right now with Meta. Those glasses were pretty cool. There's no doubt about that. But like what was that day? Like I feel like that was probably one of the top like last week or so. And we've just come off the top. So I don't know. I don't know why I don't like Meta more than we do here. It's strange. We haven't traded it in a while, Meta, and I'm just not sure if I'm going to do anything like that today. The trade that was a little more attractive was Snapchat, just because we had a level down here that we had talked about. We had talked about when it was at 760, so it was already we missed it. Like I wish I had sort of seen this here, but we didn't start thinking about it until that day of the glasses. So that must have been in and around September 15th, 16th, 17th here, where you get that bump up, and now it actually gets into $9 and comes back in again. So that's 7 to 9, or let's call it 750. Like, I don't know, maybe you take a breakout trade up there to 850 is the trade that we actually liked. But now that it's falling back in, I think Snapchat could be more of an interesting play here at $8, at 750, something in and around there. I think is just a little bit of a better level for Snapchat. But I think 8, something worth taking a shot. Go long $8, maybe see if it comes in, breaks in around 7. This could be a play where maybe you buy, you get options or something next year in and around here in case it does work. Then you can get a big play. But hey, to buy some cheap trades, cheap amount of shares, you get a whole bunch of them. I think this has a chance, at least Snapchat, to get going just a bit. Not too many names are this down year to date, right? And Snapchat's from $12 all the way down to $8. So still down pretty good, man, about 30%. So I think Snapchat has a little bit of room to go back up to the upside. So we'll have to wait to see what happens with Snapchat.
Do 100% tariff sound for pharma stocks? The only one really possibly benefiting here at all this morning, Eli Lilly back to the upside. The interesting note I was reading this morning on this story is the simple fact that all the major players in this group already have substantial manufacturing within the U.S. So it's a matter of anything that comes from outside of the U.S. coming into the country that could face these steep tariffs. But the fact of the matter is there's still a lot of legwork to get done here, it sounds like, on this story before it even becomes to fruition.
Yeah, so it's only going to cover branded and patented pharmaceuticals. Generics will not be included in that. Entering the U.S., it's effective October 1st. Exemptions will apply to companies building drug manufacturing plants in the United States, including sites that are already under construction. Trump argued tariffs will push drug makers like Eli Lilly, Johnson & Johnson, AbbVie, all to accelerate the reshoring project of pharmaceutical manufacturing. Just to give you an idea here, U.S. pharmaceutical imports have tripled over the past decade, now up to $213 billion back in 2024. Drug makers often rely on global supply chains, however, with different steps of production spread across different countries. Health experts warn tariffs could lead to higher prescription costs, so we'll have to keep an eye out on that. Pharma giants argue tariffs will redirect capital away from the innovation and the U.S. investment to cushion these tariffs. J&J has already booked about $400 million in their full year 2025 outlook, and Trump previously floated rates as high as 250%, saying that the 100% tariffs were only a start, with step-ups planned over the next 18 months.
Crazy number. None of these companies going to be able to swallow 100% of that cost. But here's Eli Lilly, guys, back to the upside here this morning after a few down days.
Well, it's like you were saying, like there's a wealth of the bigger names are already producing and expanding production in the U.S. So they should be able to skirt a lot of this. And the simple fact that it's the 100 and maybe it's a start, but not the bigger numbers. Look, I think Eli Lilly in particular, it had this really great support at $700, and there was one washout, and then immediately after it bouncing, it just reaffirmed support slightly under 700. This dip, it feels like if 690 holds, we should see 800 on this. Just one close over the 50-period moving average, and I think this is trying to make a temporary bottom. It's a put up or shut up level, I think, because you can see it's slightly trending down since making those highs. So yeah, it's a bit of a put up or shut up level. When you liquidity grab on massive volume, biggest volume of the year over a week span, and that's a liquidity grab under support, then it reaffirms that support. I usually like that support. I don't see any way you're testing that today. It was a possibility, I guess, with this headline that you could have gone down to that 690 to 700 area, but that doesn't seem like it's happening. So unfortunately, that ends up being a bit of a pass. I did want to quickly just show you guys. Wolf has an imbalance of 1 million sell imbalance. It has been bouncing after being down over 20% early overnight. They have some bankruptcy concerns there. IonQ, small imbalance, 160,000. Really not a heck of a lot. Wolf is the one that stands out. LAC, very small imbalance of 100,000. BA, only 100,000 to the buy side. So for Friday, not much here on the locator yet, but it's not 925, so we might see something pop up in a couple of minutes.
Yeah, I was going to say Eli Lilly, dancing around those levels. I don't know. It did have a dip buy opportunity down there in the low 600s. We were able to buy some at 750, then buy some again down there. So we're just in the money on our most recent buys, but it's nothing too exciting. That Pfizer bought Minestra or whatever it was for $7.3 billion on Monday or Tuesday to get into the oral drug GLP realm, and it's kind of not done well on that. I don't know if they paid $7 billion. Doesn't sound like a lot for to get involved, but that's still continually going lower there, underneath the 50, underneath the 200. So I would think like Eli Lilly can go on many different, they have many different drugs in the pipeline. I don't think Pfizer has the sort of catalog that Eli Lilly does. And I think that was shown by them making that play there. So I think if you're going to go short to space, I like Pfizer better. I think it's just underneath, and not, again, you have to like to go short. I just don't think the long is in Pfizer until at least we get back into here. This has been another one that's been a pretty big waste of time this year, as we've had a pretty good year as far as returns. I have to find out what the NASDAQ, S&P, and Dow are up. But like Pfizer, if you've been sitting in that, man, it's been, like, it hasn't even been worth the dividend, you know? So there you go, all the way back into 23 and change. Like, you got to pay tax on a dividend, meanwhile your shares are getting smoked. So it's like, it's actually a losing proposition there to have bought this for a dividend this year. So I would think that this short is much better than anything that I saw there with Eli Lilly right now. So this would be my play in that space. And then NVO has also been, what time is it? Okay, it's 25. How many more stories? Okay, we got Palantir. Novo Nordisk, again, you know, like a lot of these GLP-1 related names are getting hit right now. So I think Eli Lilly and the short and Pfizer short and Novo Nordisk short is a better play than the long right now. So NVO not looking healthy on the daily chart. Just took out the 50-period short yesterday. So I think there's something there for that if you're not looking only at tech names.
All right, a couple of minutes ago here until the Friday open. Let's touch on Palantir. I mean, there's not much really to mention as far as headlines or catalysts today, but nice day yesterday, getting back above 180 here in the pre-market so far. Bit of a pivot for PLTR on a daily chart.
Yeah, yesterday the headline was the deal that they're striking with Boeing, both for use internally by Boeing as well as in the production process. So we'll have to see how this one goes. Good luck for both companies.
Yeah, it was super strong, guys, right out of the gate yesterday. Did run into a little bit of resistance, 184, 185.
Well, 184 specifically. That was the level. You know, I didn't wait for that level. So early on, it was a flat bottom break, 177. You know, tried shorting back into that level for a fail, and then eventually, you know, was able to make some of it back when 184 hit. If we get to 184, I'm sticking with that's resistance until it ain't. You know, how many times does Palantir have to go to that level and reverse before you know, it is what it is. If it gets there, I'm shorting it. I just don't see. I'm not sure we get to that price. I'll be real with you guys. And then just one more because we didn't talk about any small cappers. There aren't a lot of runners, but I am interested in this consolidation that's happening in Open Door. It was a good continuation after that dip buy yesterday, with just making some higher lows and sort of sticking with the trend all day long. If it can hold 850, that would be a first look. If it bounces there, look for the trend in to a top break. I mean, the top is like 922, but I'd look at a quarter break just as a more round number there for Open Door. So that's on my radar. Solid, but not ridiculous through the roof volume on open. And unless Palantir gets to 84, I don't think it's possible, but I don't think I'll be in it.
Yeah, I think PLTR is too much of a news stock and too much in the middle right now. So I think that's right. Wait for that 184, wait for that 175 to go one way or the other. Look, Marvell's been on one. This could be a break spot as well for MRVL, right into here, 84.50. So this is a much better break situation than anything that I've seen so far here today. And I actually don't have this on my note, and I wish I did because I just saw someone put that in the chat, and I myself had missed it. So I completely apologize that it's not on. Well, I don't apologize, but it's not on the sticky note. Today's sticky note, Tesla, there 422 to 423. We'll have to check it out. I thought I was going to come back in off that PCE number. Webull 1450, Intel 34, IBIT 6250 long. So that's the kind of trades that I'm going to be looking for there. You can go find it at Trader TV, Sean. I put it in the chat maybe in a minute, but we only have 1 minute left before this market blasts off. So here's IBIT. And again, I just want to look to see, can this name get going through 6250? So it was kind of like yesterday's little area right there. I think it equates roughly with $10,000 per coin, or 110, of course, per coin. So 6250 break zone for me on IBIT. We talked about Intel dip buying. We only have less than 1 minute left. Intel dip buying around 34. It looks like it's trying to potentially get into there. I think it has enough story to move, at least that much. So we'll see if that can happen. Tesla was 422 to 423, looking for that. And then the last one is Webull. It's been on one a little bit lately. I asked you guys in the chat, what you guys were looking at, and there's a lot of Webull action. So I just went down and looked and saw that there's some kind of 1450 angle there for Webull.
Yeah, and Tesla as well. It's held at 420 level. It is possible we see a dip into it. Hey, it's Friday. It's a 420 level.
Yep.
It's Tesla. Let's be real. It's psychological. But when it bounces off it clean, you have to pay attention to it. But brought to you by VinFast, this last bell of the week, VFS. Check them out. Scan that QR code. And thank you to VinFast as the market is now open. And we will
I like
see.
that, the last bell of the week. I like how you did that. I think that should be something that we should do more often. That's kind of fun to say that.
It's made some ish up, every now and then.
Yeah, it's good. I like it. Okay.
Ooh, right back.
Which one?
Because the NASDAQ just went red. Like the first tick was NASDAQ red.
Yeah, so
that didn't take long.
That's what I was going to say. 62.51, 62.55 there. A couple hundred shares if we do break IBIT. IBIT's not doing anything, but I want to put the order in just in case. Okay, I got my water's in my way here. I got to move it away. Okay, we'll put it. Then it's kind of in the shot. All right, I just don't want it to block any of my level
nothing's
2s.
really moving.
All right, it's going to go right there for now. I'll move it in a second. Okay, so yeah, IBIT's not really moving. What is moving down? I think Intel, yeah, because I see, Intel's not moving down at all. Intel's moving up. I got to find a spot for this water, put it down here. All right, so there goes Intel upside. So we'll zoom in a little bit to get that look. Unfortunately, I have to edit those wicks because they're no good. It was NVIDIA is what I meant. I was watching NVIDIA moving to the downside, and I just assumed it was also Intel. I don't have NVIDIA written down here as a trade today. Doesn't mean that we can't make one. It is pushing right into 177 now. Don't want to catch too much of a falling knife. That was interesting when Sharif mentioned, and I didn't think about this angle, that maybe President Trump talking about buying local basically could affect a name like NVIDIA. So I'm going to try it down here at 177. And again, all we're really doing is bouncing right now off of what looks to be some kind of support. I mean, I think that little bottom wick of 176.80s that we saw yesterday could be an area to concern myself with. But there it is right now. You're starting it out. It's a nice 50-cent winner to start the day. Let's see. There it is. So there it goes. Not 50 cents, sorry. We're long at 117. Yeah, 50 cents. Okay. So we'll take out 10% there, wait for a little bit more in the 80s, but so far so good on a little bit of a dip by half a unit. This is not anything that was on my list or anything that I was in love with. So first position, I don't think you've had one.
Nothing yet.
I do like that Tesla look, and I see where Tesla is right now. So.
Yeah, Tesla's trying to break out the prior high of yesterday, get through 432. Look, we're not going to get 420 at this rate. Obviously, as you can see it flying to the upside here on Tesla. If we get VWAP, that can be a continuation play, but sometimes you go for the dip buy and it wants to do a late breakout of yesterday's afternoon resistance. So I'll give it back to like 431.5 is pretty much standard on this one. And Intel just missed.
Oh.
Yeah, I'll go.
Oh, the break?
It wasn't a break. It was the dip on Intel. I just missed the dip on Intel. But I want to give this one, I'll give this about 50 pennies on this, and we'll see if this can get to that 33, 34 zone. It was INTC just there that dipped right into the prior high, so really close to that prior high, and I might have just missed it. I do want this, as long as it holds a prior high, I want to be long Intel, but we might have missed that initial dip buy. You put the order out there. It misses by 15 cents. It misses by 15 cents. It is what it is. You try to move on to the next trade. Open door, not much of anything at all. To be honest with you, open door, just kind of chilling. No breakout on open yet. Actually canceled my order when it lost $9. I might throw that. If we get back above $9, I'll throw my order back in to break out through yesterday's high. Because it's kind of a nothing burger so far on open.
All right, I mean, we didn't have this written down on our list today, but it's NVIDIA. It's now $1.30 in the money, and we just got some nice pieces out there. Sorry, $1.25. We just got some nice pieces out at 35, 178.35. Well, now it's going a little bit higher. I'm sitting at 50s, at 48 right now to see if this one, there it is. So there we go, man. And now $1.30 in the money. There it is. It's the dip buy. We didn't know why, basically. The market had that little bit of a move down, but we tried to find a strong stock. We like NVIDIA, and that's going to be just, again, I actually still have 60% of this trade. Let me get out 10 more percent right there at 44. So there it is. That's going to be a big one, man. Shout out to Hydration Nation. Stay hydrated wherever you may be. But yeah, coffee is also would work for water.
Although it's not hydrating.
It's not. No, it's not. It's the other way around.
It's literally the opposite.
Right, takes away all of that value there. Marvell's going to the downside right now, so it's not.
Aren't the
looks
chips
like
going up?
Yeah, they are, and that's why. So Marvell's not a chip company in the same way that these other ones are, but at the end of the day, they just came. They've been super hot, so we'll wait to see. Is there going to be a dip buy opportunity for Marvell? We might have already. I don't know if it went down there. It must have got swiped down to 81.50, but like that was a great area as well. But I wasn't looking there. I was only looking top. So that was a great dip buy opportunity, obviously for Marvell. If it comes back into that area, I think you can try that. But all right, I'm going to get out to only hold 50%. So if we're off for 38s, maybe there we go, we got it. Now we have exactly 50% left on this NVIDIA trade. Next order, 178.80, maybe we print up there. And if the market wants to go for a little bit of a run today, then we know we have this name. My stop was always going to be anyways breaking through 177. The stop is in right now. So not a bad risk to reward there so far for the day on NVIDIA. And yesterday we were red, but we've already made back half of what we were down yesterday. So so far so good here with this trade, but there's more to happen. Tesla, I think, Neil, was
just broke 34.
Yeah.
It's about to hit. If it can get to 35, that's the resistance from yesterday right at the open. It's a Friday. Every $5 level matters on this. And it was kind of it was a miss to get the actual local breakout. But obviously, once it broke out like this prior resistance here on Tesla, I want to look for this 435. That's where the target is. So I'm going to get this one out in front of 435 on a Friday. I like to play those levels. So we'll get in, get out. I'm actually mad. I'm still mad about Intel, but it's going to give us another chance. So Tesla, it's a bit of. Here's the thing. Tesla VWAP is $8 ago, and the breakout was at 30. If I'm not in until 32, I don't worry about the fact that you missed out on $4 or $5. If that move to me is $3, then that move is $3. And we'll play the next one as it comes to us. But Intel's starting to rev up a little bit here. Tesla VWAP can be a thing. That'll be 430, the prior high. That stays on structure, and you're good to go. But there we go, hit it twice. Intel, one wick into the prior high. Now it's all green on this sucker. So I want to be in. It hasn't broken out the top yet, so there's always a chance to join this as a breakout of the high. Or we're waiting down for that 34.4 to come back in here. Right now it's losing VWAP, so there's always a chance that we can just be patient, wait for the next opportunity there. And I do see a lot of names being thrown in the chat. I want to remind everybody, we do this every single day, and it's fine. I know we get new viewers all the time. Make sure you hit $, in the symbol. So if you're saying Rigetti in the chat right now, because I just saw Rigetti and there was no $, everybody, type in $, and then that name. So if I go $, Tesla, right now Webull is far and away leading the charge. Please be doing a huge move, Webull. Even if I didn't even if I didn't get the dip buy, I still want this thing to be going ham.
Yeah, I want to be going ham for everybody to see if that is going. We were looking at Webull earlier, but I haven't looked at it.
The dip buy. Sure.
Okay, well, it is actually coming back in. I just saw on your chart there, so I'm just going to head over to
it is dipping. Oh, no.
Yeah, I'm going to head over to it just for 1 second here. So let's see what now is happening with Webull. Down into 15. That's not a bad price right there, into the 200 period moving average. Again, we did like this play, but I'm still going to wait a little bit lower. Let me see if it can just hang out right there, but good call out for sure, anybody Webull. We just got a little bit out of this breaking back through 178 on NVIDIA, so we still have 45% of this trade available to us. There was one other name that I wanted to look up, and it's just
crypto.
Lost my mind right now. I do have that 6250 going, on iBits. Maybe that's it. But let me throw it back over to Adara now, and then I'll think about what that was.
Yeah, one name actually that has been pretty active this morning, believe it or not, is COST Costco. This is a day one earnings play, not always viewed as a day trading stock because it is a bit more expensive, but they did have a double beat here in membership fees up year over year. COST definitely weak on the day, but actually over 1 million shares in volume so far in this one today. Want to let you guys know as well, at 10 a.m., University of Michigan consumer sentiment prints will be coming out. We'll also have the inflation aspect of that print, so the 5-year and 1-year inflation expectations. That'll all be out at 10 a.m. Back to you.
All right, I'm just going to get out. I'm getting out a little bit more here on NVIDIA to the point where now I'm only holding 40%. 35% of this trade. We just got another fill there at O. So I'll wait for it. I just, we have Michigan sentiment coming out. Darryl was just mentioning that, we're going to wait. Like PCE was as expected. So the market is just going to move now as if the numbers didn't even really exist, I feel like. So we're going to wait on that one. I think the name that I was thinking about was Rivian, maybe potentially breaking that $16 mark. So huge move up there for Rivian. We got to follow out with Tesla, move higher as some of these EV names get going again. So
Tesla's right back.
Yeah, I know. Tesla's at 430 again. So we can definitely have a look there. Micron as well. I will call up that stock locator to give an idea of what you guys might want to talk about today. But right now, Micron, and make sure you do hit that like and that subscribe. We've got 10,000 of you watching, only 800 hitting that like. So if you guys can get that, let's get to 10%, right? If we can get 1,000 likes right now, I think that would be great. And like I keep saying, it's not a scientific thing, but if you do hit the like, the odds of your trades being profitable are slightly around 50-50. So,
Anecdotal, pay it forward.
Yeah, pay it forward, and then, maybe the next trade will be a winning one, and we'll see. I'm only in the one name, so.
Yeah, I think getting out of Tesla might have made sometimes it happens. I'll say this every single time. For every time that you get a top wick and it's like, oh, that was such a good out. Yeah, but there's plenty of times where it goes from 35 to 40 next. So you trade what you see and you trade your expectations, like here to here, and now Tesla's coming right back in.
Sounds like we just got a reopen of BIAF. I just heard
there was a halt. So. Shoot, I meant to get, that's my bad.
Yeah.
I saw this and I saw people talking about it and I meant to talk about this, but it halted to the downside.
And now it's open and it's tanking again.
Tanking.
Well,
someone's selling at $7.
Not the right word,
Look at this $7 level. With these small cappers, either hold VWAP or break out the high. And if you can't break out above $7, meh. But if this thing takes 7.25, that's a different story. I think that makes a lot of sense. So Intel's really, it's coming right back underneath 35. It came really close to breaking out the top and then absolutely did not break out the top. So we're still waiting for that to do something fun. AMD looks a little bit more interesting though. Look at 162, multi-day top. I don't have to show all the way back. I mean, we can zoom out on 15 if you want, but a multi-day high here on AMD, and it's just coiling for a potential breakout, I think, on advanced micro devices. Yeah, if we don't get into Intel, then AMD was always going to be the backup plan. Intel might give us this entry. It's actually pulling. Yeah, Intel's now underneath 35, pulling right back into priors. Now remember, Intel, there might be positive news for Intel, but there's no actual investment from Apple or anything like that. And then we have the news with, one for one building chips in the US. That does bode well for Intel, obviously. But it's going to sell off here a little bit. Prior high is 34.30-ish. That's where I'm looking for my bounce.
Yeah, we might lose the bid here on NVIDIA as well, and I'm not trying to really get too much back into this if we do lose that bid. I'm not overly excited about that trade coming through. So yeah, I actually have an offer right now on NVIDIA. Well, 177.60s. I'm gonna take a piece out right here, 40s. Okay, there we go. We got 41. They're out as I just trying to put some profit here and make sure that we got that going for us right now. Alibaba's a little bit of a pullback right now. Barkin is speaking right now, so Fed's barking. We'll see if there's anything going on right there. He's not barking that loud, it doesn't seem like right now, but we'll find out if Adara hears anything worthy. We'll okay.
Yeah, there's not much, is what I was just going to say. He says that people seem to be dissatisfied with
Rivian broke.
Yeah. Okay, good. Thank you, Miss Adara, for all of that. Rivian, you said broke the top of $16. Yep. So yeah, okay, there it goes. We've done it today already, but we'll wait to see if that has the juice to get going. But to me, I guess it's Tesla that has the pullback in. If that can get back into the 200 period, 427, I think that's well worth it right there. 1.1K. Thank you so much to everybody for hitting that button for us. That means a lot. So $82 on Marvell might have been that bottom as well. So thinking about taking a shot here, if this can get back into like 82.50 or so for Marvell, I'm going to put a bid there. If we can get back into VWAP now that looks like we based out just a little bit. Sure, we have wick bottoms, but I'm not worried about that. That's right off the open. That's just a liquidity grab. It's these wicks here that I'd be concerned about, 82 down to 81.80. So if Marvell pulls back, I think that's a dip buy opportunity waiting to happen. So that's something that we'll look for Marvell back to 82.50. And thanks for hitting the like, man. Now 1.2K. You almost just doubled us up there, so that means a lot. Thanks.
Yeah, thanks everybody. Appreciate it. And I'll get to the super chat in a quick little second, but Open Door filled a bit of the gap in his breaking trend as we speak. Hit that way too many times. So this is support from yesterday. Once it breaks a trend, I'm looking longs back into 850, but also a breakout of 920. So the first thing that happens is a dip, not a break. So I'm going to try and get this, and we just got filled at 75. Prior bar low, this low is just underneath 65, so giving it about 10 to 15 cents. VWAP sits right there at 885, as this one's trying to get back to its opening price. And the puns on open sometimes are absolutely
They don't
trash.
stop.
What is going on with this? Tesla really doesn't care. It's not catching a bid here on Tesla. I think this might not be, it might have only been a breakout trade, and now we're just waiting for 420, because Tesla's still dropping pretty heavily here. And this is with the NASDAQ not doing much of anything, kind of inside move there for the NASDAQ, and Tesla's really dropping. So it made sense, to get some out there, but it's really starting to come back in. So 420 is going to be next. Oh no,
what's going on there, man?
My chat crashed. So
okay.
I'll have to reopen that for you guys.
All right, I'm going to try a 426 then, man. I think that's, we were waiting for 423 there on Tesla. Marvell's still doing its own thing, but I'm going to take that shot right now. NASDAQ not doing a whole heck of a lot, obviously, as we can sit here and watch that. So this move back into 426.50. Let's just try, okay, well, there he goes. We just got filled there. I was going to say, let's try 426.50, and then it just tanked into us. 426.15 is where we're long right now, watching out for dip buy opportunities in Tesla, which is right here, right now. You got to give this a little bit of room, man. It's already moved $10 today. So let's just give this a little bit back down and into 424. That was quite a big move. So let's see if we can average just a little bit more. Now we have about that half unit or so right now on Tesla, but it's going lower here as if there's some kind of a story in the last 5 minutes. But 431 down to 425. I guess that's kind of just par for some kind of a course here. 424 breaking, then let's regroup. I know I wrote down between 422 and 423, but we could definitely handle, $1 worth of a hit. I just don't want to handle $3 or $4 right now, because being wrong one time is fine, but being wrong drastically doesn't really ever work out. But we're not wrong right there. Now it's 50 cents in the money. So let's just ring the register one more time here. If we can get, I was gonna say, if we can get a 60, this is crazy. And it might not be that big of moves for you guys out there when you're looking and saying, well, just $1 on Tesla or whatever isn't that much to get excited about. But, depending on what your plans of action are, what your risk tolerance is and share size, just please, respect your lines and anything like that. And, whether or not you're going to get stopped out at 420 or hold this all the way back to 430 or something like that, just have a plan and try to execute it. That's all that Neil and I ask, and that's all that we try to do ourselves as well. So there it goes. We just got a 50 out, and there we go again. We just got more out. So as this continues to climb a little bit higher right now on Tesla, I still have 75% of this, but there it is, man. It's another one there. It's another dollar club. So there goes Tesla. Nice call out for that move to the downside. It's my number one trade idea long, so if we get an opportunity to dip by that one long, we're going to do that, and there it is, man, now $1.30 in the money. I hope you just took that ride with me right there on Tesla. So far, so good. So here we go. Nice move up now. $2 now in the money.
Now the market's doing something. Get it, Tesla, because I want that thing back over at 430. All right, I'll get to Intel in a quick little second. We're dip buying Intel right now. It just double tapped the bottom here. I know this is hard to see because of this silly wick at 8 o'clock, and it just keeps on coming back when I get rid of it. So it double bottomed here, trend break here at 34.8. I want to grab that. We did get open door. That's coming back into the volume weighted average price, as that dipped and double bottomed as well at 865. So once it gets to 9, I want to be mostly out and look for a 925 breakout on open door. AMD didn't do much except, no breakout for AMD. AMD back under VWAP and actually suddenly looking a little bit weak itself. So no breakout there on AMD. And as mentioned, Intel has made the turn. So I'm only actually looking long today. So I'm looking 34.8. If we break VWAP, I can think about VWAP. I'm also taking a breakout of the pre-market high. So I have multiple long potential ideas here. One, which I'm sitting on the bid. The next one will be the breakout of the high of the day. And before we jump over, it's still the top of the list, but it's not the top of my heart right now because it's going to the downside as Webull. Back under VWAP. It just lost 15 again. It's trying to bounce, but Webull pulling back. It's also trying to break this trend. If the NASDAQ takes out the high, I'd like to hope Webull can go with it. Wasn't in my plans to be trading it, but hopefully we can get it.
Barkin's still talking, and Tesla's still trying to do some dances. 428.50 is what we're waiting for. But if you are a Canadian trader and you're somewhat sophisticated, please pay attention to Beta Pro by Global X, because they have 6 new triple levered ETFs. They are offering a 3 times bull, a 3 times bear exposure to both the S&P TSX 60, semiconductors, and U.S. Treasuries. And right now, they're actually offering a special fee rebate. Let's go Tesla, now up in the money 250. Just dropped down 65 basis points. until December 31st. So they're dropping management fees to 65 basis points. These ETFs also employ currency hedging to seek and neutralize US dollar exposure, provide performance that may more accurately reflect the underlying US equity indices. So if you're tactical, sophisticated, and looking to amplify your performance, please go over and check out Beta Pro by GlobeX. So unfortunately, as we were doing that read, I didn't have the order out there for Tesla, but it just went up to 428 right there, 428.50s. So we're going to sit there, see if we can get that fill on a nice little move higher. I'm going to put it at 428.40, but I don't know. That was a big, big move. Let's just go 428 flat. We'll put some offers there, and then if we can climb back up, because that was, it sort of tried to get to VWAP a little bit there, wick the top and then back down, but Tesla's a pretty violent name, so, you know, to move back and around this many dollars, it could easily drop $2 or go up $2. So we're at 428 flat. Did we get that? No, we didn't. We're going to get it soon. We do have Michigan sentiment coming out as well, looking for 55.4. So we'll see what that comes out here. But it's just dancing. One more push through 428. We should be able to do that. Trump is currently speaking right now to reporters at the White House before he departs for New York. So get ready for that one. And of course, Donald Trump today is golfing. At Bethpage Black, because it is the Ryder Cup.
It's a Ryder Cup. Someone asked you for...
There it goes.
Actually, I shouldn't say
$3 now.
Someone asked us for picks. And I was like, ask Sean.
They asked what for picks?
So someone asked us for a Ryder Cup pick, and I basically responded, ask Sean, because...
I have to pay attention.
Like, I'll just start saying guys I've heard of, and that's
I mean, if Scheffler's in it, I think that would be a good...
No, but like that's...
I need to do some research.
But I would just say Scheffler, because that's...
Yeah, same, me too, though.
I don't follow golf well enough, so I can't give you any picks there. So look, Intel's struggling at the volume weighted average price here. It did bounce. We were able to get 80s. Follow rule. You're losing VWAP in here. There's always the trade at above VWAP on the stock. So it can get to VWAP, and then I can trade it longer above there, or maybe even still the breakout trade at 35.6. But we bought the dip buy on the trend break, and we're looking for it to hold the volume weighted average price or break out the high. Open door is not in my drop. That's weird. Whatever. It didn't show up in my drop down. Open door is a real stock.
I had that problem a couple of days ago with something. I can't
Okay, it doesn't matter. We have in P Pro 8, you can just literally type the name of the company or the first couple of letters and it'll drop down. But for some reason, it says no on Open Door. We're back at the volume weighted average price there. Going to have an offer in front of this pre-market high, and then we'll try to get some out in front of the high of the day. This is also a bit of a breakout play, which is a separate trade. If it takes out this prior day high, kind of 9.25, then I want that to be something different. It's not like yesterday in Open Door yet, where it dipped, then started holding VWAP, so I got to respect that. So we're scalping it into the volume weighted average price, see if this one wants to go a little bit squeezing through the quad. AMD just can't get off the schneid. AMD, maybe it's not going to be the breakout I thought. So far, so good. Just nothing happening here on AMD whatsoever, and let's go to Adara.
Here, Trump is talking. He's saying, quote, looks like we'll have a Gaza deal. So, again, geopolitical headlines, especially like this, can sometimes move the market. Be aware. Trump saying it looks like they'll be able to strike a Gaza deal. Fed's Barkin's also continued to be speaking more. I think maybe the most interesting thing he said so far is that the economy is continuing to move along, but he doesn't view it as strong as it was in 2022 and 2023. Back to you.
Yeah, I'm hearing those words as well. I just got some more out there at 426. I actually was trying to get out on the way down for this Tesla. I do have an offer now at 427, but we just took a 426. I canceled my 426.50 right there. A break of 427 is something that we're looking for now, but I don't like this whole talk now about how the economy, Fed's barking, all this kind of stuff. So we'll just wait. Economy continues to move along, just not as strong as in 2022 and 2023. It's fine, my guy. We're heading into 2026.
What do you want?
We don't need to look back that far here, I don't think, but sees the monthly breakdown jobs right now in the 0 to 50K range. So I don't know exactly about those ranges or anything, but here it comes right back now to the upside. So another out, we'll get something out in here, and then if it can climb higher, then let's wait to see if we have a 430 trigger in this name. So just getting more and more out here of Tesla. And just to let you know, we have 30% left. My stop is 424.50. So if we break sort of that, did I put 420, 450? Hold on a second. Yeah, so if we break that wick bottom there, that's 424.75. Let's just see. I just don't want to break out immediately if it breaks that. So let's just see if it holds that area. But for me, that's $1 worth of risk. We're $1 now in the money. So if you're thinking about something similar to that, this is the spot right now to get out for your 1-to-1 risk to reward. But again, we're just holding on to that little bit extra, right? Shout out to Adam and all the traders that have sort of helped me think about it that way, including everybody around here as well, as we talk about risk and making sure that we have the right amount of risk in the right trades and we stop out at the right spot. Like I think this NVIDIA, I've actually made more money on NVIDIA today than I did on Tesla so far. And the thing about it is because we had that out. Like when it went up, we were just getting out, and we got most of our outs are actually, luckily enough, above this level. So there's the push back in, and there's the stop out. Once it's actually stopped out 10 minutes ago when we broke through 177. So that was 177.15 out 177.985s. So that's like 30 or 40 cents worth of a hit, but we ran that to the upside at the first spot anyways. So Trump saying the economic numbers are great is what I'm hearing.
Where are you hearing?
Right there. I have Financial Juice.
Oh, that's why I don't have
but
that
it's
one.
not Financial Juice. I actually have it up by accident. So, all right, let's go back over to Adara.
Keep an eye on Boeing here, guys. Boeing apparently going to be receiving additional safety checks authorities from the FAA, or the Federal Aviation Authority. They'll start September 29th. So it looks like some additional safety check authorities are coming here for BA. Keep an eye on Boeing. Relatively strong on the day. Back to you.
Oh, Boeing's a beast.
I was just saying to Neil that, so Benzinga in my ear, we got Adara obviously checking out all the news, and then sometimes I have Financial Juice in there, but too many news, they often just talk over each other.
It's true.
And it's like I had it open for PCE just to make sure if one had it earlier than the other. So I just recommend if there is something for a news squawky service that you like, find one and
well, you know
stick
what?
with it. We're not sponsored.
Fortunately, you guys don't need to pay for a new service because Trade TV Live gives it free.
That's what it
with
is.
Adara. We all have it in our ear, but Adara is an absolute machine.
It's
with
more
it.
for, we have it for like the bang, immediately, and then we can throw it quickly to Adara.
To get the action, to get the hard story. I don't know what's happening on GameStop right now. Maybe I can always make inferences. I haven't seen a specific story. They're invested in Bitcoin, so maybe it could be that kind of a rally. But for everyone that's throwing this one in there, make sure you hit the $sign. If you put $sign and then the symbol, it just allows it to show up on the locator here. Like Webull is still far and away the leader, and you actually click on it and it gets information of the stock. But I know it's not here. Oh, it just showed up now. GameStop now moving up the list. Now 6th on the board, and it wasn't there 2 seconds ago. So big level at 27 on GameStop if it can crack. Look at the daily chart. This is actually on a real move, so it's somewhat crypto related. Nowhere near the short float that it used to be. But I don't wonder, sometimes when there's a shiny new toy, the old one isn't as good. Well, I mean, not sometimes. If you have kids, then that's always true. So I'm going to take another leg out under VWAP on Open Door, because if I see other things going and it doesn't want to go, I can wait for a better opportunity. Maybe VWAP will be a better opportunity or a deeper dip buy here on Open Door, and this ends up being more of a small move there for Open.
What happened to IBIT? Okay, so right now we are. Is that a call for Adara? No, I heard the Trump bit. I don't.
I was just gonna say there's no news on TikTok, but so I've not seen this much social media attention for this stock on X in a very long time. Like tons of posts per minute.
Really?
About what?
GameStop.
Oh, GameStop. Okay, well, so they're ramping it up right now on GameStop, which is good to see. I think yeah. I mean, if you guys are playing that game, I mean, that's what you want to hear, right? I think GameStop has to move on social media stuff, and I don't think there's anything wrong with that. It's just that's going to be some part of the catalyst there, right? So here's the catalyst right now for me on IBIT, right? We said that we like the 10,000 break. I feel like we might have hit that level properly. So 62.50 is what I'm looking at. This was another name that we had written down here. Let's see if it continues to work. We're still $1 in on that Tesla trade, but to let everybody know, we're about 28 or so % left on that trade right there. But yeah, IBIT might have found its way. So let's just wait to see. And again, it was more talking about this Bitcoin break out possibly right here on the, it doesn't matter what level you're looking at, but right here, 110. So I just thought we had based out. We got into that 108 and change area. I thought maybe 108 lower would have been a hold, not 108 proper, like 109, almost 108.8 was the low, but there's a break of 10. I think that 110, at least want to try the long in case it's there for the rest of the day. So that's something that I'm going to try out right now. We're at the highest spot here because finally, well, we just were when this broke through and got to 427.20. My net is like yo-yoing right now because we still have a little bit of a position on right now, and we could still go red on Tesla. Well, no, we can't, but we could basically give it all back. I mean, if we the most we've been able to get here was about $1.50, about $2. We do have a 428 or so fill, actually 428 exactly. We have that fill in there. So, but we're just getting out pieces on the way up. So, you know, if this does lose 420, it's a problem. But with only 30 seconds left, we do have, I'm just going to double check the number for you. We can go to Adara right now, but it's Michigan. We're looking for 55 for Adara. So let's go right now.
Be good.
We're just waiting here on our final Michigan consumer sentiment print for the month of September. 55.4 is the forecast, previous 55.4. So we're also going to be looking at the 1-year and 5-year inflation expectations. 5-year inflation expectation forecast 3.9%. 1-year inflation expectation forecast 4.8%. Now in 1 second, now we're just waiting on these numbers to drop for the University of Michigan. So sentiment print a little bit lower than expected, but not by a significant amount. 55.1 versus 55.4 there for sentiment. For the 5-year inflation, actually also lower than expected, 3.7% versus 3.9%. 1 year also lower than expected, 4.7% versus 4.8% expected. So to summarize, these numbers, we do have a little bit of a decline here, it looks like, in sentiment, but we're also seeing inflation lower going forward, which is, as you can see here, going to be generally taken pretty well by the market. Push higher here for the NASDAQ. Keep an eye on, this is INTC, Intel, but you can keep an eye on any other chip names on watch. Intel, of course, has its catalyst where CEO Lip Bhutan is trying to make deals with Taiwan Semi and Apple, but also President Trump reportedly is looking to curb these dependence on foreign-made semiconductors by doing a bit of a one-to-one manufacturing deal with regards to chips made in the U.S. Last but not least, COST on watch. This one's bounced a little bit from lows, but still to the downside despite a fairly solid report with a double EPS and sales beat. And then they also had stronger membership fees on a year-over-year basis. Before we send you back to the guys, let's take a moment to thank our friends at Origenics. Each year, 3.8 million concussions are reported in the U.S. There's still no FDA-approved treatment. NYSE-listed Origenics is changing that with its first-in-class intranasal drug designed for rapid brain access. With the concussion treatment market projected to reach $8.9 billion by 2027, Origenics, OGEN, is uniquely positioned to lead the way. Learn more. Schedule a meeting today. Be sure to like, subscribe. Back to you.
All right.
Hi-ho silver. Not
Ooh.
something you will ever hear. Well, you have never heard on the show. I can't say you'll never hear it again because silver's on a breakout, which means you might have to hear it way too many times because I don't have any other lines for silver, but it's breaking out. You know gold is good, has been good, but the silver daily looks pretty darn good as well. The monthly chart is absolutely fantastic. And this, I just love the structure. I'm throwing out AMD for the temporarily because I'm not seeing anything I like on AMD yet. If there's no trade there that I like, then what are you going to do, stare at the chart all day? So silver breaking out prior day high, and even a dip into VWAP holds the prior day high. I'm not taking the breakout, but I want the next available dip. This has just been what's this chart doing? Get rid of that. And there's probably another one there, and then another one there. But on the daily chart, it's absolutely gorgeous. Like, it's just straight shot to the upside, a couple of stair steps down, but the consolidation, break. Dip into prior high, break. Dip into prior open range, breakout. So I'm going to play buy some dips here in silver. Just looking for this trend continuation. Going to pop myself at VWAP. So this is SLV on the Amex, everybody. I think maybe once during COVID, this might have got traded once, if even that.
I've traded a little bit, but you're right. It's not.
Well, it wasn't by me. Somebody did trade this on the show. It wasn't me.
Yeah, it was probably was I then. Yeah. So
I remember back in COVID, I think.
Great look. Yeah, I mean, I trade the FXIs and all that of the world as well, but it's just an ETF that we sometimes will look at for China. All right, so yeah, look, right before that number came out, we got a couple outs here at 427. Then we just got a bump up to 428, so we take that out as well. Then we break a little bit lower now on Tesla, so we take some more out at 427, breaking lower. And now we're starting to head a little lower now in the market. So here we go. This could break and we're out if it does do that right now at 424.50 on Tesla. Yeah, I almost was thinking about getting some more out right now just to see. Okay, let me take a piece out here in the teens. Okay, we just got 17 there. We're back to flat on the stock now again. I don't know, right? This doesn't look very good. I mean, we now spent time underneath VWAP. I always like to look at a trade and say, if I wasn't in, I'm gonna get some more out right now. If I wasn't in the trade, would I like this trade? And yeah, I'm having a hard time saying yes to this right now on Tesla. Just another rejection. That's a much better short. So congratulations, my cap gets tipped to you guys right there. Props up, because that short looks much better right now than this long. So I'm going to try to piece my way out of this right now. And if it goes back up, thankfully right now we're at about 15% left, maybe a little bit less than that on this name. So perfect. It will be a positive name, but we'll make roughly the same now on this that we did on NVIDIA because of these outs. So two ideas, both equally netted out. And yeah, it looks like the market may be on its way back southbound, which could get me long Intel. Intel, look on here.
It's still cold.
Yeah, I was going to say it was 34. I may have to switch that to 34.50. And there goes Tesla right now. So I don't want to say it's a plane crash or anything like that, but here it comes in. There goes Tesla. I was calling it a good call. We were able to get out there, so I feel pretty obviously satisfied with what we wound up doing there, because as I look over, positive on Tesla, positive on NVIDIA, 2 for 2 for today's trade, but it's too bad. We could have sniffed that out a little bit better at VWAP, so my bad a little bit on that one. I think we could have done a bit better.
Yeah, but you can do what you can. I'm thinking exactly the same thing about Open Door right now. Open Door, it's gone to VWAP, but it's the same sort of pattern. It's not... Tesla broke after the open, but it's the same idea. Like, it broke out and has been stair-stepping down. So even if you get the low, if it's stair-stepping down, eventually you're just not right anymore. I did reload it one last time, and I'll see if I can get some more in front of VWAP. But this is stair-stepping down. There's no point fighting it. If you're looking at the overall market, I mean, I would assume most traders are going to be looking at the overall market. All we've had is rinse the top, rinse VWAP. So it's still holding a somewhat structure to the upside. I don't want to give up on the longs, but got to have some ideas for the other direction here. One of them, I'm looking at Palantir. Palantir never went to 184, so what are you supposed to do? It didn't get anywhere close. But support in the afternoon was right down here, and it was a crazy wick bottom on Palantir at 177.5. That's going to give you VWAP. So I think this could be the trend down on pops that I look out for. And Daniel's saying I missed out on Oklo. It's hard to miss out on a stock if it wasn't part of your plan. That being said, OKLO, Oklo, whichever one we're supposed to call it, still very much, it seems, in this dip phase. This is now the third day. It's not as bad as the last 2 days, but it's now 6% to the downside, and looks like it's just headed right back into that $100 level. We did say 100 is the place I would look for some kind of a reversion bounce. It'll be SSR today. Right, so short sell restricted means the uptick rule is in effect on Oklo. If you're trying to hit the bid to go short, you need the last print to be green. Sometimes it makes for good bounces. And if I see $100 on this, I'll look for that little bounce play off the $100 level. So the only thing I am bidding silver at VWAP, but it now all of a sudden doesn't want to get there, and we're still in some Open Door as the market starting to give it up a little bit. It might just be Palantir that I'm looking at for a potential short.
All right,
I guess it wasn't part of the original plan.
No, I mean, the original plan's out the window now as the market gave everything back right down into PCE. So we should have kept thinking the same way, which was dead red. We've been dead red all week in the market and right on that. So today it looks like maybe we're getting that again. Okay, man, new position which is why we hit that. We're now into Webull. And again, these are two positions that we have on our plan. Not Marvell, but Webull and Tesla are two trades that we had. So there's Webull, just fell back into 1450. We said we would try to give it a look around yesterday's close, which is right here. And then I'm going to not leave this too far below this 1445. My stop on this is breaking through here, 1445. So I think it's worth a little bit of a chance. That's Webull to get back there to the upside. So we'll give that we'll give it room. That's it, and not too much room, right? So we're long at 60s. Our stop is about that 15 cents. So if it can come back up to the upside, we'll see if we can take advantage of that kind of a move. And then another new position. Marvell's just been on one this week. They got the share buyback. There was some sort of a talk about it at the JP Morgan conference. So I like the stock. I think we're getting a good opportunity right now. It's 10 cents in the money. My offer is in the is right here, 82.50. So if we can get that, we almost did get it right there. We'll take out just a little bit, like 5%, and then hopefully we can get back up and into the 200, into the 50, and then we'll see if Marvell can get back up to 83.50 or so and give us something there, because I don't really want to stop out until we break like 81.80 to this downside. So we'll reload this a little bit more, or we'll get more. We'll dollar cost average down to $82, and then hopefully that will print out. But we're not risking what we've done already on NVIDIA and on Webull. So hopefully we can get some, what we made on NVIDIA and on Tesla back in on Webull right now. But the market's making that dive, Neil. So I don't know.
But Intel's holding up pretty decently.
That's what I was going to say. Do we want to go short, or do we want to look for names that are strong with dip buy opportunities? So there's two sort of thoughts there.
Intel's holding 35 pretty decently, but I know it's holding 35, but it's underneath the volume weighted average price. So I'm not loving it as much. Oh no, silver just broke the high instead of dip buying? Well, I guess, look, silver is not going to necessarily care if the market's going down, right? So this could be, it works both ways. Like sometimes you'll have gold and silver going up with the market, but you can still tank and have this one go. Well, if we're not getting the dip into VWAP, the only way to join the trend, the only way I like to join the trend is literally to buy the trend line. If I would short something breaking a trend line, then I can go long in front of the trend line and get out where I would normally short. So that's going to be the plan to get into silver, I think. So if it loses, call it 35. Just going to get myself a stop order in there. And once this closes above the trend line, I'm going to go, it's a breakout in SLV.
What?
I'm just going to go for the breakout trade here on silver.
Yeah, I've still got that IBIT breakout trade happening, but what am I even doing?
Might be close.
I said I would get out of Tesla and then go long at the posted prices that we had. So we said between 422 to 423, right, is the long there for Tesla. All right, so I was just like, let me just go back and see. And look, this may still fall in, but they just bounced off of 422. It's clean up to 425, $3 right there. So I'm going to try it again. I know the market's bleeding here. I'm going to try to buy some 423s. And then if we get a chance to buy that 422, we'll do that as well. And then if it breaks back below 422, then we will be out of that stock, okay? So want to give it a little bit of a go here just to see, but the market is coming back in. Webull got as high as 70s there. Maybe we should take that if it comes again, that 10 cents. So let's see if Webull can get back to the upside there. I was actually waiting at 77, so we'll see now at 70. And here comes Marvell. We're still waiting for that bid right here. So 82 flat is what we're bidding right now for Marvell to see if we can get a little bit more in on that one, and then potentially buying some Tesla down here as well. So just a couple of ideas that we're working with. Marvell just kind of bounced off of 82. It went to 82.04. We were at 82 flat, so missed opportunity there, or else we would have had a much better price. But here comes Tesla. Let's give it some work here down into 423.
Yeah, 423. That 420 could come into play. I do like that level. I don't want it to get there, but do like the level. I just got one more VWAP. It just is the same pattern on open door. It bounces a low and it gets to the volume weighted average price. And so it held the low again, so I grabbed it.
Rob is really stepping the game up over
Christmas
here.
cup? That's
yeah, look at this.
So yeah, it's only reloaded.
Christmas is, I don't know if you did this on purpose.
Oh, you got
3
Christmas.
months
I didn't get that.
Today, so this is 3 months to your birthday.
Yes.
And just under 3 months till Christmas. All right.
Oh shoot, it is the 26th.
Yesterday,
I got tasty coffee.
Yeah, yesterday Marissa was sitting there and she goes, you know, it's only 3 months till Christmas. I'm like, oh, great. So yeah, my kids already have their plan of action right here. But there it is, man. It's $1 in now, at least on Tesla. So nice play there to the upside. I'm at 4. There we go. Let's go. Right now. All right, man. We back with a vengeance, baby. So there goes Tesla. We bought the dip. So we bought 424.50s. That's where we're long right now, $1 in on that one. We just got it at 10%. Let's get out of another piece here because the market is downside. So, you know, it celebrates, whatever. We're just having some fun there. If $1 is good enough for you, man, take it. I just wonder if the market's going to bounce. And it looks like we made a mistake there. We should have probably got out of a little bit more
the bids
than what we did. Trump's saying if the government shuts down, we shut down. down. So I don't know. That's not
on that. I don't know if that's a headline, but there goes open door.
Yeah.
So we've been buying the dip off of this support level, but the second it broke, I'm out. Very quickly. I mean, silver's holding up, so at least I think. And the thing about silver is it obviously, like I was saying earlier, like it could easily still trend up even in a weak market. So with the breakout and then playing it with the trend line, as long as it holds the trend, then I'm good to go on silver and hold that high. But Palantir was, I think, a missed opportunity. It got to VWAP, but that was, I was looking at it for the short after it hit the volume weighted average price. It's continuing to go down. There's likely to be some kind of pop as we get into overnight lows on the NASDAQ. At least I would suspect. You could have some buyers at the overnight lows. If that happens, look to short pops and weak stocks is the way that I'm going to go here. So out of open door, maybe one time too many on the reloads. I feel like that's always the case. And silver, the only thing I'm in, because Intel, while holding up, Intel has lots of good news for it in the last week. It's holding up, just not doing much. It was able to get 80s into VWAP, which was 35.15, but that's like a 30-cent move. Intel's been moving a heck of a lot more than that recently. So you can expect some more volatility with Intel, but it's not looking great, despite the fact that some higher lows. If it's going to hold under VWAP, I think you'll wait for a better dip if you like the long, or allow it to show me some more strength before getting back into Intel. Man, this market is giving it up quickly, and I see a lot of people still talking about Oklo. I know this is a meme-ish stock and really popular, but as we've been saying, unfortunately, like the bleed is really on here. Just watch out for that low of yesterday. I'm still looking for some kind of a SSR bounce play on this. If it's not 100, the only other place to look would be yesterday's low. So be patient with long is the best way to think about it. But I also do not want to short anything at low of day. Not a fan of shorting at the low of the day, and you'll hear a lot of day traders say that. You better really like it if you're shorting when the market's at the low of the day.
Yeah, I mean, I don't mind doing it if there's some juice to it, but I don't know. Yeah, for today, it doesn't.
Individual stock is fine, but to me, it's like if the market's at the low and you're putting on a short, like you might as well just bet on an individual stock. You might as well just bet on the market going down at that point.
Yeah. That's why. Yeah, I think pushing the low can be very, very profitable, but we got to wait for the right opportunities to do that. But we just got a nice little trade there for Tesla again. So we're emptying the clip, man, on this. Like we just got a 423. That's the price that we wrote down. So that's another $1 here on another reload. So even though Tesla's not even really moving that much right now, we're just putting dollars right now back in. We're at the highest spot we've been at all damn day. So we're pretty happy about that. As here it goes, man. Here goes Webull. Just joking. It's not really going, but we'll wait to see if it does go. Webull, nice upside surprise here. Let me offer some 72s, see if we can get that. But I do want to make sure that there we go, we got it. I do want to massage out a little bit of Tesla. We just got a 424.50 fill. I'm going to try to 424 fill again to the upside because there we go. Did we just get that? Yes, we did right there. So there's our out there. Again, $1. Now it's going even higher. This is the highest we've ever gotten out on this last move. So let's do it again. We'll punch a little bit lower. There it is. Now we're at our daily goal, but that doesn't mean that we're just going to stay. That should have been the props up one there. Props up there on Tesla and trying to get that going. 10 cents in the money on Webull, a couple outs there. And Marvell, we're out of the money 7 cents. And we just got a fill there on Webull, on Marvell as well at 25. So not bad. Let's see if this market has some giddy up back in it. And that would be nice if so. Neil, about crypto.
Ooh, well, it's not just crypto, but it is certainly a big opportunity for anyone looking into crypto and trading Bitcoin, because in 14 years, there's been zero hacks and no excuses. BTCC.com delivers when others don't. The ability to trade Bitcoin leveraged up to 500 times. You can trade Tesla, you can trade gold, you can trade Forex, and with smart copy trading, you don't just watch the pros, you trade like them. Regulated in the US, Canada, and Europe, and trusted by 6.8 million traders. And we got an exclusive at Trader TV Live. Scan the QR code or click the link in the description box for a 15% deposit bonus. BTCC.com, where the pros trade, and now so can you. So shout out to them for sure. So come on, Open's trying to go again. Silver's making its move, but it's Intel that I want to get back into, as it's pulling right back into where we got it before at that 34.80. So looking for a bit of a trend break here on Intel, and when it does, we're going to pop into that long. As far as Palantir goes for the short, it's nowhere near 177.5. It's like $1.30 away from VWAP. 177 was prior support. So I want to short a pop in this name. It's the only one I'm looking at for a short because of the rejection yesterday at 184 bucks. Like sellers in control there, and we've had follow through underneath on Palantir before. So looking to short the pop here on Palantir instead of the low of the day. I'm trying not to short the low of the day. Want to be back in here into that 77 level. And let us know what else you guys are watching here. I mean, I keep seeing the same names on the locator, or the visualizer, I should say. Like it's Webull. A new one happens to be CoreWeave, which we haven't looked at. I'm going to guess that's probably down CoreWeave. Yeah, CoreWeave down and at the lows. What else is new?
The market might lose a lot here. I don't know.
CoreWeave's candle yesterday stunk to all high heaven because they got the $6.5 billion OpenAI deal announced, and it went from red to green 5% to giving up the entirety of the move. Like that's not, when you do that on positive news, it's like it stands out a little bit more. So not a very good looking candle on Core. Like if I owned CoreWeave, I would have been selling some yesterday, but I don't. So that kind of is what it is.
Yeah, I think you're right. I think there is some topping tail candles on many different stocks. I mean, we saw one potentially on Uber. I'm starting to get out some more Marvell right here. It just tried to go to 40. We'll take another 27 there, whatever it was, and get some more out there on Marvell. Trying to hold on to Tesla. We just got some more out as well for that dollar. It's bouncing around 424. I don't know what to tell you guys. I'm also at 424, basically 425 to get out of 30% of what we have left. So we'll see if that can happen. I think Uber might have been one that topped heavy. Again, at that $100 mark. Now it's down a little bit again. So Uber, just looking at what we're talking about here, Uber has a tendency to do this. It kind of just like tries to play around the top and then eventually thinks about breaking it. You know, we can zoom all the way back, and it was just taking out levels and holding this 50-period moving average, right? Like this was at one point the high 80s. We did take it out, came back in, and dramatically went down back there at the beginning of the year. So we'll just wait to see what Uber wants to do now. But I was wondering about that topping tail right there at 102.2. So yeah, Uber right now, good, looks great on the chart, but another name that if you're in, you may want to think about, I don't know, just getting a little bit out if you're nervous about some of this market pulling back in. I'm actually going to look at my Uber position and see, what exactly we have in on Uber right now, because that's not a horrible spot. I'm trying to get a little bit more out here on Webull. I thought I was at 68. No, I'm at 69. Okay. So hopefully that will come. We just went to 68. So those are our best outs, man. 70 and then 72 on this name. And like I said, Marvell just dancing around, hoping that this can actually do something for us here, bouncing off this 82 low. But that looks like a good base for me. And I don't ever have a problem if we lose on stocks and setups that are there for us. So that's the big thing for me, I think, is that I want to put my money in smartly and not let emotions, signal what to do. So I think that this 82 makes a lot of sense right there. If it breaks down and I wind up losing on it, that is completely fine. This is a shot willing to take. And just like here, I'm going to throw it to Neil in a second. I'm going to punch out again at 83s there. Oh, I missed it. So I tried to punch out at 83 and missed right there. So I have an offer right now at 423.83. There it goes. We just got filled on Tesla. So good out there as it tries to rip back to the high side. But that's basically all that I'm doing right now, trying to massage some of these positions. It's 10:22 already, actually. So the day is getting long here a little bit. Hour open now for the market.
I think we're going to go to just very quickly. I was just in on a trend break in Intel, and the second it got up and broke the trend, I got filled on the way back and insta-stopped at the prior bar. Like in and out very quickly. So first, that dip buy was good, but the second, not so much. And we'll go to Dara in a second. Silver is still making it. Gold and silver are both going, but this is it's like a slow grind to the upside on silver. So I took the breakout, and I'm just going to give it, I'm just kind of looking to ride this trend line. So broke the high and held the trend line. I tried to buy the dip into the trend line. If it breaks 41.5, I'll buy the dip again on trend, and I'll get out if it breaks this trend line. With the market looking weak, you're getting some metals being strong, silver and gold. Let's go to Adara.
Here's our small cap recap. I want to start with Data Vault, which is a great look. This one actually, as you can see, has had some strength throughout the week. It rallied earlier this week, especially here on Thursday, but securing a $150 million strategic investment from Skylex Holdings Company to build a supercomputer and launch some independent data exchanges in the U.S. DVLT is the ticker for this one. This is DVLT Data Vault. Now we're going to take a look at GRRR. This is Gorilla Technology Group. GRRR, no new catalyst in this one today. It is one that has rallied in the past, much like DVLT. And with GRRR, you do have about a 16% short float, I believe. And last but not least, CRNX. This one also with a short float in the double digits, low double digits. Trading higher after receiving FDA approval for its Palsonify. Both Baird and JMP Securities raising their respective price targets on the stock. Now, CRNX has about a $4 billion market cap, so it is a slightly larger small cap play, but it does have, it's in the Russell 2000, so still a smaller cap play here. CRNX, back to you. And thank our friends at Trade the Pool. Did you know that instead of risking your own money, you can now trade with someone else's capital? No more fear of losing, no more moving your stop loss too soon, and you actually get enough capital to make it worth your time, so you can aim for big profits and not just a couple of $100 a month. This is the revolution called limited risk trading. It's powered by Trade the Pool. Here's how it works. Join Trade the Pool, hit the profit goal, keep 70% of the profits, and visit tradethepool.com or scan the QR code now for 10% off. Back to you.
Trade the Pool, our good friends. We're going to have Money Mitch.
Yes, we
and
are.
Co. in
Oh, wait a minute.
just a couple
Weeble's
weeks.
almost out. Weeble's making the move down right now, so I just want to talk about it because this is our last kind of a go right here for Weeble. If it does take down, Weeble. If it does take down this 40, we'll get out. We do have some outs up top, but there it is. We will have a negative. Our day is completely fine, but just to let you know, we do take the L there on Weeble as that is falling a little bit lower, as is the whole market trying to break lower. Marvell's actually still hovering around here, so let's take it out a little bit more on Marvell if we can. Right there, we'll offer some 24s and see, there we go, we get run over, or 25s. Get out a little bit more there, but the market is now making new lows on the day, and this is helping out Tesla make new lows as well, back into 422. So there we go. If we lose this, we're out. This was our last sort of level right there of concern, and obviously we don't want to sit there and get run over, so we'll just punch out. We're long at 422.60s right now, so no real worries, but again, we never like to put some L's on the board, so we'll take something out there at 50 as it is bleeding just a little bit here. We don't want to give everything back up right there.
I just heard something about Sydney Sweeney, but I didn't catch.
I don't know what something about Hey Dudes. I don't even know what that is. Is that a podcast?
I don't know what that is.
Crocs. She had a Crocs partnership previously. It rallied when that was first announced. She's doing another Crocs campaign.
Okay. So Crocs does that little Okay, even after that news, Crocs, see that big volume spike on Crocs? It's still done less than 1 million shares, despite the volume spike, and that's the Sydney Sweeney effect, apparently, that you already had a deal, but maybe more going on there. We'll keep an eye on that one. SLV still looking okay. Palantir just never gave. If you're going to short pops, unfortunately, you actually have to have pops to short.
Yes.
And
there goes Tesla.
Wow. Yeah, so it doesn't get anywhere near the volume weighted average price, continuing to go down. I'm looking over at what's going on with GLD here. And so it's going. Obviously, the silver ETF is $40, and this is like $340, so you have to play everything sort of in that comparison. But with the market going down, I am seeing gold run. Silver is still on the very slow grind higher. I didn't get the last available
We'll try Tesla one more time.
Right, so I'm going to get back on the trend dip because the old one's not any good. But as long as this continues to hold trend, I think I'm going to be fine. Just not really moving all that quickly. It's just the way this market's pulling back here. Yeah, Intel's about to lose the bid. Got quickly in and out, close to flat as that tried to hold. Now you're right back filling in the gap on Intel. We'll go back to brass tacks. It's wait for it to fill in the gap and then take a trend break if you're looking long, because everything else is just trend down at this moment. ETH is headed lower.
You got to flip to short, I guess.
Yeah, ETH is, if it's under VWAP, then okay. ETH just broke the volume weighted average price. I actually had written on my note 3040 on ETH. It didn't get there, but it's breaking trend. It's under VWAP. I'm not getting Palantir. Obviously, it's under 4,000, obviously, but I can short this one under VWAP and just give it a little bit. Not a ton of room, because that's only about 15 pennies, but it's a $30 stock. As the market is now decidedly red.
Oh, yuck. Yeah, no, not a great day here for the market, that's for sure, as many names now coming back out into the downside again here. So we'll take, I'm trying to think about 421 now. We did get stopped out when it broke through 422. We just did have 50 cents. And I didn't even offer it. It went to 422 almost there to the dollar, or to the penny. So we're going to offer out just in front of it, see if we can catch like 50 cents back end right here, backside for this Tesla trade, right? So here it comes. There it is. Okay. So hopefully this goes up to the upside. It sounds like ByteDance and TikTok, we're going to figure that out today. I think we saw yesterday on the after
not
show.
helping Oracle.
Him actually signed. Yeah, it's, but ByteDance is still going to own at least, probably at least 50%. Or so of the deal there. Okay, here we go, man. Now we're back into the money. Another dollar here on our good friend, Tesla. It's been our best friend today. As there it goes. Yes, man. Thankfully, a move back to the upside. This is now, this is now trying to make some moves. So 425 maybe. Let's just see if that is close to the bottom. Our Marvell comes out right where we sort of wanted it to at 80s, but obviously as we look back now, it is getting much, much better back up to the upside. So we'll fail on that one and miss out on that. Where's my fail? And then we're going to go to Adara because we basically nailed the bottom again, like by 3 cents or about 10 cents actually. But there goes Marvell back up to the upside. Look, man, we're almost $2 now in the money on this reload for my friend Tesla. So hopefully that can get back there to the upside. Adara, you got some news for us?
Yeah, just with regards to the ByteDance receiving roughly 50% of TikTok U.S. profit as part of the Trump agreement. Keep an eye on ORCL. Oracle was one of the companies that was heavily reported to be a part of this deal. And we did have President Donald Trump mention Oracle's involvement in the deal yesterday as well. Michael Dell was also floated around by Trump, saying that he was a member of or part of this deal. Dell moving a little bit lower, but not to the same extent as Oracle. Again, ByteDance reportedly set to receive roughly 50% of the profit made from TikTok US, which is the spun-off version of TikTok, under this deal made with U.S. President Donald Trump. Back to you.
Okay. Well, it's not, like I said, it's not helping Oracle at all, unfortunately. And I think so much of everyone knew the deal was going to be coming. And I think Oracle's trading too much on those ridiculous is the wrong word, on those surprising guidance numbers that they recently had. So I'm back into Intel. It made another bottom here at 34.6, and we'll see if it can't get to the volume weighted average price one more time here. So Intel still pretty strong. I mean, this is one of the strongest chip names out there the last couple of days, but that's not a real wick. That's a bad wick, that 38. Just want to show you guys. Like I have this wick on the chart, so the daily chart's going to be skewed. 36 is the effective high in the pre-market. But this is just, it's a breakout trade in every way, regardless of what you think about the Apple potential investment or the government actual investment. Great bottom pick there, I'll tell you that much. Certainly looking good. And then in the news today that they're considering more tariffs on chip makers if you're not producing, I think 1-to-1 for every chip that gets fabricated and made outside of the U.S., one needs to be made in the U.S. So it's trying to bounce into VWAP. It failed VWAP the last time, although a little bit above. So we'll play it back in, make sure we take profit. The market's been weak. If you get pops, make sure you get some fills on the way to the upside, the way this market's been going. Let's go back over to Adara. Silver's still doing that same slight move. ETH, pretty much where I got in, it's the same price as crypto is pulling back. Let's go back to Adara.
There's some more headlines on Boeing and the FAA. I'm going to look more into this, but I just want to let you guys know this is currently happening. Again, starting September 29th, 2025, the FAA, or the Federal Aviation Authority, will begin to allow limited delegation to Boeing for issuing airworthiness certificates on certain 737 MAX and 787 planes. That'll start again on Monday. So apparently FAA is going to be allowing a limited delegation to Boeing to issue these airworthiness certificates on certain planes. Back to you.
Boeing is in the verge. Like, it wants it. Like, I'm a believer that Boeing might have found a temporary bottom in here. And I'll say that as somebody who thought the temporary bottom was going to be lower. But it's holding it's not 5% like it was before, but the market's been pulling back pretty heavily. What it did do, when you're looking for a dip, did it play off the prior high? 100% it did. So it bounced off the prior highs. I thought maybe closer to 218, so I'm not in it. But yeah, Boeing's on one. I think if you're looking to buy this stock or looking to buy the dip, or this is a trend break and a stock that has been begging to break out the top. And you look at the 52-week high and understand that there's plenty of room above it. It's clear skies, I guess is one way that you could put it, for Boeing if it can get back to these highs. I don't think you wait till that. I might pick some up at lunchtime and just admit that the stink bid is not going to fill. And I want to build back into a position on it. So it used to be a pretty decent size holding for non-tech for myself. Like it was at one point it was top 3. And then that changed a few years ago. Want to get it back up there.
All right, yeah. I mean, I think we all like a little bit of.
It's a duopoly, and there was a point that gets made, and I'm not saying this isn't true, but about their backlog and how long the backlog is for any orders that Boeing does. There's only them and Airbus. Yes, there's his 12 years. Boeing's is 12 years. It's 10 years for Airbus.
Right.
So they both have big backlogs just because that's the nature of the business. It's not as if they're like, it's worse, but it's not like uniquely horrible or anything like that, the backlog that Boeing has. So anyways, I know it's a criticism that gets thrown out about them. It's true. I think it's a little unfair because you have to compare apples to apples.
All right.
Ooh?
TikTok, was that what it was?
I just heard another TikTok headline, but it's a little quiet in my ear. I think it's the same one that Adair. We're getting some TikTok headlines, but it's all the same stuff over and over again. And it's not, like I said, it's not moving Oracle or anything that we're going to actively trade, unfortunately. But I do want to go back over because Nate Sr., what up, Nate? Nate Dog. Game Stonk, otherwise known as Jimmy. I've been told you can sometimes say Jimmy. And then, of course, there's Amy, which would be AMC. That's back above VWAP. So big trend up. We never saw a news story for this as to why, but a lot of social media mentions, which sometimes that's enough for a former or active squeeze name. Here, it's not moving much. I literally pulled this up, and I've seen no actual prints on a lit book come off my time in sales. I will show my time in sales. All dark. This is one for 10 shares. So it's really not doing much of anything here. So you want, to me, if I'm trading a stock like this, or you want to trade it, I should see this on my time and sales going absolutely ham, which is not the case. Still, I'm in ETH, shorted it right in here as it was breaking down, have stop over VWAP, have a bid here at 1-to-1. It's just sort of sitting in the range. Like I think if this is going to hold like trend down, then get out some here in front of 29.6, try to get out some in front of the low of the day. And ETH underneath 4,000, I think is a bit of a short. And I think it can go down even if the market catches a bit of a bid. That's the way I want to play it. Like if the market bounces, I want something that doesn't have to bounce with it.
Yeah, we're now 350 in the money right now, so we're pretty, pleased, needless to say, with the performance here in the Tesla machine that continues to go higher right now. 425s now. We're long at 421.50. I mean, my number one trade idea today was this Tesla trade, right? And it was just sitting here 422 to 423 long. Obviously, if being at 425 is real nice, but we did take a hit on that trade right there when we tried to protect 422 for sure. But I wanted to stay with it. It's not that we definitely found a bottom or anything like that. With this market, that was a pretty aggressive whoosh down there. So I don't expect Tesla to hold, when that happens. And these are just levels that we pick based on, me going through some of them and looking at them and whatever. So I'm going to take it out again right here at 422, 425, 22s. And now just wait, man. Now it's $4 and going higher. Maybe this will be that special day that we're waiting for on Tesla today, because if we can get it back to VWAP, then oh boy, will that be a trade. So I'm going to put that in right now. 426.85. We'll see if we can get out of a third of what we have left. But we only have about 25% left now anyways. I mean, it's a $4 winner is a $4 winner. So we'll put that in our pipe and smoke that thing. But we did lose on Marvell, so we got to go fail on that one. And we do lose on Webull, so we'll go fail on that one. But we've lost only a third of what we made on Tesla in each of those names. So that still leaves us just 1/3. So that's good. And then another third or so on NVIDIA that we've made today as well, even though we did lose the bottom on NVIDIA. But we took this trade real early. That's risky. So that was only half a unit. Wish it was a little bit more. more on that when that play was happening. But there it goes. Now 425.50 for Tesla. So that is trying to go. SMR flashing on my screen right now. So let me find out. I don't know why that was. Yeah, right there. So back up there to the 200 period moving average. So you can see it. JP Morgan flashing, SMR flashing, Netflix, Roblox, Google. So we have scanners that everyone has scanners, I think, that trades, especially the way we do, and just to see what's popping off. So right there, SMR taking out the 200 and going higher. So that's a scanner that I have set. We're now at the daily high again. So it took a minute to get back here because we did take that L. Oh boy, now it's 450 in the money now on Tesla. I'm going to cancel and just take an offer right here at 35s if we can get that, because that's a big move. And did we just get it? Yes, we did. So a nice move right there for Tesla. Hit those sirens, guys. It's a big one happening here. So far so good. But there it goes, man. Nice move higher there for Tesla. 450 in the money. Yeah, you're right there, Bonkzilla. Crisis averted right there. It wasn't a crisis, but we gave back some of our day there, but now we got it right back, obviously, as we continue to push this long. At the high of the day for myself, so there it goes. That was good, man. Like I said, sometimes it's one stock, sometimes it's multiple stocks, but today it's Tesla that's really holding it for me as well. Neil's got Intel, which I'm sure.
Well, it's still. I mean, I think
moving.
with Tesla was the best one for me as well. It just never really got to 420. The breakout early was fine, but I might have missed a super chat.
Okay,
but I didn't forget this level on Ford, Vaughn Clark, Ford. That's it. Just $F and Ford.
Yep.
Ford is the $12 level on Ford.
That dog will hunt.
You know this is a biggie, right? Like, it's been holding here for like a couple of months now, since literally July 1st. This is a massive top here on Ford. I expect there to be a few mil on that offer. That's just how the market works. It's going to be a big, thick offer. I said I'd take the break whenever it did happen, so it's above 1190. I'll take a shot at it. I don't know how much I absolutely love it when it's going parabolic. I'd rather usually do it early and then you have some room. But that's too big of a level on the daily to completely ignore. We're going to go to Dara in just a second for sector watch. Like Intel, we've been basing out essentially just kind of going long at the same pop level, getting 34.7 the first time, 34.8 we just grabbed, and it's now breaking through 35. Still nothing above the volume weighted average price to get us out, but I like a breakout on Intel still. So I will take a break at 35.6 if it gets there, and I will take longs over VWAP if it holds above VWAP. But for now, it's only been the scalp dip buy all morning long. Hasn't been a misstep on it yet. And then just going back over to SLV, as I said, this is just very slowly grinding higher on trend. So buy the dip in front of trend, takes them out. When it breaks out the new high, buy the dip in front of trend and takes them out. So I'm going to do that until it breaks the trend. And with any luck, silver will just kind of continue to grind higher. The way it's been doing for a while here is we'll go to Adara, see what other sectors might be moving well for you.
Yeah, it's interesting here. Other than tech, we have a really green board for the most part. Finance strong, health technology strong. Now, this sector maybe was viewed a bit negatively heading into the session because we do have these comments coming from President Donald Trump about 100% tariffs on pharma. But the catch or the caveat with that, however you put that, is that if you are manufacturing in the U.S. or trying to build a manufacturing product plant in the U.S., then you're good on those tariffs. A lot of these companies already are, which is why a lot of them are up today. Consumer durables looking really good, led by Tesla, which has dropped quite a bit from its high of day, but it's still green. Energy minerals green, utilities green, retail trade with the exception of Costco on day one earnings is green. Communications and industrial services looking good as well. Now let's talk about tech, which is undoubtedly the elephant in the room here, especially when you consider all of the strength in other names. Boeing and Intel trying to hold things up here in electronic technology, but Broadcom, Apple, and Nvidia, the three largest names in this group by market cap, are trading lower. Technology services a little bit more balanced. Apple loving up 3%. This one got a street high price target of $810 this morning, and they are to the upside along with IBM, ACN, and Google, but then Oracle, Palantir, Meta dragging it down a bit. So tech is struggling to keep things to the upside, but the rest of the market is more than willing to help it out. Back to you.
I went, you're going to be...
I didn't see anything over 1% on that board.
There's something I ran into Sharif in the lunchroom there. I was looking for something to have before going swimming, but there's nothing left. So I picked up, and they're not great to eat on air. There's pieces of carrots.
Nothing wrong with
so Anyways.
Chicken wings.
Okay, Neil, it's not what's for lunch yet, but yeah, you're right. So I took some carrots
Yeah,
from what's for lunch. So you're going to see that right now. We know what's for lunch, man. We're just, we're eating up Tesla right now. I'm about to tweet it out. Monster today for Tesla. Now $6 now in the money on Tesla. We've taken about $10 in total on Tesla today. So we can do the math and figure out that it's been a pretty good day. But there goes Tesla right now. We said this would be a special day if it got to 427. It's at 427.50. So good day so far right there off that 421 dip by opportunity. Came right into our levels, man. We wrote down 423 to 422. Came right into there. We went yes, no. We lost it. Then we just bought it back with smaller risk down there. Nice upside play. We actually put on a decent amount of shares there. So there goes Tesla right now. And I'm just really over the moon because yesterday we had a big rally back in Micron, which was our number one idea as well. And there's our Tesla with our number one idea. Now we did have Webull written down there at 1450. We do have the Intel long, but again, nice trade by Neil, but just didn't come in low enough. Plus I was focused on Tesla. So and then there's IBIT did not break 10,000 yet. So if it does, IBIT going the other way right now. Wow, crypto getting spanky today again. We'll have to look at Ethereum. So that's not great.
They kind of do their own.
Right there, but there goes. I'm gonna take another opportunity to get another piece out here if we can, just ahead of 50s on Tesla, because why not? Just to try to get a little bit more out. But yeah, there it goes. The number one trade idea. And I think what I was going to say about what I liked what Neil's been saying lately is, someone said, oh, you guys missed Oklo, but you can only grab enough things that you're looking at. And that's why, like with Tesla, it was my number one idea. And I like the story. We've been looking at Tesla for a while. I like the levels that it came into. So I didn't want to, look anywhere else, and just made my whole day right there and more on Tesla, like to the point where, that's it. The goal is made, and you can go now and go enjoy your Friday. So there's always going to be opportunities missed, all over the board. It's just trade your book and be comfortable with what you're doing. And that way, when there is an opportunity that you see fit, you're able to take it, right? And so and that's why our crowd and the traders that watch with us here, our audience, is so important. Because you guys will be in here telling us they're at BIAF halt up. So we're trying to get another piece out right here on Tesla, by the way. But see, so here's another good look, right? Somebody in our chat, or multiple people in our chat here, looking at BIAF, and it's a great opportunity today to get involved with that. So there it goes, BIAF. We talked about it on the first halt. That happened almost right away, I thought, during the market open. I don't know, like Neil had that problem with halts the other day, and I don't really see where it halted again here, but maybe right there.
It's there, it's hard to see.
Yeah, okay, so, 9:30, my bad. I was looking at this as being 9:30, right. So right there when it opened up, there's the halt. The best place to look, I find, for our halt screeners anyways, our charts is where there's no volume. So
we have a built-in halt scanner.
Right.
If you're at Real Trading, which I can just quickly show you.
Probably should have promoted that.
You literally can just have a halt scanner, which I try to always have up, and sometimes I forget. But it is pretty useful because it'll tell you the time that it halted and then the on-halt time as well. We did get some super chats that I want to get to, and I'm sorry for missing this one, Vinu, on CNXC, and I'll get to that. But I did cover Intel Intel at the high, so I'm out looking for the next available dip. But let's go to Adair.
Yeah, so CNXC was an earnings name yesterday. I did go over the report yesterday. It was not the best. Their guidance was much lower than expectations, specifically with regards to their EPS for the quarter and the year, but their sales guidance was actually a lot better. And I can look back into that if you guys want. I'm just doing that off the top of my head, so just let me know, Neil and Sean, if you want me to go over those numbers again. But UBE are on watch. Uber getting a little bit of a pop. As of a couple minutes ago, the company is projecting non-takeout delivery business is going to reach $12.5 billion. Now, based on the wording of this headline, it's unclear what their timeline is for that $12.5 billion, but either way, that is what they're projecting their non-takeout delivery business to reach. Back to you.
Thanks, Adair. And what a bounce that CNXC did. I'll call it an SSR bounce because anytime you go over 10% down, there's a saying, and I'll credit it to Luca because you say it all the time. When a stock is down that much, if it doesn't break the low, there's only one place to go. The aftermarket low, which you would have seen the aftermarket show with Sean and Adair, 42. It holds a pre-market low. It dips right into that same thing, higher above, and does not break. And then there's your run to the upside. So pretty good day for anyone that bought the dip, I guess. And concentrics. So as I said, Intel, it's been the same move, like 34.75, and then the top has been 35.5-ish. this time getting only to 35.30. Still want to break out trade on Intel, but I can want it to break out all. Who cares? I want it to break out. It's not doing it. So at the end of the day, you can buy the dip and play the range so far. And right now the range is about 50 to 70 cents that you can make on Intel. We're going to go to Adair. We have some breaking news.
He's just talking about the shot.
Yeah, please keep an eye here on Kenvue and maybe Johnson & Johnson as well. Donald Trump just shared a post on X saying pregnant women don't use Tylenol unless absolutely necessary. Don't give Tylenol to your young child for virtually any reason. Break up the MMR shot. Yeah, so I mean, with regards to Tylenol, the biggest thing here is he is once again echoing what was said there during their announcement on Monday. They are advising pregnant women not to take Tylenol, which of course is made by Kenvue. The reasoning for that is they were citing some studies that show that Tylenol usage during pregnancy could potentially lead to autism symptoms. Back to you.
Okay, so just it's the same headline from before. I think
don't
the
drink
problem
too much
with
alcohol while pregnant. Don't take too much Tylenol. These are all things that people already knew before all.
Well,
of this,
the stock is a problem though, Kenvue right now. I think
Well,
you got to stay away right now. You just kind of got to stay away.
I would not touch that.
Because regardless of what you think, it broke 52-week lows on the story, and it's continuing to go lower. That's all. That's what's happening. It doesn't matter your opinion of it. It's just continuing to fall. It's like remember when Target was getting smacked for the woke stuff? It's like it didn't matter what you thought of the fundamentals or whether you agreed or not. It was going down, and you have to wait until the sellers are done with this sucker if you think there's value there, and they're not done with it yet.
I also hope he comes out and says, I think he should also advise, you should not smoke crack while pregnant, and you should not
Cocaine's
maybe he should say going on roller coasters maybe is not well recommended.
That's too far.
I was in those 4DX boxes there for
roller coasters
Demon Slayer. Do not, if you're pregnant, I was saying to Baron, actually when we were on that, I was like, how come there's no warning about how violent these 4DX boxes are in the...
What, that bad?
Yes.
Oh.
Man, I don't know if it was just the
move. To that, then
No, she would love it.
You think so?
Yes, but I don't think it's a roller coaster.
She likes roller coasters.
Exactly, and then you're watching a movie, and it's not like you get the sensation.
Motion sickness because you're watching something while going crazy.
That's what I'm saying. And then you get the wind coming in the back.
Anybody puke?
It's a great no. I have to show you. I think I'm overhyping what this 4DX boxes are.
I used to work in high school. I worked at a theme park, and you see a lot.
No. Well,
people that think they're going to be tough about a ride, it doesn't work.
Yeah, exactly. I think here we go. This person in the chat, shout out to the chat. The chat is always winning. It's right here. Where is it? Someone said no YOLOing when pregnant. Where was that? I don't know. Someone in the chat said it, but that was a great one right there. I don't know where it is, but anyway, shout out to whoever said that one. You're welcome, High Vibrations, or whoever that was.
With that.
For that. Look, I'm just trying to be a little bit, just topical and trying to be a little funny and whatever. But honestly, I think when you're talking about safety, everybody can do their own thing, right? I mean, some people chose not to take vaccines, fine. Some chose to do it, and I think the same thing would be for this one. If you're a doctor, and we're not doctors, obviously, and neither is Donald Trump. But if you feel safe doing something, I think do it, and if not, don't. So
I'm willing to play one on TV if anyone's interested.
Yeah, well, that's what I'm saying. We sort of we're here doing traders. We can do Trader TV Live / some sort of ER room. Seems like revive my trades.
I was so bad in biology. You don't want me.
Right there. Yeah, that's one thing. My kid's getting ready for high school next year, and he just can't wait to cut up some frogs and things like that. So I don't know. Maybe I
didn't mind doing the dissection. I stunk.
He doesn't like science. I'm not sure he's a science guy either, but he's like, they get to do because they watch the movies, right? The Bunsen burner.
He's gonna love he's gonna like physics.
Yeah.
And nobody likes. I shouldn't say nobody. Look, I just didn't like biology. I'll just leave it at that.
Yeah.
I like math related stuff. I think we're supposed to go back to Adara. So
hackers.
What did they play?
It's time for Money Talks, guys. The U.S. dollar actually putting in a slightly better weekly chart than we've seen recently. We had certainly a bottoming tail on this weekly chart for the USD last week. Now this week, trying to close a little bit higher, but still failing to, break above that range that we were really stuck in. We certainly are, of course, trying to break out of it with regards to this uptrend. We haven't really cracked that top of that weekly range around 98.70, currently trading around 98.20. Now let's talk here as well with regards to the U.S. dollar about some economic data we had this morning, most of which came in line with expectations. PCE price index 2.7% versus 2.7% expected. PCE 0.3% versus 0.3% expected. Consumer spending slightly higher than expected, 0.6% versus 0.5% expected. But the core PCE year over year and month over month, both in line with expectations. Then we got University of Michigan consumer sentiment numbers at 10, and these are a little interesting. Slight downtick here compared to the forecast in the previous print when it comes to September consumer sentiment. But for their 5-year and 1-year inflation expectations, we did get a little bit of a downtick as well, which is good. That means that we are seeing, I guess, people who were interviewed by the survey expecting inflation to go down a little bit over the next 1 year and 5 years compared to the number we were previously seeing. Here's the CME Fed Watch tool. No, nothing really new here. We still have almost 86% of participants expecting a 25 basis point cut, roughly 15% expecting rates to be held. Back to you.
All right, that was 87, so that was nothing had changed. Yeah, we had refreshed
just
that
quickly,
earlier.
the IPO was halted again.
Oh, back down to 85, actually.
MGN.
Well, that's
halted.
IPO?
Yeah, it's halted.
Why did we go long on that one? What the hell?
Well, I mean, the small ones,
Yeah,
it's a liquidity thing. If everyone wonders like why we take the opening print on like, what's an example of a bad one? Figma? Or like one that was good for like a couple of minutes and then was terrible. StubHub would be an example of that.
Always
because
use StubHub as an example.
Because there's liquidity. Meaning if it doesn't work going long at the open and you have to get out right away, can you actually get out without getting destroyed? Answer on a big one, yes. Answer on one of these, I really don't know, and I'm not, and I'd rather not find out. That's the way I look at it. Because you might find out and you might really not like it when liquidity comes in. Because the idea is when we're taking a lot of those trades, you're taking the open because there's a lot of open interest in that IPO. So there's tons of action and it means tons of liquidity, which means you can get in and out. So halted down, TAP says 660, halted down at 718. It's halted up multiple times. So congratulations if you took this one. Obviously we did not. There's no, in terms of official IPO releases, I don't think there's anything that we have a date on, or at least a loose date on, that we're excited for. Although at some point, I suspect there's a couple that we are waiting, hope by the end of the year, but nothing firm. I just saw in the chat, Aura Alpha saying SMR question mark, and then me or SMR Neil. I don't know what, it's inside day on SMR. Okay, so it held the low and it's kind of trending up, but there's nothing about this that really gets me all jazzed. When I look at the overall here for SMR under the 50, maybe it's a temporary dip buy. It's looked very weak relative to its peers recently. I hope this is a turnaround day, but this is more of a confirm that it's holding this trend by closing green, and then maybe look for the relief rally tomorrow. It just never piqued my interest at all, SMR. So like the slow grind on silver is kind of continuing. The whole like not getting VWAP, so kind of buy the dip off the highs and scalp it. It hasn't really broken the top end of the range, so it's been more of a buy the low 40s to get out 50 and then try to hold a piece. I've been holding on the whole time and buying the dips. But I did miss that last dip there on SLV. Let's go over to Adara. Apparently we're good. It's almost 11.
Yeah, just keep an eye here, guys. In SBUX Starbucks, as you can see, there was a little bit of a noticeable wick here. Reuters reporting that CTO Deb Hall of Starbucks, that's Starbucks' Chief Technology Officer, Deb Hall Lefebvre. Apparently she's resigned as of Monday. That's through an internal memo. So Reuters reporting, citing an internal memo, that CTO of Starbucks, Deb Hall Lefebvre, has resigned from the company. Again, that was as of Monday. Back to you.
Maybe, I don't know what you're
about buying Costco now. We were just looking at.
Well, the Costco, if it beats on the top and the bottom, and gets punished for it, usually there's a dip buy. And this time, I guess it would just be $900. Like it dipped at the open, holds 905, shout out to the 905, and then just still down 2%. But they beat top and bottom. Same store sells pretty good. The thing is, they stuffed the first increase in quite some time recently in their membership, and everyone seems to still be paying up.
They did.
No, not recent. No. Not just now, but they've only done it once in the last 15 years. And they did it would have been last year, I think. And that's been going just fine. So Costco, sometimes it just gets a little bit pricey on evaluation. And I think that's a little of what's happening here for them, because they've been slightly trending down. What's weird is I don't know how long this can hold. So this is Costco, and just want to hopefully quickly show you Walmart, depending on how long this takes to load up. And then this is Walmart. Like, how long is that going to hold? where Walmart is consolidating, trending up, and Costco is consolidating, trending down. Not forever, I don't think.
I would almost switch. If I had profits in Walmart, I might turn them over into Costco.
This is sort of what I'm getting at. Like, I cannot see Costco continue to do this like slight slide down with Walmart going up. So I think the opportunity to buy, always give it a bit. They just reported last night, so wait till next week. Maybe on Tuesday we'll have a better idea, but I think Costco can be worth a bit of a dip buy. It's just this relationship shouldn't hold too long.
All right, so we just got some more out there for 27. I mean, we absorbed that whole dip. Costco, Tesla just went 425 back to 427. So this is my stop out here, right? If we, you guys see that? Did my chart just do something there? I feel like
flicker.
I feel like it just flickered. But anyways, if we break 424, then we're going to get out. But for right now, we'll just let this fly as we got to go to the gym right now, get that pool going back in here. But first we got to do something that we always do on the show, and it's called What's for Lunch. Although apparently it's called lunch time. So, all righty then. So I gave a little bit of a hint there because I went and I took the carrots.
There'd be no other reason for there to be carrots.
I don't think carrots are very nutritional for I said to Sharif, like, what can I eat like heading into the gym there?
What's wrong with a carrot?
Is there too much nutritional value in a carrot, really?
Well, I don't know.
I don't know. I mean, I know it's great for the eyes, and I can. Okay, good.
Isn't that an old wives' tale? Is that actually true?
Yes, I think carrots are good for eyes. Yeah. GPT it.
Which one?
Dr. Neil, what are you going to have a press conference now talking about carrots?
I got perplexity up, so I'll ask them.
Okay, but real quickly over here, today's lunch will be very, very appreciated by the gentleman to my right and to your left.
I love chicken.
I believe right there. What's for lunch today, Neil? It's assorted sandwiches. You know, so there we go with the crudité. That's what the carrots are from. So there's cucumber, there's little cherry tomatoes, there's different crudité, including carrots.
Tuna salad.
Right there. There is tuna. So I saw it today. There is plethora. There are egg salad. There is chicken salad. There is turkey roast. There's vegetable. There's tuna, roast beef, and etc. So that is what's for lunch today. And Neil, please stay away from these because I'm going to probably have half of one. Nailed it. It's cookies. There is a rack of cookies, like literally lined cookies right there I might actually go get it to show everybody. Just a lot.
You want cookies?
Yes. I was waiting to see. How many do you got in there?
Well, okay, so Randy's already taking 4. Sharif took 2. Andre took some. Fabian. 4 of these are Randy's. I already asked. We're already getting.
I don't care how many are Randy's. I don't know how many are in the bag.
I got 6 left.
These are Randy's?
4 of them are supposed to be Randy, but he's not here till next week, so I'm getting more next week.
Then I'll take those 2.
A couple are for Hugo.
Wait, what do you mean? How many can I take? How many do you?
No, I'm getting more next week because she has guides every Tuesday. My daughter's selling Girl Guide cookies. Obviously, everybody that should be, even though she's an Ember, but it's the same thing. So they're now $6 a box. That's up from like $4, but it's only the mint.
These boxes too fancy. You know, they're raising money. They should just go very, very simple boxes. But
it's not very good for you.
I like it.
But they are very tasty.
180 calories per 3 cookies. And these cookies are small.
How in the
55 milligrams of sodium.
How?
I will take 10 boxes. All right, thanks, Neil, for all of that support. Girl Guides, and Neil, just keep bringing them in. We'll get them. I can pick them up for my parents.
Yeah, just keep bringing the
whatever.
cases in.
Yeah, man. So there it is, right there. Good. So thanks.
Otherwise, because I don't want to be sitting there eating them at home like crazy.
Well, that's what I'm saying. Like I was gonna say I'll take like as many boxes as you can. But then
I took the bag this morning. My daughter actually was a little bit upset,
cash?
And she's like, "Oh, but then how do I sell door to door?" I'm like, "We'll get more next week." What's going on here?
Here, Joseph he's giving, it's for you, but there's the US $6. So
you give him a buck? He doesn't even want the cookies.
He's just supporting it. He's just supporting the cause. So there it goes, man. Yeah, I see what he's doing. I have a lot of US. The thing is like if you take that into the bank, it's like sure it's worth a little bit, but it's like I try to keep all the US cash.
I keep it for when I go to the US.
That's what I'm saying.
I go to the US at least once a year. So for spring training, my wife travels there on business, so I'll hang on to it. But yeah, thank you. Thanks, Joe. Thank you, Sean. Thank you to everybody. It's already past 11 o'clock. The snow pesos, that's what they call.
Joe was calling me the other day.
Oh, Joe called that our money.
Yeah, our snow peso is worth about a 140. So 140 US to $1 Canadian dollar. CAD, we call them around here. Okay, all right, good one. Thanks
Right.
for the hookup on all these things. And
Now I want to eat
yeah, we'll
some,
get it
that's
all
the
figured out.
problem.
Maybe we should open. Maybe we'll eat. Maybe we'll open one. We'll open the one that Joe did. We'll share it with everybody.
Yeah, because if Joe bought one and he doesn't want it,
Right.
then
That way we can share it.
Then this is ours.
Yeah, we'll share it with everybody, and then I'll take whatever
Yeah,
you have,
we'll-
and then
we'll
we'll
figure
figure that out from there. All right, it's 1:03. Ciao for now. Back
Get
to
your
the Midday
fofo.
Show.
Greetings and salutations, beautiful people. Welcome to the Midday Show. That's your boy Joey Options, and I'm Sharif. And welcome to this late morning on a Friday. Who we got in the chat? We got One Micro Trader. Shout out to other Zinc and Durant, Gordon, Flow Grades in the house, and Dangerous. Shout out to Drew and Got Rats. We got Ben, Mr. Easy Street, and Why Not. Shout out to Nomo and Evan, Ozan. Shout out to Hina and Mike, Chris, PC Hoon, Ricky G, and Bax. We got another Omar in the house. Shout out to Adrian and Cowboys Cheeseburger. John, we got Tyron Hamilton and Showtime 757 Darth Trader in the house as well. Shout out to Moonshot, Danny Patel, Flow Portfolio, Roger Noonan, Fluffy something or another, Carl Williams joining us, and show is Vaughn Clark. Shout out to Not Navin and Starvin Like. Victor Cap something or another. We got CEO Mixel Ventures, Glaze, Michael Baldwin joining us, and Rob Beck. Good morning to everyone. Good morning, Joseph.
Yeah, good morning. Yeah, I like that there, chase the packs. I was talking about Amazon the other day. I like it for a potential swing there, especially off of those lows. But all right, guys, let's see what we got going on here. One attempt here on SoFi didn't work out for us. We take a small loss on that one. And then we take a small loss on Tesla long as well, too. Climbs right back up. And then we take a little long here on NVDL. Straight to the punch, guys. 2-to-1 risk to reward ratio on that one. So holding on to some green here on the session. Took 2 L's on, an L each on on TSLA and SoFi, and then now we were rocking and rolling in NVDL. We're all out of that one, looking to potentially take another opportunity here somewhere along the lines. Going to be patient. A nice indecision print on the TQs. Other than that, yeah, that's what I'm looking at here. Nothing crazy. It's more of a quiet Friday. We know that volume obviously start to cool off a little bit on Fridays, and it's options expiration as well too. So keep that in mind. But nice indecision print, volume supporting it. Let's see if it continues to hold this base on the TQs. Maybe we get involved on the lower end of the range. And if these big boys like the likes of NVIDIA, Tesla, and some of the other mega cap names want to start to continue to rally and recover from this morning's sell-off, then I think we'll be in a pretty good position. But packing patience, waiting to see what comes next. And then, yeah, waiting for that prestige opportunity, Shreve.
All right, man. Good luck. Good luck. Just setting up some of my orders. All right, here's what we're doing. We've got one trade on right now, NUAI. Just one profit taker over here, seeing a bull flag form on the 5, a bit of a longer consolidation on the 1. A series of higher highs and higher lows has me interested in this one. It's also a holdover from yesterday, and it's up a respectable 61.5% on the day. We've got 22s on. Best print we've got so far is in the high 20s. So going to keep my eye on them. This one, it's done about 80 million shares. As I said, it's a holdover from the day prior. So be careful with this one, okay? Sometimes they don't tend to trade as good. Maybe second day around. We'll wait and see. But it has AI in its ticker, so you never really quite know. Next one we've got involved in right now, DVLT, also happens to be a holdover from yesterday. This one was trending down, as you can see on the 5-minute on the bottom chart. There were substantially lower highs over here. I have to digress because NUAI just absolutely broke out to the high side, so we got to take profits on that one. Be careful with NUAI, guys, okay? Here we go. It's coming into that $0.50, so we're going to set up just in front of that into 48. Now showing me 46. It's now up 78.25%, and the volume is really picking up. But if I've seen this one trade before, I've seen it 1,000 times. Watch out for the reversion near areas of technical or psychological resistance. So here it comes right back down after making a 248 high. That's why we take profits. So this was the one I'm talking about. I have substantially more share size in DVLT than I have in NUAI, and I'm pleased with that because this one has a better looking trend. It had a downtrend very clear, lower high, and another third lower high. And that had me very interested in this one. And look at it absolutely break out to the high side. It is now at the high of the day. I'm talking about DVLT. We've got shares on this one, so we need to profit take at these levels. Good breakout. So again, I really want to stress, I didn't want to guess when this one was going to break down, so I drew the trend line. It clearly deviated from the prior trend of lower highs, and I was rewarded for waiting. So be careful with this one as well. NUAI and DVLT are bamboozlers in chief. Keeping my eye on both. Back now to NUAI as that one also gets into the high of the day. We're going to pack our patience into 48. If it does trigger my 48 order, it will be the last profit taker I take for a while, because I'd like to see where this one goes, Joe.
All right, good look there. Yeah, I think we're going to get involved in just a small size on the short here in Bitcoin. It could be wrong. Maybe we'll be a little bit more patient on this one as we're starting to break through some of the resistance. But one thing to note, guys, look at the volume. It's really, really starting to cool off, right? So as you run into those zones, you want to see it pick up, and it's not necessarily doing that. And we're right at the top end of the range. So yeah, let's just do it, right? We can give this, we're going small size here. We'll take the little short at the top of the range and then just give it to the volume weighted average price just in case it wants to break. But if we look at this from the daily, for me, I'm looking, hey, there's going to be some more downside. We've seen that Ethereum put in a negative 6% day yesterday and gap down a little bit this morning as well too. So let's take a look at what we're looking at here. That makes a lot of sense. So there it is, daily. We'll pull up the daily. And here it is, right? So you're at the lower end of the range. I don't know how much of a massive rebound we're going to get. Like, we're heading into support. And then I think at some point here, and maybe in the month of September, you do crack through that lows. And then you just want to be patient enough, wait for some indecision, and then maybe you can get somewhere around 100,000, maybe a little bit more than that. And a hammer candle would be beautiful with some volume supporting it. And then boom, 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 you can take it to that new all-time high. It's crazy that this thing still essentially hasn't hit 125. Surprisingly so. And again, Tom Lee has a pretty bullish outlook on it. I don't know if it was his base case, bull case, whatever it may be, but he says 200K, right? So that's pretty much almost a double from this point. So we'll be patient. There's still a lot of time left within the year. We got October, November, December, obviously. And yeah, I mean, anything can happen in those times. You get those positive catalysts slowly start to accumulate, and it can definitely skyrocket the underlying asset. And definitely, we thought that we were going to get a little bit bigger of a pump with the previous rate cut, and that wasn't necessarily the case. So maybe on the next, if we do get another couple more before the end of the year, that would be enough to fuel this fire, and you can break through those previous all-time highs there, Sharif.
Good luck, Joe.
Thank you.
NUAI is going, guys. It's a new high day, 255. We're not taking any profits here, though. We're going to continue to wait. It either comes down, stops me out, or continues to go. I won't be adding it to this one either. So 255 HOD. New trade, though. We've just entered RCT on the NQ. It's up 20 2/3. My thinking with this one is this is a prior area of resistance. I'm talking about 185, a 196 high, comes back down, holding 185 now on a 4-candle basis. Doesn't mean it will forever and ever more. It just means that I'm trying to put the odds on my side. So I'm looking for profit taking at 90, 93, and 96. It is currently a 1 penny spread and not a bad look. Anything below 182 ends the trade. Simple as that. Back now to DVLT. It's got a high, as I mentioned, of 138, but it is not continuing, okay? So I did take some profits here in the high to mid 130s. I still want to hold the majority of the position for continuation. It is certainly putting in a lower high, a higher low, excuse me, on this current 5-minute candle, but what's been negated still is a higher high. So we'll continue to wait on that. Quickly checking here on RCT as we get a first print at 90s. Now waiting for that print at 93, showing me 93 on the ask. Has to cross on the bid to get that continuation. Waiting, patient, got the fill. Now showing me 95s on the ask. Waiting. Let's see if we can get 96s. Packing the patience there. We'll continue to watch. Back to now DVLT as this works back into the high of the day. There's a seller at 38, and you don't need to be a super tape reader to see that. More size coming on the level 2 than is posted, or sorry, on the time and sales than is posted on the ask at level 2. Clearly a hidden seller. We'll have to see how long his order keeps down this price action for. Currently about a few hundred lots sitting at 38s, and none of it is getting taken out, meaning that we're probably still have a little bit ways to go. Fine by me. We'll continue to pack the patience. Moving back now to NUAI, it is coming back down after rejecting that $0.50. It is a 55 print. We have 23s. It is now coming back down into 37s. Need to be careful with that, okay? Watching again with RCT, waiting for that print into 96. 96 is the high of the day. That was this candle over here. We didn't quite make it up into 96 on this last ascent. Venu, $5 super chat. Thank you.
Ooh.
Reads as follows. Thoughts on BIAF? Not bad. Good looking bull flag. You may have to wait a while before you get the breakout. You clearly have a range at play, 7 to the top side, generally 550 to the downside. There are outlying areas at times. Obviously, 729 is the high, and you obviously have this area trough that gives up 5.25. I play the range on this Venu until you get a breakout. If you get a breakout to the high side, if you do, it's going to be above that 7.25 ish area. Let me know how it goes, brother. We'll continue to watch this. BIAF is certainly not a bad look. It's one that I've got on my side chart as well, but I didn't set up on it because it was, and it is, in fact, trading currently below the volume weighted average price, but I do like the chart pattern, Joe.
Good look there. Yeah, all right, Cowboy Cheeseburger. Let's take a look at that one. Went for a nice walk yesterday evening as well, too. I don't know why that made me think of it, but yeah, some nice burger spots on College Street and everything along those lines. So yeah, I mean, this is what we're looking at. You have a double top here, essentially almost to the penny. Again, right? So you don't necessarily, I think correlating your intraday trading with your daily is extremely, extremely important. At times I lax on it, and then when you go back and you look at the chart, you're like, am I in breakout territory? Am I in a territory where the stock has potential to go up or down? And I think it's really, really important. For me, going through my routine, as I mentioned, I do not take it as seriously as I should. Obviously, I look at seeing what's going on, but you want to kind of just start from, say, you want to go to your intraday chart, you go from your 1 and your 5 minutes, then you go to your 30 to an hour, whatever it may be, and then you want to take a look at your daily. And if a lot of it says, hey, yeah, we're ready to put in a little bit of a move higher, or it looks like we're going to break down, and I think that's important. So for me, if you ask me, when you reject that level so aggressively on yesterday's session, I'm not going to be looking for a continuation in strength, and I think it's important, as I mentioned before, to just correlate all of your time frames as closely as possible, and I think that's going to increase your probability as well too in success on that specific trade. So yeah, I think with that one, it's just not ready to break out. It's at the lows. It's double topped. Keep an eye out for that neckline just in case that snaps as well too. There's going to be some more potential downside, or is it heading towards some key support level like with the example we used in Bitcoin? It's heading in that direction. And here we go, right? So we got a little bit of a move down here in IBIT. Now we took some off. We're still sitting on about 60% of it to see what we can do. If it comes back to the break even, we'll hop out. We'll keep an eye on that specific resistance level throughout the duration of this trade to see if there's going to be another opportunity to get involved. If the volume is cool every time we go and knock on the resistance door, then I'm going to continuously try to play the zone within Bitcoin. Now you're starting to get a bounce, right? So you're selling the tops, you're buying at the lows, and that's kind of what we're just going to try and rinse and repeat here on IBIT, all right? With that being said, let's take a look at some of the top performing sectors on the day and see what we got going up. And then we'll obviously take a look at the weekly. I'm going to assume that we are probably red on the week on a lot of the major averages, but I got to keep my eye on here on this Bitcoin trade just in case. All right, let's get out of that one. So we're out at that break even, not too bad of a look. All right, guys, leading the way, we have the energy sector up 1 0.4%, utilities up 0.9, and then we have the industrials up about 0.6%. Now for the bottom three, we got the communication services still holding on to green by a thread, up by about a tenth of a percent, and then we have the consumer staples still holding on almost green. There it goes, bang, you get that green, 0.01% green there, and the only red sector on the day is going to be the technology sector, down a third of a percent there, guys. All right, so let's take a look at what we got going on for this week, and there we go. My assumption was right. We're down 2.25 on the IWM, we're down 0.6 on the NASDAQ, and then we're down about 0.4 on the SPY and 0.25% on the Dow. All right, so not too bad. I mean, the Dow you can't really complain about that. Obviously, IWM I thought would be performing a little bit better considering it had to get that rate cut. And a lot of people say, hey, yeah, when you're in a rate cut cycle, it is extremely bullish for the small cap street.
All right, guys, RCT is really going here now. It's a 204 high. It's breaking out. It's got a lot of momentum now. When I started watching this, it was south of 1 million shares. It is now well over 3.5. And here we go, 206 high of the day. Let's go ahead and take some profits up at 20. I'm going to put 207. Let's see if we can get a nice move into that 7 penny area. We're currently showing 6s on the ask side of the level 2 with a good amount of volume coming in here on the time and sales. So up 32, almost 33% as we trade near the highs. I'm going to continue to watch that. We can pack our patience, not too many outs at this level. Here we go. Now we're showing 7s on the ask, and it looks like that size is getting taken out, and we're crossing. I see 8s coming there on the on time and sales, and I have no idea why I'm not getting filled. And this has been a consistent thing with not getting filled, despite the fact that I see it coming in on the time and sales. And here we go, 212 now, high of day. This is really going. So good strength, and there was really no holdup at that $2 level. I was watching, anticipating that there would be resistance at the whole dollar. There was none. It basically went through it, and here it goes. 215 now high of day. 217 high of day. It's breaking out as we speak. Watch out with this one. It can revert in a quick second. We're going to go ahead and take profits at this level up here. Good move up for RCT, but be careful with the reversion. I'm also keeping an eye here on DVLT. I'm in at 29s. It is now back to 30s. This is a breakout area that I gauged. I saw 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 minutes of rejections of that 130 area before we decidedly took it out at 1107. I don't want to overlook the fact that this 130 area was a key area of resistance, and as such, I should look at it as a possible key area of support. Whether or not it ends up doing that is entirely up to it. So what I've done is I don't want to get wicked out. So anything below 128 ends the trade for me. I'm long 129, so I'll give this one 1 penny worth of room. So that's my look on DVLT. We're still holding shares on this one. And last but not least, NUAI is still continuing to hold. Yes, another 30 penny area that was a breakout level. 1 time rejection, 2 time, 3 time, and then finally on the 4th, we cleared 230 as an area of resistance. I'm long 223. So what I'm going to do is I'm not going to give it back to my area of entry. I'm going to give it to that 230 because that's the area of possible local support. So I'm going to give it a little bit of room below 230 so that I don't get wicked out. 228, 227 is where I draw the line. RCT, right, as I said, watch out for the reversion. Makes a high of day of 220, comes right back in now into single digits, showing 8s. We've still got some on this one. I can pack my patience. Let's see if we can get a test of this 195 area. I perceive 195 to be the breakout area. Whether it is or it isn't, we'll have to find out. Kelvin, GTS, $10 super chat. Thank you for that. Not a fan of small cap caps, but I have respect. This man's beautiful mustache, handsome man. Tell us about your swing account, top 3 holds. Thank you for the compliments. So I am holding right now MP Materials. This is in my swing. I'm holding MP. I'm holding Joby. And the third one in my swing, American Eagle. So those are the three that I'm in. I'm in the money in all three, but I am the most concerned about Joby. I find it to be highly volatile and highly unpredictable. I may or may not transfer MP materials into my long-term account, really depending on the fundamentals and how they evolve, with obviously the U.S. government taking, or the Pentagon taking a stake in the name. So thank you for the super chat. Thank you for the compliment. Those are my top three. Joseph, what do you got?
Good look there. Yeah, I'm just looking at American Eagle here, just seeing if I'd have to fork up some cash for those jeans there by the end of the year. So yeah, anyways, guys, let's see what else we got going on. We'll go through the couple of names here. NVIDIA was a nice win for us earlier on the day. A good 2-1 there. We're not going to complain about that. And then we'll also take a look at that. So there it is, right? So you kind of just get this squeeze higher, and that's why you get out when you're supposed to, because it could continue to the top side. But I don't know, I just have this feeling that's not necessarily going to be the case. As I mentioned from before, is that look where we're sitting at from a daily. We're not in breakout territory. We're not in any of those realms. So continuous flushes to the downside, I think, is going to be my game plan, especially if we continue to reject the volume weighted average price. We'll talk a little bit more about potential setups right after we get back from Madeira.
Yeah, I just wanted to let you guys know here about the market. I'll pull up the NASDAQ here. Citigroup is making some commentary about global growth, so keep an eye here on the market. Citigroup saying they expect global growth to slow below 2% in the second half of 2025. They also expect global growth to rebound to 2.5% in 2026. So Citigroup guiding slower global growth in the second half of this year, but they do expect a bit of an uptick starting with next year. They also said they expect tariffs to, quote, increasingly bite. So Citigroup expecting that we will continue to see, I guess, an increase in tariff-related impacts on the economy. But then again, global growth should rebound in 2026. Back to you.
There is a substantial seller here at 138 on DVLT, because we are right back into that 138 level. This is the third time on the 5-minute chart that we've been here, and we haven't been able to shake it. There is a substantial seller, both hidden and posting. As I was watching the tape, as I was watching the level 2, you could see the size come on to each and every single gateway. So whoever's distributing their sell order is posting it onto multiple gateways. In addition to that, you can clearly see there are times where the time in sales is showing you 138 prints, but you reference back to the level 2 to see if any size is getting taken off, any of the gateways on the ask at 138, and it's not. So there's both a hidden seller and people posting onto the gateway. It feels as if, though, if we continue to make these higher lows into 138, whoever's selling at 138 is in trouble, okay? If we continue to make higher lows. If we lose this 130 area, I'll have to change my opinion on that, because this 130 area was the area that we earmarked as an area of previous resistance. As such, it should act as a level of support. Whether the sellers can outdo the buyers at this level remains to be seen. So that's what I'm continuing to watch on now. This is the one that I have more shares in. I will continue to hold a little bit here into NUAI as it comes back again to test that 230 area. NUAI also suffering from that lower high affliction where we made that 255 high, and then every subsequent candle after this 255 high has been lower highs and lower lows. So we'll continue to watch and see if we can get something on this one. I have my out a little bit below 230, as I mentioned, as we won't want to give this all the way back into my entry. And here we are showing now a few prints below that 230. So I'm just canceling some prior area stops on these names, and that's what I'm looking at right now. I also want to bring to your attention a couple of other small cap gappers that could be of interest to you. The first and the foremost is SSKN. This is a good looking name. It very much looks like a bull flag, and a bit of a bullish bull flag, if that makes any sense. And what I mean by that is the flag component of the bull flag has higher lows and higher highs. It is not horizontal, nor is it tilting down with lower lows and lower highs. So I like this pattern a bit more. It's a little bit harder to gauge where the breakout may be, though, on this, because it's continuing to make higher highs. So SSKN, up about 29%, a little bit less. So I'll keep my eye on that. Secondly, CURX. This one has been dancing with that $1 area. It has a really good move off 67 pennies from where it closed yesterday, and it was basically defending the 10 exponential moving average on the 5 all morning, and then at around 11 o'clock, typically when the buy programs get shut off and or the traders who are trading this go for lunch or an early break, we've been consolidating now for about half an hour. So ever since clearing that one, getting into 105, dropping back down, the best we've done is a 101 print, and then maybe a little bit into 98s as well. So it's consolidating, it's not giving it back, so I would keep an eye on CURX. Not a whole lot of volume though, so you need to be careful. Last but not least, FOFO. I had an ill-fated trade on this. I actually got a couple of scalps on this one before I got stopped out. It did lose VWAP, and that made me lose the trade. So those are the ones I'm looking at, Joey. We'll continue to watch BIAF as well as it trends to the side.
All right, cool. Ozan, brother, you're telling me you're buying 1,000 contract leaps? That's insane. Like, that's a lot of cash, brother. I don't even know what strike price you have, but that volume isn't even there. I don't know what, obviously I don't know your expiration cycle. I was just going to a leap, so that'd be an expiring a year from now today. But even so, my guy, if you're buying 1,000 contracts, that's some cash, my friend. Even if you go to like January and stuff like that, like you're paying $5,400 and you have 1,000 contracts. Come on, man, that's some real cash. I guess that's why Katina Man calls you the cash cow. Let's take a look at some writings here. So I'm just looking at some things 14 days out. Again, against my position, I don't even know what specific strike price I have on my contracts, to be honest. It might even be the 65s or something like that. But yeah, so again, just going to look to sell some premium here, nothing serious. My expiration on the contracts isn't until March. So next year, I would prefer not to hold them until then, but that's not necessarily going to be the case. $66. We're starting to get a little pop. I like that. We can write 3 or 4 of these here at $44 and collect $44 a contract that expire in 2 weeks. So that's not anything horrible. Obviously, you're susceptible to overnight risk. 1,000 strike price on. Oh, okay, not 1,000. Okay, brother. I'm like, what the helly? All right, cool. Let's pull that one back up. You got that $1,000 strike price. Yeah, and you mentioned. But these are deeply out the money though. I don't know. I don't understand, because you're using your delta, using 0.8 delta, but you have the $1,000 strike price. That 0.8 delta puts us right around that 880. So those are deep in the money. So yeah, whatever. Retype what you were doing in there. Maybe I misread something or along those lines. I was just curious to what you had set up specifically. And yeah, I'm glad. Well, I'm not glad that it's not 1,000 contracts, because that would be hefty. You would be the majority of the liquidity there, which I think would be pretty funny. And then they would probably just hunt you at the end of the day, but who knows? Yeah, but anyways, back to my story over here at 66. You're collecting $45 per contract, so I don't even need to bull call spread those, because I already have the contracts. So whatever happens, and if you end up getting a sign, then you just make the difference between the contract and the price, which I think I'm totally cool with. And what do I have? Okay, so I have the 66. So essentially what I have there is, it's not necessarily, it's like an inverse risk reversal essentially on that one. So I have the 66 calls. My average price is $8.64 right now, and they're currently trading at, let's see, what are they trading at? Let's pull this chart up. They're trading at $7, right? So if you have a bunch, $7.20. So like I'm $1.40 out on each specific contract, which isn't obviously the best, but it is what it is, and that's why we're going to look to write something along those lines. Now, as for this climb, you break through this resistance here on Bitcoin, and now we're continuing its ascent to the top side. So maybe that won't come into play. You're not going to be able to range trade it, considering that you're getting that bounce off of those lows. I like that Gorov's in the TQQs. You had that 5 minute. So you said you liked this 5 minute, but when you mentioned it, Gorov, you were at 99.17. I didn't see anything specifically there, but it was this that I was keeping my eyes on. And then you have that base right at $99, right? So that's something positive. With that being said, we'll take a look at the chain and see what we got going on there. Is there any substantial puts at that $99 strike price? that can give us a potential put wall. And I mean, from an open interest standpoint, we got 4,100 there, and then the volume, you have 6,000. It is the second largest. It's it's the second largest volume on that on the put side. That is, we're going to go to Shreve, then Adara.
All right, guys, I have to bring to your attention Ford, because this is what Ford is doing. This is the 5-minute chart on Ford, and there's one red candle. Can you guys spot it? It doesn't even look red. So Ford is very strong, trade it carefully. There are several headlines that could account for this. First and foremost, U.S. auto sales are forecast by J.D. Power to rise 4.5% in September amid the temporary EV demand spike. Separately, there is the new possible tariffs on heavy trucks, where Ford obviously will shine because they make their cars domestically. Adara.
Let's talk here about crypto. I want to start with Bitcoin, which is very much in a range. This is the 15-minute chart. As you can see, this is looking a bit like that bear flag. And Shriv's talking about the horizontal action you sometimes see in these flags. Absolutely, you can see this on Bitcoin. Top here of around 110,000, but we're notably not breaking above it. Base around 108,800. Let's see how it fares within this roughly 1,200 point range. Ethereum on watch as well. 15-minute chart for Ethereum looking slightly better than BTC. We do see still fairly rangy, but slightly higher lows and attempts to make higher highs as well. Now let's take a look here at the daily chart for both of these. We'll start with Ethereum. Daily for Ethereum, much like what we're seeing with a lot of these crypto names. This was weak yesterday. Ethereum also, right now, today, though, trying to break a 5-day losing streak. Let's see if it's able to crack and crack that weakness and continue to the upside. Bitcoin only on a 1-day losing streak, not even a streak. You just had one weaker day yesterday. Again, this one, in addition to that 100,800 level, more locally on the daily, let's see if we can hold that 107,400 level. Not a lot of crypto-specific catalysts on watch today, though. Of course, we did have a lot of weakness in crypto yesterday. Some of these names were trying to rebound pre-market, not faring the best, though, again, BTC and Ethereum are certainly making some attempts. Also, Cypher Mining, of course, yesterday we had that Google news. They're taking a 5% stake in the company. That's from yesterday. Nothing new today, guys. Back to you.
Anything you want to cover
watching
there?
NUAI. I'm back involved in this one, continuing to look like it wants to hold the 10 EMA. It does have a couple of wicks through 40 that didn't print, so I would be on the lookout for that. Otherwise, I'm keeping an eye on RCT. Really lost the bid there aggressively after making the high of the day. It did find support right at the volume-weighted average price. That would be the $1.90 area. Good support there and rocketing right back up above the 10 EMA and trying to reclaim two. It's back at 199 in and around that area. So I would be interested in punching in on this one depending upon what the subsequent candle does. Once this 5-minute candle closed, which it just did, let's see now if 1, we can hold prior bar low, 2, whether we can close green. Currently, this candle that just opened up is red, so it doesn't interest me. So that's what I'm keeping my eye on. It's really going to be focusing on NUAI and whether or not the higher lows are going to be operative or whether or not the lower highs that we're currently putting in are going to outdo the higher lows. So that is what I'm keeping my eye on. I'm also keeping my eye on CURX, as I mentioned, because it is flat top-ish. This specific one here, it's got a long range now in and around $1 to $1.01 with a $1.05 high. It's neither losing nor reclaiming any prior areas. So what I'm keeping my eye on are whether or not we're putting in lower highs or higher lows. The way I see it, we're putting in higher lows. So unless this is being set up as a trap, to trap the longs, this feels like it, number 1, will claim and hold the dollar area, and number 2, it could spike up quite nicely. It does have decent amount of volume, maybe not so for a dollar name. I'm talking about 13.25 million shares traded since 4 a.m. It's up 48.5%, likely will be on a lot of people's scanners, but may not be participated in by some algorithms as a result of it not having cleared the dollar fully. It's sometimes trading below the dollar, sometimes trading above. That's what I'm keeping my eye on now, Joey.
All right. So as for Robinhood, this is what we're going back to see what we were just previously talking about. Is that, okay, we like this hammer candle right here, but then if we take a look at the daily, and see what we have going on. Look, so you're heading right towards the lower end of support levels. So how deep is this bounce going to be? You have to take, it's almost like you have to take the stab, but then it's just like, again, at the same time, you're kind of convincing yourself, no, it's not in that specific level that we're looking for the bounce. I mean, the overall market is continuing to slowly grind higher. Tesla bounced off the lows. We've had NVDA rejecting the volume weighted average price multiple times. We have a couple of the crypto names now north of the volume weighted average price. What is, let's take a look at Microsoft to see what that one, Microsoft and Apple to see what that's up to. Yeah, so Microsoft extremely weak here today on this session. South of the volume weighted average price. Dara, what do you got?
Yeah, this is an interesting look here. So asset entities, this is a social media marketing related company. I bring this up because this catalyst is a bit odd and a bit, I guess, circular. Bryson DeChambeau is partnering with Google Cloud to explore AI and sports performance. Now, what does this have to do with ASST? Well, I had to look into this. Bryson DeChambeau is apparently or Strive, I guess they're now doing business as Strive. He's their golf partner. So Bryson DeChambeau, again, who has a partnership with ASST, is now also partnering up with Google Cloud. So ASST getting a little bit of a pop on this. I'll take a look at GeoOGL as well. But either way, interesting look here. Assets or Strive's golf partnering with Google Cloud as well. Back to you.
Cool, good look there, Dara. So yeah, Gaurav, I mean, you might be right there, potential bounce, but again, we're starting to fill some of that wick in, and that's what I don't like. Let's take a look at Google actually from an intraday standpoint, considering Dara was just talking about it. Yeah, not too good of a look there. Some of the mega caps starting to come back in. South of VWAP now, we got NVDA with the third rejection of the day, and then we got the TQs with a multiple rejection of that specific level. IBIT now south of it as well too, Shree.
All right, guys, I'm in SSKN looking to catch the dip off the volume weighted average price. This actually triggered as a result of a resting order that I had. I didn't punch in live into this. I'm looking for it to continue possibly back into the $0.50. There is a seller at 44, and there has been a seller here at 44 for a while. The spread is sometimes wide. I've seen it as wide as 5 pennies. Currently, it's down into 3. It's just 2. So make sure you're accounting for that in your stop placement as well as your profit-taking placement. So I'm talking about SSKN. Hasn't done too much in the way of volume, which is a concern to me. It's a little bit less than 1 million shares, 925,000. It only really started doing volume at 9:30, which could explain maybe why it doesn't have the requisite amount of volume, which typically for me is about over 1 million. So we'll continue to watch that and see what we get. I also want to keep an eye on RCT. So we got out of RCT because it lost the 10 EMA. But it did find support at the volume weighted average price. And now the current 5-minute candle, which just closed, is a doji candle with a higher low and closed at 2. This current candle is also at 2 and really hasn't decided whether it wants to make a higher high or a lower low. So I don't want to jump in quite yet because I feel like this is still a moment of indecision where I haven't really gauged whether or not we're going to start trending up and maintain the higher low candle pattern, or whether we're going to trend back down into the volume weighted average price at $1.90. Prior bar high is 201. We can now have a current bar high of 201 as well, with a higher low. What I could do, because I could enter here and give it to prior bar low, which goes into 196. So I would stop out at 195. And that wouldn't be breaching my rules. It would be above the volume weighted average price as well as above the 10 EMA. But both the current candles, the one that just closed and the one that we're in, are doji candles and candles of indecision and ones that I really can't read all that well. So I will have to have a tight stop, which is what I'm going to exactly do. We're going to go ahead and do just that, and we'll see if we can get anything possibly to the high side. So I will layer my orders in case we do get a price spike up. And if you saw what this one did at 11.15, you'd understand why I was putting the profit takers there, because it price spiked up without really anybody seeing. SSKN, I'm going to flatten out. It is coming back down into the volume weighted average price. It has a red candle that breached VWAP ended up closing below, but this current candle has a lower high, and it's also red. That isn't the move. I'm out. We'll focus on whether or not RCT wants to trend up and hold above 2. Otherwise, we'll give back a little bit on this, Joe.
All right, good look. So our friend here, sorry, let me see if I can find your name, Burak Ugar. Yeah, let's take a look here. I'm curious to when you bought them. I pulled up the options chain just now, so you're only about $13 down on the per contract, which is essentially nothing. You pay that in fees with the options. Now, my question is, when did you buy them? I guess that's irrelevant now, considering you told me your average price and how much it's down. The at the money IV is relatively high as you get close in the closer expiration, so a couple weeks out. But you do have some time. They're not done until the end of the year. I mean, you have some definitive levels, right? So this is going to be a key support area here. I think I would keep an eye out on this just in case you do head there. And then look for some more indecision prints in that realm, just in case you don't get that bounce that you're looking for. We're on an inside day currently, but anything south of that, a hammer candle, anything that says, hey, we're ready to turn the price around, then I think you'll be okay. Obviously, keep your risk measures in place and everything along those lines. And also just be cautious when you are buying names after downgrades, whatever it may be, earnings reports, is that you're going to pay an increase in premium just in implied volatility alone, and you can just lose. The contract can appreciate in your favor, but you can just lose money because of the volatility decay, and that's just not a good time. You're not going to have fun doing that, and you're going to be like, why am I even trading these things? So yeah, there's that. We're short some TSLL, small size, indecision print on the 5-minute. Our high is going to be, our out is going to be approximately 10-12 cents, and then we're going to look for this next support level around 1960 or anything around south of 1965 as Apple is starting to take a nosedive to the downside. Now, why was I looking at the short here on Tesla? It's this specific indecision print right here. You have that grind above the volume weighted average price. You have the hammer candle at the lows. The volume may not be supporting it, but I do like it how, considering we are north of it, and the primary outside of the 5-minute print, the drive has been to the southeast. So we'll be patient, wait for that to come into play, and once those support levels are snapped, then I think we can take that additional step to the downside. Starting to get a little pop in it right now, and we're just going to keep a tight risk on this trade because if the market's going to continue to squeeze and grind higher, we don't want to be standing in front of it. So VWAP is going to be the ultimate target, I believe, on this one, if we can even start heading in that specific direction. But I like the fact that Apple is starting to sell a little bit here as well too. Did we take a look at what Meta has been up to on the intraday session? Yeah, it's really weak as well. So keep an eye out on Microsoft and Meta, considering they are weak. And then we'll also take a look at Advanced Micro Devices, because I did see some interesting options activity on this. Is you're going to look for the call wall as well too there. So yeah, AMD not too bad. We have Microsoft below VWAP, and we have Apple below the volume weighted average price as well too.
All right, guys, continuing to watch. RCT did pop up into 205. And that doesn't look like a good candle. So here's what I'm seeing. You made higher lows, higher lows. You have a higher low on this candle, certainly. But that doesn't look good to me. Where the body is essentially flat and you have an upper wick that rejects at 5s, and now you have a current red candle, and if that makes a newer low, that ain't the setup. So if this current bar maintains the higher low, I'll hold the position. If it loses it, I'm out. It's really that simple. NUAI as well. I feel this is luring in buyers because it keeps holding up at that 230 area, which also happens to be the 10 EMA. But when you look at it a little further, the lower highs is unbroken. The trend of lower highs is unbroken. So clearly, the sellers are in control at the local area highs, and that isn't the move. FOFO is coming back. So this is what I started my trading on today. I took a profit, and then it ended up stopping me out below VWAP. It ended up holding a previous area of technical support. I'm talking about 37 on a closing basis. And now it's trending back above both the 10 and the volume weighted average price, and it just reclaimed 40. It's now up to 435. but the spread on this is as wide as 50. I typically see it as 30 pennies, give or take. You're okay with that, execute on it, but follow trend. So that's what I'm looking at from respect to that. CURX, I'm happy I didn't punch into this. I had the wrong bias. My bias was that dollar was going to give way. And that bias was based upon the higher lows and the flat top, basically at 101. The longs lost and the shorts won. It just lost $1 and that's down into 93. 92.5 is the volume weighted average price. It loses that, it loses its spot on the side chart. So I'll continue to watch that, and now I have to punch out of RCT as that just made a newer low. So we will give back about 4 pennies per share on RCT. There's nothing that I like setting up at the moment, so I'm not going to get into any positions, but I'll continue to watch FOFO as that one does start trending back. And although I am 0 for 1 on it, if it sets up in the right way, it will lure me back into a trade. And here comes that $41 area. We were just talking about 40, but as you can see, the spread is now 80 pennies. 40 on the bid and 80 on the ask. That isn't going to cut it for me. So I'm going to clear that one. Last but not least, DVLT seems to be holding up at the 20 exponential. It's still putting in lower highs, and I don't think it's quite ready for me to jump into this. $1.30 was the prior area of resistance. Previous resistance, then support, that lost, and it gave way, and now it's rejecting $1.30. So unless it gets back and holds above the $1.30, it's of no interest to me. Scanning the top screen for more new small cap gappers. If there are any that I don't know about, tag me, but they will have to be doing volume, otherwise it won't really fit my criteria, Joey.
All right, right on. 5-minute hammer. Okay, so yeah, Gore, 5-minute hammer at, I'll just show you here. Oh, I got this pain on my side again. There we go. This is where I went long there, Gorev. Take a look at that on the 1 minute as well, too. So there it is, right? So we had the volume supporting it. We have that hammer candle, and that's where I went long earlier this morning. And then, yeah, Angry Wife, I hope that works out for you. I hope the Tesla long works out for you, considering you probably have significantly more size on than I do. So, yeah, let's take a look at the NVDL trade. So this is what happened right off that hammer candle. A little bit late to the dance, but we wait for the pullback, and we were fortunate enough to catch that move up there. But we took 2 L's before that, right? We started 0 for 2, but then that's when it's really important to keep your risk measures in place. Okay, we got the short on IBIT. That's not what I lost on. Was TSLL was actually my initial loss there. You take that first hammer candle on the 1 minute low, and then sure enough, you look for the move back towards the volume weighted average price. Once it started to fill the majority of the wick to the downside, then I just got out of that trade, and then we took another attempt on SoFi to see what SoFi was up to. Same thing, a little bit late to the dance on this one. 1 minute time frame, extremely important when you're looking for the detail and precision entry in some of these names. So that's what we got going on. We took an L, and then I'm like, all right, patience. Let's not overthink this. Let's not get too worried. And then you hop in and you hit a 2-to-1 on that one. So yeah, not too bad of a look. Tesla's starting to come back in. If it can crack this support level right there at 69s, then we might be able to head right into 62s, and then that's when I'll start to piece them out, because you might get that bounce. But as for Intel there, Gorb, I like that you're long here as well. Nice hammer candle, consistent higher lows. That's something positive. As long as that continues to stay intact, then I think you'll be okay. And you're opening up at the top end of the range, so if volume decides that it wants to step in, then I think you're going to be pretty good. But with that being said, you're looking for a breakout on a name. Let's go through our time frames and see, hey, is probability in our favor? Considering you have that big time move here, you pull back and then you're continuing its your northeast trajectory. I think it looks pretty good considering where we're trading at right now. That candle could close potentially at the high. Now I'm going to start to trim a little bit here on TSLL. As I mentioned, we have punched through that support level. Let's get back to that trade. So I like that on Intel. If the volume steps in, Gorev, please and thank you, let me know. TSLL. And here we go. We're starting to piece a little bit out. We take some off. Boom. You get that move. Nice engulfing print. Punch through the support 1968. We'll take another little piece off right here. Nothing substantial to see what we got. And we want to continuously lock in our profits. Essentially got the same fill. So if it comes back to my break even right now, I'm going to hop out, Sri.
Okay. DFLI.
Oh, there goes the INTC.
Looking at something. Okay, thank you, Alex, for DFLI. It is south of $1. substantially south of $1, but it is not looking bad in terms of trend. Trading very much near the highs, trying to take 44 pennies, high of days 55.79. I mean, it stair steps up. I don't expect any rocket ship price action from this one. It's up a respectable 42.5%. It's also done 118 million shares, but you know, it's also $0.50. But you know, the pickings are slim right now, as most of the small caps that I had on my side chart are all losing trend, which is fine. So we'll keep our eye on the ones that are not. And this one certainly is not. We're getting close to area highs, and just based upon how this one's traded, at least today, when it makes intraday highs, it pulls back. You got the first pullback, obviously, right at 4 a.m. when it made that 45 penny high, dropped back down into yesterday's close. It did it again at 7:10 and 7:15, made a 49 penny high, dropped back down into 42. Did it again at the open, 9:30, pops up into 55 penny area high, drops back down into 47. What I take from this is just what I've drawn right there. It's an upward channel, with the crests and the troughs being really few and far between. So your ideal entry on DFLI will be also few and far between, your entry and your exits. I would wait, personally, for a 50 to 49 penny entry on this one, and then I would take the majority of the profits once this one made an intraday high. And if that's 58, 57, whatever it is. Because as I've mentioned, it has a propensity to retrace back down once it's made new area highs. Now, it may or may not do that on the subsequent time. I'm just going by what's done on the day. So this is not a bad one. And there's plenty of ones that we can take off here from the side chart. First and foremost, I think I'm going to take off CRNX. So we'll put in DFLI. Despite the fact that it doesn't meet all my criteria of being above $1, but we'll keep an eye on it anyway. Thank you for that, Alex, and I'll keep my eye on that. I'm also monitoring SSKN. I wouldn't mind getting back into this one. Profitable trade on it, flattened out as it lost trend, and I'm happy that I did because I would have been substantially out of the money if I had it. But it reclaimed VWAP. And now what I observe is it's finding resistance generally at 45, and it's also putting in lower highs and lower lows. In addition to that, it's also below the 10 EMA on the 5, which it was not when it was trending up. Now, it's dropped below it, and it's using it as resistance. The 10 EMA on the 5 right now is at 245. If it can get back above 245, which I've already gauged as an area resistance, this one will interest me. It's up 23%. It's not a bad look, but it will have to clear local area resistance for me to get back in.
Hold on, Sharif, sorry to interrupt you there, brother. There goes INTC there, 35.36. Breakout volume really starting to pick up. Neil mentioned it as well too. So yeah, good look. I thought that the long was going to come into play, so not too bad there. Sorry, continue.
So SSKN will be the one that I keep my eye on for. Other than that, DVLT also seems to be losing trend. It seems to be coming in to, pardon me, the 20 EMA, which is around 127. The final area for this one to not lose its spot on the side chart is 123. That's a volume weighted average price. I'm hesitant to want to base anything off VWAP in a strict sense, because what happened was over here, and this wasn't during the first hour. This was after 10:30. It started trending below VWAP, and it in fact wicked below it. So placing a stop at or below 123 where VWAP is probably doesn't work. What I want to see is if we hold higher lows. So currently, if you draw a trend line from an area low to a subsequent area low, and then we don't know if this area over here at 128 is an area low or not, but the 125 area seems good. If we find support at the 125 and we hold trend with higher lows, I could be persuaded to get in before I see higher highs. What I would ideally have waited for is a break and a hold above the $1.30. It showed me already, basically since 11:35, now going on almost half an hour, that $1.30 has been resistance. We were talking about that $1.30 area up here as support. Well, it's flipped. So I'd have to wait for either a 125 touch and a hold of the higher lows and or a move and a hold above $1.30. That's on DVLT. That would interest me. Otherwise, I've got nothing else other than obviously DFLI, which I've mentioned. My ideal entry on this one are towards a lower trend line, Joe. So that's my look.
All right, cool. So yeah, Ozan, yeah, you're going to allow those to expire in January. 5K premium, not too bad. Take it. Yeah, I mean, to each their own strategy. I would just collect as much premium on that. I love the range. Let's actually kind of just show what you got going on. I know you said 500. We'll pull this up. You said 500 calls. Let's see. Get back to your name. You said the 500 calls and the 350 puts. Yeah, Adira, as for my Tesla short, I got a little move to the downside and then I got stopped out break even. It didn't break. Yeah, so we might get it back in, considering you can see on the 1 minute that we are still continuously making lower highs. There's the lunch bell. Now, as for Tesla, let's pull up the daily and let's kind of just, I like Ozan's Condor right here. I'm a big Condor fan, to be honest, just because I think they're just a legitimate trade. Okay, this is looking really attractive. And then 350. Yeah, you know what? Ozan by January, I like that. So essentially, for guys who don't know what a Condor is, essentially what it is, it's a range-bound trade. So you're selling premium on both ends of the chain. You're going to be selling some calls and you're going to be buying some puts. And what that allows you to do is say, hey, we don't believe that price is going to go above 500, and we don't believe that price is going to go below 350. And that's going to allow you to construct a net credit. And what happens is, as long as the underlying asset stays within this $150 range, Ozan gets to keep all that money by January. And that's the beauty of the Condor setup. I really loved writing Condors. It's something that I was doing quite often and swayed from it, especially after the reason why I did Condor. Again, I had some, it wasn't a Condor, it was puts. No, actually, sorry, I had some short calls on the TQs. I told you guys were here, and Donald Trump decided to X out or retruth the fact that, hey, we're going to put a 90-day pause, and it just blew those calls right out of the water, and I didn't have the right stop loss set, and I took a substantially bigger loss than what I was looking for. And for me personally, I just started focusing on buying contracts. But there's the beauty in the writings is like just the range-bound setups, what you can do leading into earnings as well too. So yeah, Ozan has that strategy. He's got that Condor, $150 range by the end of the year, and he gets to keep all of that money that he's collected. So yeah, and there goes Tesla through that support level. Nice little breakdown. Charlie, I know you were talking about shorting the Qs, and I liked it as well. You had that kind of turtle shell type price action as you run into the volume weighted average price on multiple occasions, and then you slowly start to curl over and punch through some key support levels. And next thing you know, you're starting to take an additional leg lower. Keep an eye out on this here. Let's get this over. We do have consistent higher lows. So if this trend line snaps and you have that 5-minute print opening up south of that on the back end of the trend, then maybe you head towards the low of the day. And I think that's where we're kind of heading right now. As you can see, it's starting to be breached. So yeah, and there goes, oh, Tesla, no. That's why you take the multiple attempts, especially after you have the lower highs there. Oops, what do I got going on? So yeah, we had our trend line. It snapped it, and that's why I was like, you know what? Let me get out my remaining bit just in case it does want to squeeze a little bit higher. So you had the 1-minute boom, continuous to the downside, lower highs. And then eventually put in this hammer. I wasn't paying attention. So that's a nice indecision print right there. Boom, and you run right into the volume weighted average price. So yeah, we'll go over what we've traded here. This was a trade number 2 on TSLA. And it's unfortunate that we didn't get to participate to primary target, which was the volume weighted average price. Attempt 1, we go 0 for 1. And then also as for SoFi, we go 0 for 1 as well for those who are just tuning in. And we took a loss, but then NVDL and some couple other scalps is what put us on the map today, Sharif.
AGH is breaking out, guys. It is still a little bit light on volume. It hasn't hit even 500,000 shares yet, but that's the bad news. The good news is the volume just started coming in at 1140. And I don't even mean that much. That 5-minute candle did about, here we go. Now it's breaking out. It's still a little bit spready. Let's watch out for 3. Let's see if 3 holds, coming back down now into 303. Let's try that. We're going to give this one a try. 294. We'll continue to watch. The current bar low is 287. So if you're basing it on current bar low, it's 287. Prior bar low takes you to 280. It still hasn't cleared 3 by a substantial distance to say, you know, we can use this as an area support. Showing 01s with an 09 high right now. Volume weighted average price at 80, but so is the 10 EMA. They are overlapping at this level. So I'm just going to put some prints towards near the area high. I don't want to be dollar cost averaging too aggressively on a name that has not proven itself to me on the day, especially having only done 517,000 shares. But the level off which I would pick this up on a retracement, if I was getting in that way, which I'm not, is 280. And that's specifically because both the 10 EMA and the volume weighted average price are at that level. And typically you don't even see them overlap. Usually the 10 EMA usually is ahead, substantially ahead of the volume weighted average price. That isn't the case here. So continue to watch. It's showing 7s. It's got 9s as a high. I'd like to see this price spike up if we can into the mid-teens. If we do, let's keep an eye on this for a possible candidate. Take a pause for a second, send you to Happening Now with Adara and Neil's Lesson of the Day.
One thing that we have happening now actually is some news. We have a U.S. official, I'm not seeing who, but apparently they're saying that India trade discussions are going well. They do want India, though, to be tackling concerns about market access, the trade deficit, and their purchasing of Russian oil. Let's take a look here at this market. Here's the NASDAQ compared to, I would say, pretty more directional and also a little bit more volatile market yesterday. Today, we're really compressed, trading within a fairly tight range. Let's talk about INTC, which is not necessarily trading in a range, actually trying to break out here. Intel's had a couple different catalysts on watch. One of maybe the most notable ones here to remember for Intel and also for companies like Ford as well. We have a big crackdown, A, on a lot of different tariffs yesterday, Trump tariffing a couple different industries, and B, we've got this report from the Wall Street Journal suggesting that the Trump administration is looking to further curb these dependence on foreign-made semiconductors specifically by doing kind of a one-to-one import rule and a U.S. production rule. So that's going to benefit companies that already have bases in the U.S. like Intel. Also, the other big catalyst this week for Intel is Lip-Bu Tan, CEO of the company, reportedly calling up CEOs to ask them, hey, can you invest in our business? Do you want to have a partnership with us? Apple was one of those businesses that was reported initially on Wednesday afternoon, but TSM, one of those businesses as well. Tesla on watch, TSLA. This one still hovering around that 430 level, getting price target increases from both Wedbush and Deutsche Bank. Make sure to like, make sure to subscribe, and make sure to stay tuned. We have Neil and his lesson of the day. So without further ado, take it away, Neil.
Thanks, Adara. And whether you're continuing an upward trend or you're seeing all of these V-shaped recoveries and wanting to buy the dip, you got to be careful what you wish for. Now, obviously, when we have moves like, heck, the open today, many different stocks, or like open door yesterday would be a good example as well, where you get this liquidity grab and then you have a huge continuation and then you're just long for the rest of the day. The impetus is to want to try to catch some dips and catch some bids. But you got to know when to strike, but especially when to give up. Because for every time that you get, a failure candle at the open where you're making fresh lows, you're underneath any overnight or pre-market lows, and then you trend up, sometimes it never actually recovers VWAP. And I'm going to make a point about this with Intel in a second. But the first thing is, once you decide, okay, it's made a bottom, this is where I'm taking my stand, be careful about adjusting to that stand. Like, I'm perfectly willing to take a dip buy, and I'll try to zoom in now because you don't need to see yesterday. Try to take a dip buy, but then after that, when I'm working off this level, kind of wanting a little better price when it holds here on the way back, a little better price, because it's still grinding down, right? Like, there's no reason I need to still be buying in the high 70s if I can get the if I can get the mid or the low or even like the high 60s in there, just save yourself a bunch. It's not breaking out. It's not holding above VWAP, and be willing to get out of the trade when the getting is good. And then it has to show you something distinct after. Because truth be told, if it's going to trend up and you're going to get that bottom shape recovery, it's not like you only have to have that long. Like you could have long here. You could be long on a dip. We were long most of this, most of the day on multiple reentries yesterday. So you don't have to only lever in at the bottom. But if it doesn't hold your line in the sand, be willing to get out. And then the example I'll use of how you can sort of stick with it, sometimes it does work. Now, Intel was not a complete flush or anything along the lines, but it was a gap. It tried to fill in the gap into the prior high, did not, and then it just started going into dip buy mode. And once it did, it held the low, couldn't break out, held the low, tried to break out again, and then higher lows all the way through. The key being, if you decide, okay, well, this is the level at the open that I'm taking my shot at, fair enough. Be willing to take your shot, maybe even be willing to reload. But if it just keeps on trending down over and over and over again, you could find yourself in a situation where, yeah, you do need it to recover big if you're still in it. But you could just be bleeding slowly, death by 1,000 cuts. And if it finally does turn, maybe you're not alive to be able to catch the turn. So now all of a sudden on Open Door, I can still like the notion of a V shape. I can wait for it to do something a little more distinct. It's put a bottom and a higher low, and now I can try another break of trend. This is an hour later. I'm always willing to miss the trade to make the trade. No problem with having your line in the sand, and no problem with trying to catch a dip buy, get a good price early in the day. But those early dip buys can lead to trends down. And you can win going long a stock that is trending down, absolutely. But you're making it a lot harder on yourself than you need to by continuing to fight it. Like take some time, wait for something that sets up. The ones that work, like an Intel, are just going to give you the goods. I mean, I could pull up. We were trading silver today. Here, I'll just do this and show you guys the black chart. There's another example. Like this dipped at the open, dipped into the open, into prior highs, into the volume weighted average price. You don't need to have, did you need to have the bottom to get into silver? I didn't get into silver until it was breaking out here. So what? Who cares? You don't have to have the low of the day to get into an uptrend. But if you try to fight it when it's in the downtrend, you're just making things a lot harder on yourself. It doesn't preclude you from taking other longs. I will probably try long again in Open Door, and it looks like it might be trying to set this one up right here in a trend break. But it doesn't mean I have to have every single shot at it when it's showing me a downward trend. So yes, getting that first dip buy, especially in this type of a market, right in the first 10 to 15 minutes can be absolute gold. But if your area that you bought the dip is not the right one, you've got to get out. If it's going to work, most of the time you'll have other opportunities to get in or to add. It doesn't always have to be on the way down, as profitable as that can be sometimes. So be careful, especially in that opening range. Allow the sellers to stop selling, show signs of strength before you get in, and try not fighting the stock everywhere on the way to the downside. There's plenty of opportunities. There's always something trending. I promise you that. There's always something which is trending or usually fitting someone's trading style. So if you're willing to find it and be patient enough and willing to miss the trade so that you can make the trade, then I think you'll be a little more consistently profitable. There's your lesson of the day. Best of luck, everybody. And heck, maybe Open Door does break this trend here. We'll see.
Thanks for that, Neil. All right, DFLI is breaking out, guys. It is at the top end of the range like we were discussing. So what I'm waiting for now, I'm not going to short up here, but I'm waiting for a possible move back into about 50 to 51 pennies on this one. It's done it before. It seems to be characteristic specifically to this name. When we make these area highs, clear the prior area high, which was around 56 pennies, we do retrace. I'm not going to guess where the area high is. I'm just going to allow it to manifest. And if it's going to maintain the same trend it had been putting in before, I'll wait to about the low 50s before getting into DFLI. It's a good name, and it's got a great trend. and it's up a respectable amount, 51%, and it's doing volume. Now, if you haven't traded these sub $1 names before, you're trading with 4 decimal places, which means there are more levels to post sell orders at, and goes on the same token, buy orders as well. So it becomes a thicker trade south of $1. Now, you may notice it may take longer to move a lot more than it typically would for a dollar trade. So I'm going to keep my eye on this one. Again, I'm not punching in at the highs on DFLI. I'm very interested in picking up towards the bottom end of the range. It looks like it's setting up well. SSKN as well is taking out prior area trend, and this might be an invitation to get back in. We were talking about 45 being a local area resistance, at least, when we lost trend. And now it looks like we may be taking both that 45 penny area and the 10 EMA. If that is the case, it's another one that I'm interested in. So we'll keep tabs on that. Last but not least, AGH. I'm involved in this one. I tried to get a print in the mid-90s. It did come into 96s. I had my order at 94s. We didn't print, but we've got a 3-candle setup right now. Each successive candle has lower highs. The break trend, the 1205 candle has a high of 307. So if this current candle, which has a high of 304, can print anything above 307, we'll have broken trend. Otherwise, I'm looking for more at a bit lower of an area. So that's what I'm looking at now on AGH. SSKN, I'm going to get back into here, Joey.
All right, cool. I'm looking at SoundHound here. It doesn't look too bad, to be honest with you. We'll take a gander at what we got going on the 5-minute, why I like it in particular. So there it is, right? So 1583 seems to be somewhat of a support level. We're starting to crack that, so you can see that ascent to the downside. And then now on the 5-minute time frame, we're breaching that trend. Gonna sit on the back side of it. And then we had this 5-minute hammer candle, obviously with some volume. So I was just running through some of the scans. I don't want to chase it all the way up here, right? As you head in towards some key resistance zones, that's going to be right at that $16 level. So you want to post up around 1585 if you're lucky enough to get that. So I'm just going through some names for some potential setups. SoundHound is definitely starting to catch my eye. And now as for Veil, why is it doing that? Stop it. Yeah, as for Veil, do I have to lock this? Okay, let's take a look at. All right, sick stuff. Anyways, we'll continue with that. I don't know what's going on there. But yeah, SoundHound definitely on, catching my eye. We like this. It's continuing to grind higher, 1585. We're not going to probably get that price right now, so we want to look for that next level, and that's going to be right around 1590. If you guys see anything in particular that you're looking at, please let me know. Is my chart going to decide to work now? Nope, it's not. So I can't go through any of the names currently. So I'll just continuously look and go over what we have here. INTC starting to come back in. Shreve was talking about Ford earlier, and I started to take a look. Starting to take an aggressive pullback. On the daily, you can see it punch through some key resistance zones, which I think is extremely positive. Let's actually go to a longer time frame, and hopefully this works for us and doesn't freeze up and embarrass us. And nice. Okay, beautiful stuff. So, I mean, 25.89 is your previous high, where we're currently trading at is 53% lower. But hey, you're punching through zones, the volume's there. Now you just want to see it be sustained. You don't want to see too deep of a pullback and give up the majority of this move, but 40% of a pullback, not too horrible. And I mentioned that the daily breaching through some of those key zones as well too. Now, as for INTC, you had that breakout volume started to kick in. And then when we have that pullback, let's take a look at this here. On the pullback, volume starts to stair step down. And then now it's starting to kind of turn price back around and head towards this prior pre-market high, where it seems that there's going to be some clear resistance on that front. Now, as for the NASDAQ, Charlie, I know you were looking to short this one. It's choppy here today, a lot of overlapping candles, but one thing to note is that you have the consistent higher lows. You hold that trend line, then sure enough, look for it to bounce off it once again. VWAP is starting to get significantly closer and it's curling down, and you have the resistance up here, so price compression. Watch out for it to reject that specific level one more time. Other than that, I'm going to continuously sit on my hands. We had some pretty good trades. We're green on the day, and we want to hold that on for Friday. Hopefully Bitcoin can bounce off of the lows, but I don't necessarily think it's going to. You're out 30% at INTC. Gorev, nice work there. Charlie Tap into the Q short, as you mentioned before, and it's 15.97 right now. Are you referring to Soundhound? Let's get back to that name just in case it did pull aggressively. Oh, no, yeah, it's breaking. So that 5-minute candle, really nice look. Holding of the support levels, great look. Now heading into resistance.
Okay. Back. All right. I'm keeping my eye on RCT. It got into the volume weighted average price and held on a 3-candle basis right around 190, and now is stair-stepping up with 4 green candles in a row and has retaken $2. It's also broken the downtrend that we were putting basically since my out. So I'd like to keep my eye on this one, pardon me, for continuation. I'm just unsure if we can get above this candle wick. Recall, I got back into it once it reclaimed 2. It ended up moving back into 5s. I didn't take any profits, and that was the bull trap that got everybody long before it dropped back down into 190. So I'd just like to pack my patience a little bit more on RCT. If that means getting a worse price, I'm willing to accept that. But I'd like confirmation. All right, Beta Pro by Global X Canada has just launched 6 new triple leveraged ETFs, offering 3 times bull and 3 times bear exposure to the S&P TSX 60, semiconductors, and U.S. Treasuries. Even better, they're offering a special fee rebate, dropping management fees to just 65 basis points until December 31st, 2025. These ETFs also employ currency hedging to seek to neutralize U.S. dollar exposure, providing performance that may more accurately reflect the underlying U.S. equity indices. If you're a tactical, sophisticated trader looking to amplify your performance, check out betapro.ca/3x daily to learn more. Continuing to watch RCT as it made another candle to make a new high. That is now 4 in a row with this current candle high 205. We're still not above that 205 bull trap that I was speaking about before. So I wouldn't mind waiting until that level came in. In addition, DFLI, well, it rejected exactly where we said it was going to reject. And now it's coming back down into the 10 EMA, which is not the area I want to buy it at. 51 to 50 pennies is the area where I'm going to put my resting entry. 51 pennies is the volume weighted average price. Give or take 50 pennies is where the lower trend line meets. Both the lower and upper trend lines have been respected on an almost strict basis today. And I say almost because there were outlying candles during the open, the implied balance open, that did breach momentarily, but as you can see, it regained trend once that topping tail was followed by a red candle. So here we go. We may lose 54 pennies here, where the 10 EMA is. If we do, then I'm certainly going to be looking for 51 to 52. I may use both levels to enter. We'll have to wait and see exactly what kind of price action we're getting in and around that area. So that's all I've got at the moment. I've got SSNK and AGH, both indeterminate at the moment. We'll see how they do. Joe.
All right, cool. Oh, I get a nice big stretch there in my back. I need Obi around here, man. This guy's always asking me for back cracks, and I need one as well too. Charlie. Like, this is what we were talking about. There goes Soundhound though, by the way, starting to break up higher. Bitcoin's starting to head a little bit to the north side. Yeah, and there it goes, Charlie, brother. I mean, obviously things happen, but that wedge was starting to form. We were talking about this not too long ago. There goes Soundhound. I think that was a really good opportunity to get long there. Just take it, just take it, just take it. Took a haircut. Yeah, that's fine, man. I mean, just get out of it. I think if the market does continuously grind like it is right now, you will find the potential to short it. I mean, there was some opportunities here throughout the day, but we have this indecision print right there, and then we just had this wedge that was forming that we were talking about. Let's get this a little bit tighter. Come on, you can do it there. And then now it's breaking up, and then also keep an eye on the volume profile as well. It's starting to accelerate as you're punching through resistance, and that's always just a sign for me, hey, we might continue on that path. There goes Tesla. Hangry wife, let's go. I'm glad. I'm happy for you. I'm glad that you're starting to print up on this one here. What happened there? You're still long Tesla there, Katina man? Right on, as Matthew McConaughey would like to say. $8 on that one, so not too bad of a look. And then you have also the likes of NVDA starting to bounce off of that 175.84 level. That's pretty cool there. And then look at the old IBIT breakout. So hopefully we can start that recovery. I am going to write some calls, but we're going to wait for it to squeeze potentially throughout the day. And then we want to write at the peak potentially. So with that, again, those are some of the names. Let's see if our scanner wants to work for us now, and we'll go through a couple of the tickers to see if we can find any forms of indecision. And no, it does not for some reason, which I don't know what's going on with this thing there anyways. All right, so yeah, we can't do that. Options chain is still going to work for us. We can take a look at some of the TQ's numbers just to see if we got anything interesting cooking up on that, and can explain why we're potentially breaking up and not continuously selling off. So what we have here, 12,900 current open contracts at that 103 strike price. Can that act as a potential magnet on today's session? I don't know. We obviously want to look at the Qs, not the TQs, see if there's anything kind of in correlation with that up to let's go actually to the Qs and change this chart as well. 598. All right, so 598 is putting a little bit of volume in here, guys. Gander, and then 598, 51,400 right there, and then 13,500. So this is where a lot of the volume stepping in. Contracts being closed right there on that 597 contract right there, 81,800, and then you can see the substantial volume through these strikes, and then the dwindling open interest. So quite a bit of volume put on through that concentration through 5 strike prices. Exactly, you got about over 500,000, close to probably 750,000 contracts closed. So yeah, market's starting to grind higher. Hangry wife, that's looking pretty good there. And yeah, that's what I got going on. Tesla, new high, IBIT. I wish I could go through my scan for you guys and pick some more. It's putting in a new high there, a new 5-minute high there. 430, yeah, 430 there, Katina, man. Breaking through some key pivots. I know that high of the day is around 435 roughly. If you want to get exact, 434.60. So yeah, I think on this trajectory, we might head through there, and there goes the NASDAQ, there goes the SPY, big time breakouts.
Halted is INDP to the high side. It's halted at 495, having halted at 1221.53. It is 1224.59. So the earliest this will open is 1226.53. I don't see a catalyst. It is a therapeutics company, clinical stage biotech. We know that there is a headline for that today, not a positive one. We'll keep tabs on this one, up 50.9 currently. The top, the theoretical auction price showing 510, having halted at 495. So it's already 15 pennies higher than where we halted. That is the top, the theoretical auction price. We'll keep tabs on that.
All right, guys, did you know that instead of risking your own money, you can now trade with someone else's capital? No more fear of losing. No more moving your stop loss too soon. And you actually get enough capital to make it worth your time. So you can aim for big profits, not just a couple $100 a month. This is the revolution called limited risk trading, and it's powered by Trade the Pool. This is how it works. Join Trade the Pool, hit the profit goal, keep 70% of the profits. Visit tradethepool.com or scan the QR code now for 10% off, right?
Still waiting
there.
for INDP to open. We'll see if it's going to be a 5-minute halt. It's now 12:26:25, so we should be opening up at 53. The tap now showing 5:15. It's up 50.9%, having halted at 495. So we're just right about there. A few more seconds, we should be opening up. The tap now showing 530. So it's slated to open substantially higher. Back down into 25 it goes. Still waiting for the open. It's currently 52. Now it should open. So it will be a 10-minute halt. So this one will be a 10-minute halt, if not longer. Tap dropping to 516 as a result of, the market discovering it's going to be a 10-minute halt. We'll keep tabs on this one. Now, the earliest this one will open is 12:31:53. Tap showing 520. The only one that I've got involved in right now, I just got stopped out of AGH as it did lose the volume weighted average price. I'm in on SSKN for a hold of the volume weighted average price and a move back into the $0.50. 58 pennies is the area high. I've layered my orders to take advantage of possible price spikes. It's defended the volume weighted average price on a closing basis on every candle that's taken place on the day, with 2 outlying candles that breached it on a wick basis at 11:35 and 11:40. I've tried to account for those wicks by placing my stops below them, knowing that, and by doing so, I take on more risk. Keeping an eye as well on DLFI as it came into the area high. I'm still waiting for this to come down into around 51 pennies to 50. The volume weighted average price is a little bit higher now. 51 1/3, almost 52. We are topping out from what I observe up here at 55 1/2, and now putting in a few red candles. My bias is to pick it up at the lower end of the trend line, as I've mentioned, which is currently still around 50 pennies. I will have multiple areas that I look to pick this up at if it does lose that volume weighted average price at around 51 and change. Keeping my eye on that, but here we go. It doesn't look like it wants to make it back down. And now we have another green candle to make a new high, breaking trend at 55 1/2, where we had topped out and put a few red candles. And now it's breaking out. Not into area highs, but it certainly has changed trend. I certainly had a bias that this one would continue to play the range between the upper and lower trend line. So I'm not going to punch in here just because it's breaking trend. In fact, it looks like it's luring buyers in, or shorts are seeing what I'm seeing, and they're getting short here because there's a lot of chop and churn at this level, an area where you don't necessarily expect some chop and churn. So that's what I'm keeping my eye on right now. DFLI, I'd like to get in, but I'd like to get in at a better price. Back to SSKN, waiting for this one to either break trend or fill me. First orders at 48, second order at 52. Keep tabs on that. INDP still halted to the upside. 523 now is the tap. Currently, it's 12:30:15. The earliest this will open is 12:31:53. So we're about a minute and a half away, give or take, from INDP opening if it's going to be a 10-minute halt. So that's what I'm going to continue to wait for. INDP opening, whether SSKN can reclaim the $0.50, and whether DFLI can come into that lower trend line where I can pick it up at, Joe.
All right, cool. Yeah, a little FOMO here on SoundHound as it's just continuously grinding higher. Talked about that support level right at 51.80s, 1581. And yeah, so we missed that opportunity. There was a couple chances for us to get in, and then you go. What happens here? You get the hammer candle volume supporting it. You get that move higher, pullback, holds that specific 1584 level, puts another indecision print, and then now you grind all the way up 40 cents to the volume weighted average price. Yeah, I mean BTC Haven, obviously not like you got to manage things right. We say this around here all the time: is that pigs get slaughtered. Lock things off. I think those are when you're having your best days, your best swing trades, is that when you're just not being greedy and like more, I want more, and you lock things in, you reset yourself, you take the profits. You've made your good money. You're up 354%. You can leave one for a runner if you'd like. Put a trailing stop in. It's like, okay, I'm up 354%. I'm willing to lose half of that value on that one contract. And then if it comes anything south of that, I'm just going to lock it in and I'll be more than satisfied. And I think that's really, really important. It happened to me on some of these calls that I'm working on right now. It's like, okay, yeah, I'm up a couple $100. But for me, I'm like, what is that? What is that around here? A couple $100 it does nothing. But then when the trade turns in the red, you're like, oh, I wish I had that couple $100. And obviously hindsight 2020, but just going back from the history and the little bit of experience that I have in January be year 5 is just lock that stuff in. Take the money and run, especially in markets like this in September. Take it as much as you can, and then reset yourself and look to pounce again and find those next potential trades. All right. So yeah, I can't really run through my scanner here right now. We'll try one more time to see what's going on. I don't know why it keeps popping up like that and not going through the charts. It's connected here. We're linked. Doesn't. Yeah. All right. Well, anyways, that sucks. Well, I'll figure that out. Maybe I'll just reset something. There goes Tesla, another new 5-minute high. ETHA, significantly better than what Bitcoin's up to on the session. You can see that you punched through that the opening drive high. That was a while ago. You're through the pre-market highs as well. And then now you establish a new high of the day about 10 minutes ago. So yeah, not too bad. Gap fill, hopefully, potentially at some point. I think that would be the ideal dream. And then we can start to rock and roll. We're 22% on Ethereum, the actual underlying asset. We're 22% off of that just under $5,000 previous high, which is not good. That's bear territory, right? So yeah, not a good look. And then we're down 10% on Bitcoin as well off of the previous high. And I think that we can run into the 90s. Hopefully we turn around before then, but that's what it's looking like for me. And we talked about the lengthy consolidations. It's like lag consolidation for multiple months. You only go on a couple week run and then it cools off again. So I think that's the narrative. Things really started to change when I noticed that it went optionable as well via IBIT. And then, yeah, volatility really starts to decay and it doesn't have those massive moves, and you can hedge more accordingly instead of having to go through the futures. You can sell premium, you can do risk reversals and buying the buying the opposite contract, selling one, buying the other. So yeah, there's a lot of potential things that can be going on behind the screens. I have no idea what it is, and if I could decipher it, then I would absolutely try to take advantage of it. So, yep, there it comes back into VWAP. Ether holding up strong. Ford still holding that $12 level. Shreve mentioned that not too long ago as well. So there it is. Hopefully it doesn't break through that 12 level, and then you want to look for that next step, and that would be probably the volume weighted average price. If not, you can probably get a hold there, and then maybe a retest of the previous high. So yeah, that's what I got going on there, Shreve.
All right, INDP, we got in quickly at 45s. We flattened out at 81s. Into the halt. It's up 77% now. The top is showing $6. It halted at 12:32.20. It is currently 12:35 on the dot. The earliest this will open is 12:37.20. I should advise you that the previous halt time was 10 minutes as opposed to 5. Also, this one still hasn't done 1 million shares in volume. 846,000 and a half as a result of the multiple halts and the lengthy halts. Prior to that, we had not been really doing much in the way of volume. As you can see, it was very sparsely traded both on the 5 and the 1. I perceive $5 to be an interesting area if we do lose trend as a result of having halted right before 5, and now we have an unfilled intraday gap between 5 1/4 and just south of 5 into 495. The current theoretical auction price is showing 6, halt level 581, 19 pennies higher. Adira.
You guys know here, RUM on watch, Rumble. You might have seen this headline go across the screen, but I'm seeing reports that SoftBank and ARK are in talks to invest in a major Tether funding round. Why is it significant for Rumble? Well, RUM has invested about $775 million into Tether. That's why it's significant. They got invested in by Tether. So Rumble's been invested in by Tether. Tether's invested in RUM. Now, Tether itself, again, an investor in RUM, is going to be getting an investment from SoftBank and ARK, again, in talks to invest in Tether. So interesting look there for RUM. Back to you.
601. Tennis for life. When you're looking at my screen, you'll always see the theoretical auction price right there, right where I'm doing the circle. It says tap. The good thing about YouTube is you can zoom. If you're on mobile, it's now 603. So anytime you're going to be on my screen and you see a halt, look up here on the time and sales. We're under H and V, it says TAP. You'll always see it there. If you have your own platform, it may or may not show you the tap. On mine, it does. On my IB, it shows me on the order entry screen. It's open. INDP is open and is going to halt down at 540. Currently, if we continue in this way, false halt into 540, back up into 80s and 60s. Current day high is 621. We did lose 6 pretty quickly. We're holding the gap between 5.25 and 495. It still hasn't filled. Current candle of indecision, south of 6, above the $0.50, with the current bar low at 540. Breaching 550, here we go. Trying to reclaim 621 high. Keep your eye at 621. There's a seller at 6 though. Now he's gone. It is a 620 current bar high. 620 current bar high, high of day 621. There it is, 625 now is the day high. We're gonna halt at 23, false halt. Back down, that re-triggers the timer. So we'll have a different level, we lose 6 again though. So no trend quite yet. You're not taking out area highs decisively enough. 623 area high, not 25. Back into 20, there's a seller at 20. We're not defending 6 strictly enough to get in anywhere and to use 6 as your backdrop. 640 area high now. Yeah, this one is a little too volatile. Previous halt level, 581. That already got breached though. It's the 540 area that got defended. Here we are moving back into 6. We're losing 6 again. Into that 81 area where we had the halt. Back above 6. This is too much for me. I don't like the trend. It feels like it likely will go. It may stop you out though on the way because it's very wicky. So I'll continue to watch this. If it sets up in a more advantageous way, I don't mind jumping in. But in this kind of fashion that it's going at right now, is not going to be for me. Joe.
Yeah, all right, good look. Yeah, I have no idea what's going on with the old platform ski. It's gone bonkers here. Half of it's white. I can't select some things. So unfortunately, I'm just going to have to bore you with some of the names that I have currently up on my chart. We can go through some other as well, too. We'll scroll some through and things. Soundhound was that trade. I love what Soundhound was up to. Mike P, trust me, brother. I know what that was like. That was me after Chicago. That was how I was feeling after Chicago. So I know exactly what situation you're in. There goes AMD bouncing off of those lows. But if we take a look at it from a daily, you're just stuck within this consolidation right now. So the longer it holds these levels, maybe you get one more of a liquidity grab, and then you can continue that move to the top side. So that's advanced micro devices. As for our friend Robinhood, bouncing off of those lows, some good stuff. I want to take a look at it on the lower time frames to get a clear picture to see if we can get some bounces or any indecision that says, yeah, we're ready to rock and roll. There is some things, but it's not loving the overall risk profile. I'm going to get SoundHound up here instead of some of the NVDA and everything along those lines. Tesla still grinding, a slow grind on the day. The SPY, not too bad of a look either. Watch out for the lower high on this as we're starting to slow down. So the trend line, basic trend line like this, pop, and then we'll have that over there like that. So if it breaks that through the backside, boom, maybe you can go and get a test of this previous. We're right around those pre-market highs as well too. So there's the SPY. And now as for IBIT, not doing much back at VWAP. Ethereum, same thing as well. Not quite at VWAP though, still hovering. So let me know what you guys are looking at. Plug, yeah, let's take a look at Plug for sure. Put a couple tickers, guys, and also don't forget to vote. Put that $ in there. Matter of fact, I'll do it right now. And I'm gonna go SoundHound. I'm going SoundHound there.
Joe, just gotta cover this.
Yeah, go ahead.
669 halt level on INDP. 70 halt level, showing parameter at halt. We're long here at 14s. Position board's not working. Halt level showing up at 69 or 70 on INDP. There it is, false halt through the level. I'm posting up now at 705. 77's high of day. Continuing to watching. 76 high of day, showing 77s again. Continuing to watch, 77 showing up again as a selling point. It's not a halt level. There's a seller at 77, and we can't shake them. 76 is showing up now. There goes 77s. It's 80s now. It's 85. It's 86. It's 89. Flat. Good trade. INDP up 110%, showing halt level now 89. 88's now showing up as the halt. Here we go. We need 10 seconds at this level. 110% in green. INDP on the NQ. We'll see exactly where the halts. Halt level now 688, tap showing 7. Sorry to interrupt, Joe.
No worries. Whatever, you got a breakout there, obviously, show it. Because I got nothing. I don't know what's going on here, Sharif, with the old platform ski. You know why it would keep bringing this up instead of having it linked with the scanner and the chart? Have you ever had that before?
Yeah. How did you get to that?
I don't know. It just stopped doing that. So I had scanner, right? We're linked, and then I do that, and it just pops that up instead of changing the actual chart.
I see.
Yeah. So I don't want to mess around with it here, but there we go. If you guys want some fundamentals, we can go over some fundamentals right here. Highs and everything, obviously being a little bit of sarcastic. PE, not too bad there on SoundHound, but I can only bring up some. Oh, sorry, that's Veil. I don't even know what that is. But yeah, guys, continue to put in those names. Yeah, Plug Power is starting to break up. There you go, cracking that downtrend. You can see this here, pop. Now we're on the backside of it. Nice move up from $2.32 to $2.45. Stack up the shares on that one. Q's grinding higher. Charlie, don't short it just yet. And if there's anything specifically that you guys want us to look at, or me specifically, I will do so. Goro is the first one. Let's pull it up. This is more or less Sharif's world. Liquidity issues big time here. So from an intraday standpoint, I don't know how much we're going to be looking at it. We can always zoom in. Yeah, and there's no liquidity. We can take a look at it. Oh, Gold Resource Corp. Okay, not too bad. From a daily, see what's going on there. Yeah, gold is absolutely cash money right now. Boom, you're putting in a new high. Let's see if we can get this on a weekly to see where we stand off of the lows, 11 cents all the way up there. So from November of 24, boom, 500%. So we got Sharif.
14 years, 0 hacks, 0 excuses. BTCC.com delivers when others don't. Trade Bitcoin up to 500x, even Tesla, gold, and Forex. With smart copy trading, you don't just watch the pros, you trade like them. Regulated in the USA, Canada, and Europe, trusted by 6.8 million traders. Trader TV Live exclusive. Scan the QR code or click the link in the description box for a 15% deposit bonus. BTCC.com, where pros trade, and now so can you. Go ahead, Joe.
All right, yeah, there we go. Thank you for that very much, Sharif. What was I going to look at? So yeah, Apple. Someone's thinking Apple. Who said Adrian? Apple short. Ooh, I don't know about that just yet. Let's do some basic TA. Keep it simplistic. Kisses, like as we like to say. Pop. And then we got this move all the way up into here. Boom. And then also we can do one from this previous high on yesterday to see what we have. Anything correlated with that? No, we don't want to just continuously draw lines for no specific reason. So let's stay with what we have right now. Price really starting to form that wedge compression pattern. Wave forward. I mean, where we're currently sitting at right now, Adrian, I'm going to go with a yes. Why? Because you're running into some resistance zones and you might catch the lower end of the range, all right? So be patient and you have your risk profile defined. You crack 256, you're out of the trade. It might break up and it might continue to climb higher. Adara, what do you got for us?
I have some commentary here from the White House on these pharmaceutical tariffs. So as you can see here, this is the XLV, this is the healthcare sector ETF. We are seeing the White House say that, quote, the latest pharmaceutical tariffs don't apply to countries with negotiated trade deals. So again, Donald Trump yesterday announced a 100% tariff on pharmaceutical products, but there was already a caveat with that announcement that if you are either manufacturing already in the U.S. or you're working on that manufacturing, you will not be subject to the tariff. It looks like if you've already negotiated a trade deal, you won't face a tariff either. Back to you.
Adara, yeah, and Beam, Palantir short, be patient, right? So you're starting to form a wedge. Price is really starting to compress. You're printing the consistent higher lows, but then you have that resistance zone right at that 177.50 level. All right, so keep in mind that, yeah, you can look for that breakdown, but you have your risk profile also defined, anything north of that, and then also keep an eye on the volume profile just in case that it wants to break up and you see it really start to kick in, the volume and the velocity starts to increase, and then sure enough, that can tell you, hey, my thesis is wrong, let's get out. But right now, both those names, Apple and Palantir, are range trading.
INDP halted still. 688, the top showing 747. It is up 110%. The halt time, 12:43.09. It is currently 12:48.17. So this one will be another 10-minute halt like this one over here. So we got a 10-minute followed by a 5, and now this one will be another 10-minute halt. Be on the lookout for INDP, and if you're involved in the name, it's incumbent upon you to be looking at the top, the theoretical auction price while we are halted. It is only on the NQ, the NASDAQ names, where you'll be able to see the theoretical auction price. You will not see it for New York stocks nor MX stocks. I just got into DFLI. As I was saying earlier, I have a bias that this one is ranging. Into the lower and upper trend lines. And it's been quite consistent in that regard. So I did pick it up at 52. I will stop out if it loses 49 because the loss of 49 is the breach of the lower trend line. Ideally, this one trends up back and takes out 60 or around 59. The current high of day is 58.5. It's got a couple of bottoming tail candles, both of which breached VWAP. Both the current price action of the current candle and as well as the prior candle did retrace above the volume weighted average price. So I'm still in SSKN with a bias that this holds generally the volume weighted average price for a possible retest of the high of the day at 58. So 2 positions at the moment, looking for DFLI to trend back up. It took a long time for DFLI to break down, but that wasn't something that I wasn't expecting. It did that here as well. It did that on every successive crest. When it made a new high, it has a tendency to pull back. Takes a little bit longer to get back up than it does to get back down, but both of them, both the up and the down moves, were not quick. For example, the down move on DFLI started at 1210 And if the prior candle is going to be the bottom, it ended at 1245. So I don't expect a quick move, and I certainly don't expect a quick move during the midday on this one. So we'll continue to watch that. Back to INDP, as this one is still halted, 1243.09. It is now 1251.02. So we'll continue to wait for this one to open. The tap, still above 7, showing 728 at the moment. We'll have to see where this one opens up when it reopens. My first profit taker on DFLI is 53, and then the subsequent one will be at 55s. I'll layer them with a bias that we make another high of day above 58.5. So what I mean to say is my move is not going to be to extract the entire position south of 58. I have a bias that we're going to clear the high of the day, as we have done on both the 2 prior occasions, 3 now actually. Then I should stick around and see if we test it for a 4th. That's what I'm doing. That's what I'm keeping my eye on, and I'll be keeping my eye on INDP as well.
Cool. Nice look there, Sharif. All right, so we're back in business here. We got this thing working, AAL. In the meantime, I also found something cool that I didn't really know about either. So we'll pull up these AI summaries that we got. This one doesn't have any, but it hallucinates a little bit as well. I believe they use Gemini or something along those lines. This year-over-year change in the U.S. consumer price. But yeah, this is a nice little tool that we found here. Beta, bring you your beta. Oops, where'd that go? I seen something that was interesting to me. So yeah, there it goes. So Q2 25 revenue exceeded $1 billion. See, I don't know how true some of this stuff is. You have to read through it, because last time I checked, I was using TradingView, and I was reading some stuff on Bitcoin. And it was like just saying numbers that weren't there, hit it like 135,000 and some weird stuff. So I don't know how much I trust that. You got to fact check yourself without any form of questioning. So yeah, let's get back in, run through some scanners here and see what we got going on from Amazon. We'll get involved with the 5-minute time frame in a moment. So one thing that I like is that you have this continuous sell-off. This isn't even off the previous high, but just this peak right here, 238. Come on, you can do it. There we go, 238. You got a 10% pullback, and then this was the previous peak right there. So you're closer to about 12%, 11% from the previous high, and I think that's going to be a solid discount here in Amazon, considering it's like, yeah, okay, I think that some of the tariff news is still holding it down, and in the likes of what we've seen with Google, once that gets sorted out with China, you can almost, I'm not going to say anticipate, but look for that weight to be lifted off its shoulders. And then who knows with these names, like the e-commerce side, and then we obviously know with AWS coming in with double-digit growth, which it's phenomenal, but there's still something holding it down, and we got to be patient and wait for it to be lifted. But at these lows, slowly start to allocate. I know Chase the Pack was logged some Amazon calls. You got that bounce that you were looking for, and I'm happy you did so. So yeah, there it is on AMZN. Now we'll take a look at Mara. We had the breakout, right? So as of September, the middle of September, you get that breakout, and then look what happens momentarily as shortly after that, as crypto starts to sell off again, you head right back into the middle of the range. And that's why when Sharif and I talk about this, the Bitcoin miners are just a tough space. It costs a lot of money, and from a technical standpoint, they haven't really done too much over time. Yeah, you have that initial appreciation, but for the span of years, even through the halving cycles, it hasn't got the capital appreciation and the price appreciation and the likes of the actual compared to the underlying asset itself. Now, moving forward, CoreWeave, 85 bones, there it is. Nice bounce off of that one, $84, now trading up 50% from that specific level. Still not putting in any new highs. Watch for that 150 level to be broken. Other than that, I'm going to say that the downtrend is still fully intact. I want to get involved in something, but I just don't know what yet. There is a little bit of a short signal here on the TQ, so shout out to my boy Charlie. But it's not a hammer or anything along those lines, so we want to keep an eye out for that. And if the market's going to continuously squeeze, we don't want to be standing in front of a freight train. Tesla's grinding, NVDA continuously, it's grinding. Actually, no, I'm going to do it. enough talk of this. We're going to get involved small size on some TQ to see if we can get a bounce back to the lower end of the range. We have a pretty tight risk profile. We'll give it about 30-40 cents max there. So let's get involved, and then we'll bring that up to see if we can start to break down. Let's get it up on our charts over here. So yeah, I've traded 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 names on the day. Oops. And yeah, how many? We only have two of them are losers, and then we have the winners in the iBid short and the NVDL long, and now we're short some TQs that are slightly in the money. We're going to get the lower end of the range, so that's going to give us about 20 cents or so, a little bit more than that, and then we'll look to start to piece it out. If it breaks through that 80 level, we're giving it about 20 cents to the top side, so that 1-to-1 risk to reward ratio, and then we start to take some off. VWAP is going to be the ultimate dream, and that's where we're going to look to hit that 3-to-1, 4-to-1, especially if we do get south of VWAP there, Shreve.
INDP high of day 845, trading south of 8. Current candle lower high, but also higher low. Current candle low 750. New high of day 857. Price spike now on the current candle makes this candle with a higher high and a higher low with an 857 high. This one feels like it may be destined for $10. We'll have to wait and see. Current candle low, as I mentioned, 750. We're losing 8. We're losing 750 now. This one feels like it's going to halt down. A $7 area being tested. Prior area halt is 682. We're looking to test the lows of this candle. So now this current candle has a higher high, but it feels like it may make a lower low as well, in which case it will be a bearish engulfing candle. Packing the patience over here, continuing to watch as the price action develops. This is not the entry for me. It's either going to be near off the previous area halt level at 88, or it's going to have to be another test of $8 and a possible test of that high of day. Again, 857 high of day, trading much closer to the low of this candle. And here we go. Here's the halt level. Now we're in the halt parameter, 710. 710, we need this to hold for 10 seconds, false halt into 725. That means we're going to lose 710 now. What's the new level? No, the timer doesn't restart. 710 halt parameter showing up again. 9 on the bid, 10 on the ask. We need to hold this for 10 seconds before we get a gray out. It feels like it might gray out this time, and it's grayed out. We are halted down, $7.10. The top showing 10 pennies lower than where we're currently halted. I'm going to keep tabs on this one clearly, as this is the best moving one in the market at the moment. So two things here with this halt down. One, sure, it's a halt down and it's the first one, but that's the bad news. The good news is, number one, we're holding above 7. Number two, prior bar low is actually 703, current bar low is 710. So we not only have still, even though we're halted down, a higher high, but we also have a higher low. Number three, we haven't filled the prior area gap. The prior area gap is from 682 to prior bar low at 705. So that area is still a gap. So I'd like to see what the tap ends up being a lot closer to when we come to open. At earliest, we'll open 103.47. We halted at 12:58.47. So if this is going to be a 5-minute halt, and most of them have been, for the exception of one of the halts, which was 10, we will open at 103.47. So we'll keep tabs on that, and we'll tell you about this in the meantime.
All right, guys. Each year, 3.8 million concussions are reported in the U.S., yet there is still no FDA-approved treatment. NISE-listed Oragenics is changing that with its first-in-class, intranasal drug designed for rapid brain access. With the concussion treatment market projected to reach $8.9 billion by 2027, Oragenics is uniquely positioned to lead the way. Learn more, schedule a meeting today. check out or Genix. Anything else that you want to cover?
Waiting just for the tap to show up. 677 now, the tap. We're halted at 710. We'll wait for that one to open up. Again, earliest it'll be is 103 and change. Keeping an eye on SSKN. I've been holding this one at the volume weighted average price. I want to say the majority of the show, right around 11:35 or so, we got in. It's almost 1 o'clock. It has been rejecting the high 40s, and by high 40s, the highest I would say is 48. I've been watching a 47 seller step in many times, despite nothing really being posted on the gateway at all at 47. So we'll have to see how long this trend holds, and I've been trying to gauge whether or not generally we're putting in higher lows, and we are. If you look at each successive trough, not each successive candle, here's what I mean. Area low at 1142, another area low at 1233, and another area low at 1253, each one a little bit higher than its predecessor. So we'll see if the trend continues here on SSKN. It's a good hold of VWAP, which tells me that the buyers are stepping in at that level, but equally as important are the sellers in front of 50, which have prevented this one from ascending. So we'll keep tabs on that. The other trade that I've got on is DFLI. A bias with this one that we continue to channel range from the lower end of the trend line to the higher. Got a couple of profit takers on this one, but we're not getting continuation in the same way that we did before. Now, I did have a bias that this was going to be a bit of a longer trend up, given that what it had done prior. As we saw, the descents happened a lot quicker than the ascents, whether it was at 7:15, 9:50, or 12 o'clock. So I don't expect this one to rocket or move in the same fashion on the way up as it did on the way down. Pause for a second, send it to Adara.
Yeah, I just want to let you guys know here, Fed's Bowman making some comments right now. She is more or less saying that she's, I think, thinking that the Fed's a little bit behind the curve and ready for a cut. She's saying that where is the specific quote I'm looking for? Here we go. The Fed should consider shifting its focus from overweighting the latest data points to a proactive and forward-looking approach. So Fed's Bowman thinking the Fed's too focused on the most recent data points and not looking forward and pushing higher. She said that also recent data, including these benchmark payrolls of revision, shows that the Fed is at serious risk of already being behind the curve. Back to you.
Thanks for that there, guys. Make sure you guys get to vote as well, too. We're going to start the news, obviously, here momentarily. It's around that 1 o'clock. Interesting stuff, but make sure you get those dollar signs and then vote. So you know what you guys want to look at during the rundown. So, yeah, there it is, guys. Nothing substantial. We were already out of that TQ short, 20 cents, sticking to the stop loss here today. It was literally, to take it out of Sharif's book, that was the ultimate community college try. I just wanted to see if it would work out, and it didn't. So we hopped out immediately. One more thing here, Sharif, before we hop in there. Ebb and Flow Portfolio INTC January 16, 2026. Call 40 call purchase in August. I have a more long-term horizon with this contract. Do you consider rolling, however, a decent amount today? What's your move on this spot? January 26th. Yeah, I mean, you still have a couple of months, the 40s. You bought those out of the money. So I think you understand what your objective is on that one. I mean, the more time, the better, right? If you feel that it's better for you to roll those over, then I think it's in your best interest to do so. If you have that gut feeling, just do it. Don't even second guess yourself. Don't question yourself, because you're going to pay the difference in the contract. You got to pay a couple $100 more or whatever it may be, $50, $60 more to roll it out a couple more months. I'm doing that all day, and I'm even thinking of doing that in my crypto contracts. But yeah, thank you for that there, Ebb and Flow Portfolio. Let's rock and roll.
INDP, guys, unhalted, trying to clear 7 at the moment. Prior candle did breach VWAP, but ended up closing below it. Prior candle high, 723. We're showing 714 now. I'd look for a clearing of prior candle high before I get in on this one, but we are holding a key technical level, at least in my methodology for trading these small cap gappers. The volume weighted average price is always an important level for me. So I'm going to continue to watch this one, but I'm unlikely to execute anything on it while we're doing the news as a result, obviously, of being highly volatile and requiring basically all my attention. So let's start right now. I'll continue to hold my DLFI and SSKN, looking for continuation on both with stops in play on both. Just allow me a minute to set up. All right, so let's talk about the semiconductor tariffs that possibly could make their way onto the scene. So allow me a minute over here. I have to load up the other one. There we go. All right, good to go. So the Trump administration is weighing a new tariff plan targeting U.S. reliance on overseas semiconductor production. They're aiming to boost, obviously, their own domestic manufacturing as well as reshape the entire supply chain for chips. Companies are at risk here of facing tariffs if they don't manufacture the same number of semiconductors in the United States that they're importing from overseas. So effectively, this creates a one-to-one domestic to import requirement, a plan that could drastically change how the U.S. tech firms source as well as produce these chips. More information we're waiting for, obviously, but you have risks for U.S. firms like Apple, Dell, as well as other PC makers that may face major compliance burdens, in both tracking the origin of the chip, where it's coming from, as well as balancing their U.S. versus foreign chips. It creates supply chain issues. Some predicted winners from this policy, if it sees a light, would be companies like Micron, Global Foundries, Taiwan Semi's U.S. operations. Specifically, we're talking about the Arizona fab. These could all benefit from leverage in negotiations and increased domestic demand. You also have some possible net losers if this policy sees the light. As I mentioned, Apple, NVIDIA, Dell, all could face higher costs as well as operational hurdles as a result of this policy. And the auto industry as well. We're seeing Ford have a fantastic day, but the auto industry is a major user of semiconductors, and they could also be hit with higher costs given their reliance on imports. So something that I definitely would be keeping my eye on, especially if you have exposure to any of these semiconductors. Adara, what did you make of this new trade policy here that we hear Donald Trump looking to implement?
I mean, my thing, too, is it's just a report for now, right? I would like more details. I would like to hear it from the horse's mouth, so they say, because I always have a hard time, you guys know I'm very much a see it to believe it type person. I want to know what, context is going to be. And my thing, too, and maybe I'm naive, please correct me in the chat if this is the case, I wonder how you actually track this. Do you know what I mean? How are you, they're getting X out of this country, they're putting in Y, they're making X number of chips here. I think that is, I'm really curious about how they're going to actually implement this rule, how they're going to track it, how they're going to ensure companies are following their policies. I feel kind of the same way to an extent about the next story we're going to talk about with the tariffs. But yeah, I mean, either way, I think this is something I really want to see how and if they end up rolling it out. Now, one thing, too, that I want to add is a lot of times we'll have these stories reported that do involve the Trump administration, and the Trump administration will initially deny them, and then or say they're not going to comment on them, and then they do end up being more or less the case, right? So I wonder, that happened with the Kenvue situation, the whole 90-day tariff snafu, though admittedly some of that was misreporting. Regardless, the reason I bring this up is because I wonder, A, if this story is as close to how it's kind of coming across here, or B, if this, I guess, how far they are in these negotiations. Furthermore, I think Intel benefiting from it makes a lot of sense given their investment in Intel. So either way, I think it's a win-win for Intel. Intel certainly has needed those wins, so I'm going to give them the thumbs up there, and shout out to anyone who's long this name.
Joe, how do you look at this?
What was the question? I went to the washroom.
Semiconductor tariffs.
Tariffs. I mean, I think this is a big part of, obviously, with the talks here in regards of talks. TikTok deal being done, I think this is going to be the next big step. And if they come out positive with it, regardless if Donald Trump's, he's obviously going to take his 15% from AMD and NVDA. But a lot of that weight is still holding on, I think, the market. Once that's sorted out, I think that the semis can continue to run. AMD has pulled off of its highs, and same with the likes of NVDA. So once that clears up, I'm sure there's going to be some room for these names to go to the top side.
More tariff news. Donald Trump looking at levying 100% tariffs on branded pharmaceuticals. So 100% tariffs on all branded and patented pharmaceutical products entering the U.S. effective October 1st. Branded and patented are operative words, as that by definition excludes generics. Exemptions apply to companies building drug manufacturing currently in the United States, including sites that are already under construction, even if they're not completed. President Trump argued tariffs will push these drug makers, such as Eli Lilly, Johnson & Johnson, AbbVie, all to reshore production after a decades-long policy of offshoring these. The U.S. pharmaceutical imports as well have nearly tripled in the past decade, rising to about $213 billion worth of imports in 2024. We don't obviously yet have that figure for 2025. Drug makers often rely on global supply chains with different steps of production spread across multiple different countries, and this would obviously disrupt that flow. For their part, health experts warn that tariffs could lead to higher prescription drug prices, which is clearly something the administration is currently fighting against. And we saw the previous administration, to credit them as well, also look to fight back against that. For their part, pharma giants argue that tariffs will redirect their precious capital away from innovation in the U.S., as well as U.S. investments, as firms try to cushion the impact of these levies on their customers as well as themselves. J&J, by way of example, they've already booked about a $400 million tariff impact for all of 2025. They may have to recalculate that now, given the new figures. And President Donald Trump previously floated rates as high as 250%, saying that the 100% levies are only a start, with step-ups in those levies planned over the next 18 months. J&J recently pledged about $55 billion in U.S. investments, as well as many other pharmaceutical companies, all to kind of get ahead of these tariffs, Joseph, because they were already really telegraphed.
Yeah. I mean, here, I'm just trying to pull up XLV here. And just looking at the top holdings, obviously you have the likes of Eli Lilly, Johnson & Johnson, United Health is in there as well, too. It's tough, right? You're drastically underperforming. Now you're going to get slapped with tariffs. Donald's been talking about this for some time, 100% now. I think he was talking 200%, 175%, whatever it was. But when you have a sector that's already been extremely damaged like this, and then now you're going to slap some tariffs on them, as Sharif mentioned, that, hey, it's going to make some of these companies have to recalculate the potential damage from these, then yeah, you're going to see some more downside in this sector. There is a double bottom here on XLV 127.65. That is a ways away. It's probably about 8 points or so to be exact. So yeah, it's been a really tough look, especially considering it's been one of the worst performing next to the energy sector, sectors in the overall market, Sharif.
What's your take on this, Adara?
My take on this is, as you said, this is super telegraphed. This should not be particularly surprising here with regards to pharmaceutical tariffs. But I think one thing, too, I do think Eli Lilly, of any of these companies, AbbVie maybe as well, is poised to benefit. Now, why do I mention these companies, Lilly in particular? Because Eli Lilly has strategically, over the last, I think, week or so, every couple days, they've announced some kind of new plant in the U.S., some kind of new initiative in the U.S. I think they said as of last week, they're going to be opening 5 new plants in the U.S. over the next 5 years. Like, Eli Lilly, I will say to David Ricks's credit, I think really, that's the CEO of the company, really understands how to respond to this administration and how to kind of get the tariffs on your side, so to speak. And in this case, avoid tariffs. Now, the other thing, too, that it's worth noting is David Ricks, CEO of Lilly, Alfred Bourla, CEO of Pfizer, and the CEO of Regeneron, they all A, met up with Donald Trump in Mar-a-Lago prior to the election, and B, they all had their tariff letters when they got the pharmaceutical tariff letters back in July. They were addressed to their first names. Everyone else was addressed to Mr. Whomever. So with that in mind, I think Lilly, Pfizer, and Regeneron might be in a better position than most, or at least they're kind of a better understanding of what Trump's looking for with regards to tariffs. So they might be able to navigate that situation better, making sure their policies match what the administration is looking for.
Costco reported after the bell yesterday, and they beat on both the top and bottom line, with EPS coming in at $5.87, beating the $5.80 expected by the street on revenue of $86.16 billion, also beating the $86.06 billion expected. Net income did rise to $2.61 billion, up from the prior year where they took home $2.53 billion. The top line growth as well was a healthy 8.1% increase on revenue to $275.24 billion. That's for the full year for their revenue growth. Same store sales as well, which means stores that have been open a year or longer also grew 6.4%, but that doesn't include gas, though growth has decelerated now for 2 straight quarters. Membership fees, a big margin product for Costco, jumped as well, 14% year over year, boosted both by fee hikes as well as more members joining. Memberships increased for the first time since 2017, which contributed to the growth, as well as they're seeing a younger demographic joining, people typically under 40, now accounting for nearly half of the new signups each year. So good luck. E-commerce sales, an area that they've been really trying to press, also jumped about 13.5% year over year in Q4, taking home a little bit less than $20 billion of their revenue right now coming from e-commerce. Digital sales as a whole now, not in just a quarter, but as a whole, now make up about 7% of Costco's overall net sales. And they're trying to innovate with new search features as well as faster employee checkout tools and a virtual waiting room. I personally was at my local Costco last weekend, and they now have individuals walking around with an iPad cashing you out. So you're able to get out a lot quicker and not have to wait in those very infamous Costco lineups. Merchandise and tariff strategy continues to evolve. About 1/3 of all U.S. sales come from imports. So 1/3 of U.S. products sold in the U.S. are imported. Costco's looking to offset some of those tariff costs that are expected by expanding their Kirkland private label alternative. So that's obviously a higher margin product for Costco. They can pass on savings that way. Costco also opened 27 new warehouses this year, with 3 of those being relocations, and they plan to open 35 more, Joseph, in the next fiscal year.
Yeah, that's some really good look, a good look there, Sharif. As to the tariff cost with the Kirkland, I remember on their previous report is that they're not looking to put all of the weight onto the consumer, and they're obviously their customer bases. So what they essentially were doing is on food and certain other goods, they weren't changing the price, but in something like the luxury items, in the exotic plants and everything along those lines, is where you're going to start to see the tariff impact on some of those goods. So at the end of the day, I like what they're doing. You can see that obviously the customer subscriptions starting to grow, the revenue is increasing. That's something positive. And what Costco looks like from a technical standpoint, I like it at these lows. For me personally, I think this is one of the better staple names. Obviously, you have the likes of Walmart, and it's like 1A and 1B in my opinion with Costco and Walmart. So as we're at these lows, you get that aggressive sell-off on the earnings report. You drop 5% or whatever it may be, but you're heading into some key support levels. You're starting to see some buying pressure step in with the name, and you're also off, let's see, approximately 14% from those previous highs. The downtrend here is still fully intact. But again, Costco, a big-time staple. I think it'll be fine in the long run. And if you start buying some around here, don't go all in at once. I think you'll be able to do just fine.
What's your take, Adara?
Yeah, I think my take on Costco is the numbers were pretty solid. I like the e-commerce focus as well. And I think just in general, the fact that they seem to be getting a little bit more tech-savvy, for lack of a better term, with the e-commerce element. And as you mentioned, Sharif, I had no idea that people were walking around with tablets cashing out now, because that is one of, I think, the least appealing aspects of Costco as someone who hasn't been in over 10 years, but I remember going as a kid. Those lineups are really bad. So they're finding a way to kind of streamline the process. I actually think that's a good idea. As you can see here, this is their annual revenue going back to 1996, so almost 30 years ago. This is a steady uptrend. I think this report generally was pretty solid. Sometimes the market isn't quite sure how to react to things, and that 925 level is absolutely a level on the daily and weekly for Costco, so could just be a little bit of a technical shakeup. But either way, I think this report is solid, and I think there's a lot for Costco to look forward to.
Meta rolls out ad-free subscription in the UK, already having had rolled it out in Europe. So they're introducing that ad-free subscription option for both Facebook and Instagram. It's going to cost you $2.99 quid, basically $4 if you want it on the web, aka browser, or if you're going to use it on iOS or Android, it's going to run you $3.99. The expected launch coming in the next few weeks, mirroring, as I mentioned, the rollout in the EU earlier this year. UK's Data Protection Authority had already raised concerns with Meta's use of personal information for advertising purposes. As a result, the subscription option helps Meta align with the stricter privacy and data protection regulations. The paid tier will allow users ad-free browsing without their data being used for targeted advertising. And advertising obviously remains Meta's core revenue driver, with 98% of the revenue in 2024 having been made from digital ad sales. That was about $164.5 billion, Joseph.
Yeah, I like that you brought that out, Shree. Before we get back into Meta, Adam James, HPN, Healing Pain Naturally. Happy Friday, Trader TV Live gang. Thank you for the $20 super chat. Love you guys. Have a great weekend. No, you, my friend, you have a great weekend. I know you just got back from your hiatus in Miami. So yeah, thank you very much, my friend. Much appreciated. That will most definitely go towards everyone, maybe some beer funds. You never know, even though I'm not even really drinking. But yeah, Shreve, as you mentioned before, a lot of it comes from a lot of 98%, 97% of it of Meta's revenue comes from digital ad. I think that's extremely positive. Well, I mean, it's not positive, but it's a big amount of money. And when it's that concentrated, sometimes you can look at it in both ways. You can now start to pay and you don't want to see any ads, or you're just going to have to sit through it and allow yourself to watch those ads. For me personally, I don't care. I'm not scrolling enough in order to have to pay that amount. But if you make a living off of Instagram or whatever it may be, then that might be something you're interested into. And now as for Meta, from a technical standpoint, let's take a look at it from a daily to see what we have going on. I like this name, and I'm going to continuously like this name. All of the hyperscalers, any form of dip, you want to just slowly start to grab it. We didn't even quite get to that double top there at 797, and then now you're at that neckline, 744. Watch out. The buying pressure is starting to step in, but if it continues and you open up below that neckline, watch for some additional selling, and you want to look for that next level as well. That's going to be around 722.57. But everything that Meta's got going on, I wouldn't be overly worried. This is just another revenue stream. So personally, buy it on the dips, and that's just how I feel about all of the hyperscalers.
What's your take?
This anyway, mentioning this is another revenue stream. I'm not sure this is going to be another revenue stream. So I looked into this. I would love to hear from people from the EU in the chat as well. I was looking into this to see if this is actually a concern that users in the EU have about data privacy, or if this is the EU, who we know is a little bit hard on American companies, if this is just their regulatory fist coming down, right? So it is interesting. Apple, we know, just cracked down on the DMA. They said that they actually think the DMA hurts their users' experiences in the EU. So with that in mind, I have to wonder if this is coming more from like the actual regulatory bodies and less from the users, which again, I wouldn't have evidence either way, but I think is a point to keep in mind. Then I actually don't know how many of these subscriptions people are going to get. This doesn't strike me as a business decision on Meta's part because they're doing so well in ads. As Sharif highlighted, this strikes me as they are responding, I think, understandably, to the regulatory threat or concern. So yeah, I don't think you can really assess this as a business decision. I think you can assess this as it makes sense. They're trying to avoid more regulatory headwinds, but I don't know if this is like a choice they would have made otherwise.
Amazon settles FTC allegations with a $2.5 billion fine. The FTC had accused Amazon of duping customers into signing up for Prime with deceptive designs, what they're calling dark patterns, and making cancellations difficult. The settlement includes 2 tranches of money to be paid. $1.5 billion is going to be paid to the U.S. Treasury. The other is going to be $1 billion in restitution to customers. It marks the largest FTC fine ever levied. Now, for their part, Amazon must now add a simple cancel button to Prime, as well as provide clear disclosures about, one, the costs, the trial terms, and the renewal policies before taking the membership. Customers who unintentionally, I don't even know what that means, use Prime benefits during a 12-month period will get a $15 payment. To give you an idea of the scope of this, about 40 million U.S. customers were affected by Amazon's alleged tactics. They have 200 million members worldwide. The history of this goes back to 2023, when the FTC first sued Amazon, alleging intentional delays in cancellation flows. At the time, FTC Chair Lina Khan said Amazon, quote, knowingly harmed, close quote, millions of consumers by prioritizing revenue over transparency. That isn't the end of the matter, because a broader antitrust lawsuit against Amazon is still pending, which is targeting their marketplace practices, not the cancellation of Prime. So more contingent liabilities ahead, Joe.
Yeah, I find it interesting because people in the chat are saying, yeah, it's not that difficult to cancel the subscription. I don't think it is either. But again, I think it's just the FTC looking for a way to rake in some cash. A quick couple billion right here and there. We'll charge these guys considering they hold a nice amount of market share. But as for Amazon, we were talking about it earlier. E-commerce side, it's okay, yeah, whatever. Let's focus on AWS. And then obviously, kind of in these streaming wars, when the likes of Netflix, Disney, and Amazon, it's going to be one of those bigger names as well too. So I never found it difficult. Again, it's irrelevant what I think or what experience I have, considering the FTC says otherwise, affecting multiple individuals. So there you go. Pay the fine, slap on the wrist, and they're going to go about their merry business. And then now about you're still down 10% off the high. All right, as I mentioned before, Ichiro, thank you for the $20 super chat. Trader TV Live is the most inexpensive but valuable education. Greatly appreciate the free education. No, thank you, Ichiro. I know you said you had some contracts on some stuff, so continue to hold those, manage them correctly, and I'm glad that you've been winning on them for sure.
All right, Adara, what's your take on the Amazon story?
I mean, honestly, at this point, I think it's kind of done. Like, it's literally settled. Right now, I was going to say the one headwind they might have going forward with this is if their other case they have right now with antitrust is related to this at all. But given that it's not like they have to worry like, oh, we settled, we're going to seem like we're guilty of anything. They don't have to worry about that because the other case is immaterial or irrelevant to what's happening here. So yeah, I mean, I can't comment on whether or not Amazon's easy to cancel. I've never attempted to cancel it. I've only had it for a couple months. But either way, I mean, I think there's resolution here. This is done. On to the next trial for Amazon.
Boeing wins a major aircraft order from both Turkish Airlines as well as Norwegian. For their part, Turkish Airlines placed the largest ever Boeing wide-body order up to 75 787 Dreamliners. The breakdown is going to be as follows: 35 787-9s, 15 787-10s, and then an option for 25 more Dreamliners with no variant specification. Also announced plans to buy up to 150 737 MAX aircraft, potentially its largest Boeing single-aisle order ever. This order aligns with Turkish Airlines' 2033 vision to expand its fleet up to 800 aircraft, looking to be basically a world hub. Let's talk about the Norwegian expansion as well. Norwegian Air Shuttle, for their part, they ordered 30 Boeing 737-8s as it continues to grow its fleet across Europe. It builds on the earlier 2022 deal for 50 737s, now exercising the option that was given to them under that agreement for additional units. It's obviously a strategic shift for Boeing over here as they look to restore their credibility after the 737 MAX crisis, as well as the Alaska Airlines door plug blowout back in 2023. And it also highlights, Joseph, the growing demand for the wide-body aircraft and the narrow-body jets as well. with about 725 gross orders for Boeing year to date through August.
I find it so weird with this name, Sharif, because it's like almost like every other week we're seeing Boeing step in with a bunch of new orders and everything along those lines. And we know the backlog in this name is astronomical. They can't produce enough planes. But if that's the case, if they have all this demand, why isn't the stock performing significantly better? That's something that I can't wrap my head around. Obviously, there's margin issues as well, too. But it's like orders here, China, Turkey, like across the globe, companies are buying these planes. They can't produce them fast enough, but yet the stock isn't performing that well. You're 17% off of those previous all-time highs. And it doesn't, like, from a technical standpoint, yeah, you're bouncing off support, but it doesn't look like it's going to crack that anytime soon. It's going to take a while, and that's where I'm stuck with Boeing. They essentially run a monopoly on the commercial airspace, but they just can't seem to get it together for some reason.
Stood.
I really want to say here one thing too, Joe and Sharif, but also I'm just going to say Joe because I know you just mentioned it. Boeing actually is getting a little bit more confidence from the FAA in particular, which I think is a great sign. Earlier today, the Federal Aviation Authority announced that Boeing is able to sign its own airworthiness certificates for certain 737 MAX and 787 Dreamliners. Boeing has not been able to sign any airworthiness certificates for these planes for 6 years since we had those two crashes in 2019. So this is actually a good sign for Boeing. Now, Joe and Sharif and audience, I do think that change is incremental, so it's not going to be overnight for Boeing, but this alone is being viewed as a massive sign in the right direction for Boeing. So I think regardless of these deliveries, you know, as you guys were saying, it's going to get deliveries. I think it's a good sign of confidence that, and I guess a good sign of the company as well being in the conversation, the way they're being utilized in these trade deals. But beyond that, the fact that their planes are being viewed as, or the company's being viewed as trustworthy enough, they're able to sign off on their own certificates again, to some extent, that's a good sign. And I want to see that expanded. I want to see, you know, can we sign up on a couple more? Can we sign off on, you know, different types of models? I want to see that progression continue to happen for Boeing.
No, yeah, very good point there, Adair. I like that you can see that the deliveries are starting to pick up. It got really bad there in Q4 of 24, and they were just missing deliveries like it was no tomorrow. And now they're back at those 2022 levels, so not too bad. We'll take it.
YouTube and YouTube TV and NBC Universal carriage dispute. So YouTube may soon lose access to NBC Universal programming, including Sunday Night Football, The Voice, and other popular shows. The current contract between the two companies expires on the 30th of this month, raising the risk of a blackout. NBCU has never previously gone dark in U.S. history under the Comcast or GE ownership. Here's YouTube's position on the issue. They have around 10 million subs, as we know, and they argue that NBCU is demanding higher rates than its own Peacock streaming service, which would raise costs on subscribers. It's important to note at this point that YouTube TV made the exact same allegations about Fox, I believe about 2 to 3 weeks ago, and that ended up getting resolved. YouTube pledged to offer a $10 credit to customers if NBCU channels become unavailable for an extended period. They did not define what an extended period is. NBC's position is claiming that YouTube TV is seeking preferential treatment under unfair terms. They argue YouTube TV rejected, quote, the best rates in the market, close quote, to gain leverage over competitors, and NBCU has begun running warning messages to their users on YouTube TV about the potential loss of content. Joseph, we just saw this about a few weeks ago.
Right on, right on. Yeah, sorry, before we hop into that, we'll go boiled hot dogs. Yeah, I mean, there it is. You have that wedge forming that we're talking about and the volume slowly starting to pick up. So just to get back into the markets for a second, I did take another attempt on the Q short. Didn't work. It's still grinding, so that's it. We just get out of it immediately. Boom, you get that move. I was looking for that 2 to 1, so I'm up here. I was risking only 10 cents. I I was risking 20 cents on the previous one, so I needed 40 cents. 160 was going to be my target. It comes against me. I get out immediately because I'm not going to stand in front of it. There's the volume starting to pick up in Palantir. Watch for that to open up on the top side of this resistance zone, and then maybe you can be on your merry way. All right. So just a quick peep at the overall market. I mean, YouTube TV with Alphabet is a beast, right? So these guys are starting to gain share, whether it be YouTube Shorts, everything along those lines. But NBC Universal carriage dispute, going to lose some of the Sunday night football games. They'll be able to get them TNT, whatever it may be. I think YouTube TV is taking kind of the shorts by storm. Personally, I love what they have going on there. And then obviously we're on YouTube as well. And a lot of these streamers, these kid streamers are hopping on there. So if they end up losing something, they're going to gain it in another aspect, whether it be another sports channel, different sports, or adding another streamer to get them on the platform. I think they'll be just fine at the end of the day.
What do you think about this, Sadara?
I honestly don't have too much to add on this, just because we had the similar story play out with Fox. I suspect we will get some kind of resolution in the blink of time, or the nick of time, or whatever phrase you want to use. I think this will probably likely end up getting resolved.
Okay, let's go on to the next topic. Tesla getting the nod today from Deutsche Bank. Multiple price target hikes ahead of the Q3 deliveries number that we're getting soon. Deutsche Bank, for their part, they raised the price target on Tesla from $345 up $100 to $435, while maintaining the same buy rating they had previously. The bank expects Q3 deliveries to come in at about 461,500, which would be flat year over year, but up 20% quarter over quarter. It would also be ahead of the street consensus estimate of 433,000 deliveries, again, for Q3. Key drivers being cited by Deutsche Bank as the reason for the increase: the launch of the Model Y L in China, which we know is a 3-row, 6-seater, longer-range Model Y available exclusively to the Chinese market, not North America. They also cite pre-buying in the U.S. market ahead of the cancellation of the EV incentive slated to end at the end of this month. That's a $7,500 incentive. With respect to growth in China, they're forecasting a 20% growth for Tesla in China and North America, but they are continuing to gauge European weakness from rising competition, as well as branding issues tied to Elon Musk, obviously. Chinese registrations through September are now in the range of 141,000, which is pacing quite close to what Deutsche Bank had been estimating, which is 159. That's for the full month. We obviously haven't completed the full month yet. They're saying as well that they see Tesla hitting possibly 1.6 million in deliveries, but expect U.S. deliveries to drop off in Q4 as a result, obviously, of the cancellation of the $7,500 EV tax credit. They also cite Elon Musk's competition resolution and a push into robotaxis, as well as humanoid robots, as removing overhangs on the stock. They see Tesla positioning itself as a leader in embodied AI and could bring more long-term expansion. Some of the recent deals, Joseph: a letter of intent signed to deploy humanoid robots in a pharmacy client setting. Should be interesting to see that.
Yeah, that's really interesting. I watched some videos on Optimus the other night as well too. Found some interesting stuff. Just saying, observing what's around it. The individual was like, "Hey, I would like to get a coffee, but I don't want to go buy one." And then Optimus was like, "Yeah, you can go get one from the kitchen in the office there. Do you want me to lead you the way?" And that's where it kind of glitched. It took him a while. He had to step back. And then he's like, yes, lead me to the coffee in the kitchen. And then sure enough, he did. All right, I'm long Palantir for that breakout, but it looks like it's going to be a failed breakout. We'll hold on to this for a little bit longer. But yeah, I mean, as for the price targets, I think a lot of it's coming into the fact that Elon's buying back his own stock. Apparently, they're going to outpace BYD on purchases for the month, I believe, of August. So September or August, whatever it may be. I found very interesting. Again, we want to wait for the delivery numbers to come out before we make any further assumption, which if it comes in better than expected, with the path that this stock has been on for the past couple of weeks, I wouldn't be surprised if it adds a little bit more fuel to the fire.
What's your look on this, Adira?
Yeah, we've had a lot of analyst notes on Tesla, especially over the last week. They've all been pretty bullish. So I think like what it's worth noting now when you look at these, look at them all in tandem together. What are the commonalities we're seeing? And I think one of the biggest ones are people are very optimistic about China right now, which for a while was not the case for Tesla. We've got that Model Y L in China, which I really think jolted all of that interest in what Tesla's doing over in the country. We know that their sales and last week, it was the third best week for them for China registrations. So they're registering these cars in China. And that's even as we have a lot of really strong competition from other vehicle makers within the country. So I think that's a really good look for TSLA. The other thing I want to say, too, is this delivery guidance. And I think this is actually a double-edged sword. So if they actually beat all of these elevated Q3 delivery guides, I think Tesla could be set up in a great place, especially with Elon backing the stock. I suspect there will be a lot of bullish momentum. Now, on the flip side of things, regardless of the idea, oh, Tesla's not a car company, it's an AI company, whatever you want to call it, right now the main product that they deliver, other than the robo-taxis, which they're still kind of working on, and they have out, but they're still building. The point I'm trying to make is the cars are right now the biggest tangible product Tesla has. With that in mind, regardless of these forward estimates, if they miss on Q3 deliveries, especially with the expectations as high as they are, I think short term this could be a bit weaker. So that is my very long-winded analysis on TSLA. That being said, I mean, shout out to anyone who's long this name. That 435 price target, ironically, that we got from Deutsche Bank seems to be a little bit of a ceiling for it for now, but we'll see if it cracks above.
There. I think it's going to be really important. If they come in short on those deliveries, then we're probably going to see a little bit more downside on this name. The confidence was solely in the fact that Elon was starting to buy back stock, and it's like, all right, he's really intrigued about his pay package. He obviously wants to hit the milestones, $8 trillion in a span of 10 years. And we talked about this before. Shreves mentioned it. There's zero chance that you can do that with the company, just selling cars like he is right now. He's going to have to come in with higher margin products, and obviously the rollout of more autonomy vehicles, the robo-taxi and the Optimus bots. And you got to think about how far of a timeline that's going to be. How long is it going to take for the average consumer to start to really get involved in Optimus? But Adara, what do you got?
Sorry, I have Apple AI news. AAPL and Watch, the company reportedly has built is building a ChatGPT-like app to help test their revamped Siri, but they don't plan on releasing it to the public. So Apple reportedly has a ChatGPT-esque app to help with their revamped Siri. It's not going to be released to the public, but they're using it to help test their Siri update. So Apple apparently is actually building some AI specifically with regards to helping their AI Siri, but you're not going to see it publicly released.
Yeah, it's funny I think it's funny that they're building this ChatGPT like app there, Adara, because it's like why would I get the app that's like it instead of just going to buy going to get ChatGPT and putting it on my phone? You can have the link here on your iPhone, your new iPhone right there. Bang, it's like this, ChatGPT, you want to have a conversation with it, then we're going to have it. So chat, how's your day going, blah, 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 whatever it may be, it's going to reply to me. They need to get Siri in order. I ask it the most basic questions, and it has the inability to do so. I go to ChatGPT, no problem, instantly. So yeah, hopefully they get it figured out. And Adara, we know what our good friend Danny Ives said about them getting it right in-house. He has a better chance of making the league than Apple getting it right. So
you know how I feel about his metaphors.
Yeah, honestly, I know.
I don't even care about those. People are always going on about his sports metaphors. Once he reused that Louvre metaphor twice, I was like, no, you have to come up with new material, Dan. You can't say the same quote twice because certain people will remember.
He loves it. He loves the sports analogies, and he always refers to like where we're sitting in, just kind of this AI race or the LLM race, whatever you would like to call it. He's like, yeah, we're only in the fourth or third inning a couple years ago. He's like, yeah, we're just in the pregame in the preseason. So yeah, interesting stuff. They do need to get it right, but I don't think it's going to affect the price of the stock too bad. Adara, what do you got?
Yeah, what I have here is GeoOGL. So Google actually moving a little bit lower on this story. Now, I'm not 100% sure that this is correlated, but we know with Apple here, AAPL reportedly working on its own in-house AI or ChatGPT similar app to test their Siri, Google and Apple were reportedly going to work on this project together. At least Google was supposed to be helping Apple with AI at one point in time. So this could be why this is dropping a bit. But if there's any other news, I will let you know. Also, Fed's Bowman making commentary right now. She's saying that the Fed is, quote, within range on inflation, and that she prefers a gradual approach to rate changes. That could be in reference to comments that Stephen Myron has made, the new Fed member. Myron is advocating for 50 basis point rate cuts. Fed's Bowman saying that she prefers a more gradual approach. Back to you.
Yep, I'm looking at APLT, new small cap gapper, trying to clear and hold above the dollar. It's up 78%. It's at that critical area. The dollar, it also has a double top at 105, a bit of a range the last, I want to say, 20 minutes. 95 to the south side, 105 to the top side. So a 10 penny range with higher lows generally, starting at around that 136 time slot. We have been putting in higher lows on every successive area trough. I'd like to see if this one can clear the dollar by substantial amount so that we could use the dollar as a backstop, much in the same way that we did earlier with AGH. This one still hasn't cleared it by enough distance. The volume on it is good, 53 million shares. It should be doing that for given the price. Looking at the short float, or the float, excuse me, it's a larger float. It's 136 million share float, so it's a bit thicker. We still haven't even done half the float rotation on the day, so I'll keep my eye out on this one. Ideally, if you were to punch in here, you'd be looking for it to hold at 95 to 94, just given what it had done prior. And that 95 area is not new. It was not just at 130. It was also an area support once it was cleared at 112, and it did hold that level right into 121, after which it made that 105 high. So APLT in focus for me here, but it's going to have to either clear the dollar or come in back into that 95 penny area, hold support, in which case we can punch in and around 95 and give it very little in terms of space and in terms of risk, because if it loses 95, well then that isn't the move. Some levels to let you know about that. The 10 EMA on the 5 has been absolutely defended like a glove by APLT and has been, in fact, that way since 12/20, once it claimed the 10 EMA. This is the first area of real consolidation that the stock has put in since the breakout at around 12/15, which doesn't surprise me at all, given that we are getting into that $1 area. So if there was going to be a resistance for APLT, what better area to have it than at the dollar? It's up 77%. So the first area of support is that 10 EMA, and that's showing 96 1/3. The other area that I'd be looking at, obviously, is the 90 penny area for psychological support, but below that, it really is the volume weighted average price, and that only at right around 87.5. So I'll keep my eye out on this one, and if it sets up again, like we spoke about, right around 95 pennies, or if it clears the dollar by, and I don't have an exact quantum of how much it needs to clear the dollar by, then we'll get involved with this one. But we are still holding our trade on SSKN, and I've been scalping out on area pops, 49s, 50s, next profit target for this one, 52s. It has been stair-stepping up in terms of higher lows. Very, very, very lightly and marginally. We're talking about higher lows in the range of a penny, sometimes half a penny. So that I'll keep my eye on. And then DLFI, I got stopped out as this one did lose the lower trend line. So I saw somebody in the chat telling me, hey, DLFI is in your range. Well, it isn't. It lost the range, and therefore I lost on it. So it had been quite respectful of that lower trend line, not to say anything about the upper trend line, and then it lost it. And now I anticipate if it starts trending back up that it will use that lower trend line as resistance as opposed to support. That's in and around, currently at around 52 1/3 to 53 pennies, really depending on when we reach that lower trend line. So still up 33%, and it is at the moment below VWAP, so not tradable under my system. If there are any other small cap gappers that you guys have an eye on that we haven't mentioned on the day, just tag myself or Joe, and we'll have a look at it for you, Joe.
All right, good look. Yeah, we can take a look at what the VWAP is on CoreWeave for you here. As soon as I pull it up. Oops, I just typed in VWAP. CRWV. Yeah, there's that short guy. I tried the long there on Palantir, didn't work, hopped out. So I'm just taking paper cuts at this point. Again, that's probably going to be it for me. We'll hold on to the small green that we are leading into the weekend. And then also, again, we took 2 attempts on this one, didn't work out. And then sure enough, you're coming right into that 1080 level. So you get this squeeze out and continue what it is. So just doing stock market stuff. All right, yeah, let's go over. Oh yeah, I told you CoreWeave. Volume weighted average price is at $123.73. So we'll go from the top to the bottom here on our trades, and we'll take a look at the accuracy. So were we green on IBIT? Yeah, ever so slightly. So we'll go 1 for 1 there. Can I get it right? Yep. So there it is, a nice little short. Get out when you're supposed to, and then look, it's starting to grind higher inside day on Bitcoin. So that's going to be our one trade there. Now, our second is going to be NVDL. This is going to be the bigger winner of the session off of those lows. Boom, boom, you take it off, right? Majority of it off at VWAP, leave a little bit of a runner, holds the consolidation lows, and then starts to grind a little bit higher, but we're not going to get too worried about that. We had small shares left. And then as for PLTR, we just had that one up. We take a loss on that. SoFi. Wow, I took a bigger loss than I expected on SoFi. Okay, no, I guess this was my first trade in the morning. Boom, take a loss on that one. And then also with TQs, again, we just went over that, so we won't do it again. And TSLL, you get 1 small win and 1 small loss. So at the end of the day, I have 1, 2, 3, 4 wrong names, 2 correct, and we're still positive. So we'll go 2 for 6 on the day, and you hold on to a positive, and that's why you keep those risk measures in place. The risk to reward is intact, and you try to allow those winners to be as large as possible. All right, so risking 5 cents, okay, you're going to be looking for 10 cents. That's going to allow you can be wrong twice and be right on the third one, and you're out break even. So you're not, essentially you are not down on the day, and that's some things that you want to look out for. Also put it in the chat, guys. I'm curious to what everybody else's day, how everyone else's Friday is going. Put it red or green in the chat. I'm going to do mine right now. Let's search for the emoji and see how everyone else's Friday. Regardless of you are red, guess what? Monday morning we'll be back bright and early, 8:30 to start things off. Market opens at 4 a.m. And even if you would like, you can grind some blue ocean in the evening. Yeah, okay, red, lots of red. We got some more greens. Let's go Ramen, Amriri, Muscan. We got red. Kip is green. That's good. Ichiro's green. We like that one. KL Lover. We love that one. He's green. Green 44K, but lost it all, YB. What kind of nonsense is that? On a Friday, you don't want to do that. And then we have a couple more. We'll go through some other names. 2.7% green, says Carter. And then Buffalo Soldier is red on the day there, Sharif.
All right, watching APLT still, guys, as it trades in and around that dollar. I'm interested in, as I mentioned, picking it up off 95 if it is to make its way down there, but I have to have a contingency plan if the 95 penny area isn't triggered. We're still putting in what I see here to be higher lows on every successive 5-minute candle, but we're also putting in lower highs. So I haven't seen enough to say I think we're doing a compression pattern. But it's up 82%. My only reservations are this dollar area is a make or break for these ones that are coming from south of the dollar. So I know the shorts are interested in getting short here, and I know people who are holding this from the 70s, 80s, maybe even the 90s are interested in taking profits at the dollar. Not just because it's the dollar, but because it's consolidating and has been consolidating at this level, I want to say, since about 112. It's 154 now. So I don't see the setup that I need to see in order to get in. Otherwise, I may get caught on the wrong end of the lower highs. And here we are again, coming back into that dollar. Let's see if their buyers are going to be stepping in at this level, maybe kind of gauge whether or not we have a size backstop. And what by that I mean, in the same way that you're looking at the level 2 to see if there's anybody preventing you from ascending, in the same way that it's usable to see if there's anybody backstopping you to prevent us from descending. So you're looking for the big buy orders on the bid in the same way that you're looking for those big sell orders on the ask. And when you just do a quick comparison right here, just from what we can see, we have 300 lots on each gateway on the ask and about 100 lots on each gateway or on the 2 large gateways on the bid. So right away, from what we can see, I say no. But oftentimes with these small cap gappers, it's not what we can see, it's what we can't see. So you can only use that as a partial piece of information. So I think I'm going to steer clear of this one for the moment, just given the fact that we've got about 5 minutes left on the show. And in addition, it really isn't showing me that it's got the, the compunction to want to break out. Again, I see higher lows, but I also see lower highs. I think I'm going to steer clear of this one for now. Let's go to the other trade that I've got on, which is SSKN. I'm basically, depending on whether you're looking at the bid or the ask, flat or 5 pennies in the money. I've only gotten one print at 50s. The other ones have been at 49s as well as 42s and 44s. That was an earlier trade. There's nothing for me at this moment from what I see on SSKN. Just having a look at the side chart over here. That's it, really. I mean, I don't see anything else. Just checking the quick scanner on the top. No, nothing's coming in that's doing volume, guys. So it is going to be a bit of a light afternoon on a Friday for these small cap gappers. I'm seeing AREB possibly working in here to the volume weighted average price. Let's have a look at that. So this one did a bit of a double top at 55, but it is sort of a, this is the 5-minute chart, by the way. I did a double top at 55s, dropped all the way back down into 20s, and now it's being bought up here about 15 pennies off the area low, trying to reclaim the volume weighted average price. If it gets above 38, it'll be a bit of a gap between 38 and 55, as there's really no price action between those levels. So that's another one that you can keep an eye on, but again, not setting up in the most ideal situation for me, so we'll steer clear of that one. John wants me to look at RUM. Let's have a look at Rumble. Rumble barely going green here, John. It's just up 0.5%, but it's got a nice bull flag with volume right at 1230 price spike, gets up into 724, goes green on the day. But it could quickly lose that green if it loses $7.19. That's a break-even point. That is yesterday's closing print on Rumble. So not a bad look, John, but not really strictly a small cap gapper and not exactly a big percentage winner on the day, Joey.
All right, good look there. Yeah, there goes Tesla. Big time breakout. Volume starting to pick up. 5-minute candle, we have 435,000 shares traded on this interval right here. So now 435.51. Let's pull up the old chain ski to see what we got going on there. Katina Man is, he has to be at least $15 in the money, I'm going to be guessing now, considering I think he mentioned at 432. I'm just going to wait for his reply in the chat to see what he is actually up on that one. 440, at that 440 strike price, guys, 115,000 contracts traded. That's the volume there, not even the open interest, 20,600 at that 440 strike price. So a pretty good look. And I mean, if you go across the board, we may as well pull it up for you guys. You got 250,000 contracts traded. Let's see here. Yeah, contracts already traded at 430. So extremely bullish stuff right there. Not too bad of a look whatsoever. Yeah, I mean, Tesla just doing Tesla things. Let's pull up the liquidity on these things. They'll essentially look like a intraday chart, considering, right? Like when you have that many shares being traded, I don't know why it always goes to a 2 hour, right? Like you would never have guessed that this was an options contract, eliminate whatever up in this corner, and be like, yeah, this is a pretty liquid underlying. Oh, it went from a okay, let's go. what the actual helly? This is insane. Okay, so if you go from 10:30 this morning, this is the expiration. This is the power of the options, right? So if you happen to be the lucky individual to grab these contracts at the low for $1, less than $1, no, that's not correct there. It's 58 cents. 58 cents to where we're currently trading at is almost 1,000%. On today's expiration alone, if you were to happen to snipe that, obviously it's what if history and hindsight, but that displays to you guys the power of some of these contracts. And I understand. So like in the likes of Tesla, you only have 0 DTE on Fridays and a lot of equities as well too. But with SPY and Qs, you have 0 DTEs every single day or 1 day till expiration. But this is some big time move, 951% on those specific contracts. I hope someone took advantage of that because that is some big time cash and a big time capital appreciation. But guys, it is now 2 o'clock. It's the end of the midday show. We're heading into the weekend, Sharif. Send it over to the big boys.
Hey, what up? I'll be here in a minute. No, I was actually just looking at one of the worst names today because in the chat, and I'll let everyone roll in, but I was just having a chat back and forth with a couple of people in there about some of the small cappers and some that were good and some that have been really, really bad today. But overall, I think we were due for an inside kind of day. It feels like that's the case. Right? Like we got the V shape. We're not really taking out the highs. Nothing too crazy. So I think it's a constructive day. We didn't get a bad number this morning when it came to inflation, but I still think it's probably a little bit surprising the way that we dipped at the open, man. But who cares? As long as the market is buying dips, then I think we can all be happy customers. No questions asked. Oh my goodness, like NASDAQ at the highs, Intel at the highs, Tesla at the highs, SoFi not at the highs. Open Door down 5%. I was talking in the chat about LAC, which I hadn't even looked at it. And because it was kind of off the radar today, it's down 13% today. I guess sometimes that happens, like when the market decides to bleed, like not everything catches the bid with the V-shaped recovery. So yeah, you had to pick your spots. Open Door, as I said, hasn't been very healthy. Open Door was cruising for a V-shaped recovery. Now look at this sucker. Now it's even down 5% again. But it gave you some good bounce. Just had to be really, really patient about it. The chips, there was bad news. I don't know whatever. I'd call it like somewhat, if this is going to load up. Seriously, NVIDIA? My chart's on the weekend. It was bad news. You see how long that took to load up? And anyways, NVIDIA like trending down pretty much all day, and then now you're catching the bid. So it's been a nice, gentle rise on some names, non-existent on some small caps. But overall, as long as you were patient with trying to work that long trade, I think you're absolutely fine. So it's one of those where like it worked out really well, but I'm just mad at myself over SLV because I don't know. It's the first time I've ever traded it. It just went a little.
You want to talk about don't be too mad about yourself. I mean, those happen. That's a great trade, and those things happen all day, every day. I have right here. We have 16.
It's a program.
I know. We have. I think this might be a program right here.
It is a program.
$16 in the money on Tesla, still going to the upside. Like, what's up with that?
Oh, my Tesla chart crashed.
I don't have as many shares left there. You want to talk about here's Marvell. We actually had shares again down here at 82. We basically took out the very bottom of the day there on Marvell. So now that's up about $2 from where it was. Oh yeah, and then you want to talk about getting out at the bottom of the day again? There's Webull getting out there at the bottom. But welcome everybody.
You want to see jokes?
If it involves getting out too early. Then.
No. This is my Tesla chart. Where I'm like, huh?
Yeah.
So see the circles?
Scrolling, yeah.
So I've had Tesla up the entirety of the day. I'm like, man, Tesla really stopped moving at the high of the day. Or no, my chart is just in the process of crashing, so I need to restart it. But look, everybody, now that you're matriculated in, I do want to remind everybody as I get that out of the way. Let's just get this started. Actually going to restart this right now.
Yeah, restart that thing. We can even wait a couple minutes. How many people are here?
Well, I mean, it's 2:04.
My thing never transfers over.
Oh, I manually do it to make sure.
I know, I had to.
So make sure I'm in the chat. So make sure you're jumping in your chat. But I did the fresh start. Oh, you know what? I remember I have to full screen it and then do fresh start. There you go. So $, whatever your symbol is going to be. So whether that's, all right, Gary, I saw Gary put in BlackBerry and we were talking about BlackBerry for some reason. Oh, you know what we're going to throw in there? We missed an opportunity and we're talking about this. $AEXA. American Exceptionalism, what is it actually called? American Exceptionalism Acquisition Corp. This is the newest way that Chamath is going to be making money. This thing. Yeah. SPAC. New SPAC today. You could have taken the open and been pretty good. Which sandwich you got? I got
I got turkey or something, but there's leftover egg salad ones, and Joe was just like, what's up with those? Why, you want to get one?
Turkey was okay.
I like egg salad. You don't like egg salad? Well, you don't like a lot of
What's wrong with egg salad?
Who knows? This guy never had pie before. I'm not talking food with Joe. It's over with. Okay, it's like talking sports with Obi. It's like,
Yay, sports.
That is a punch in the gut. That is low for me to do that.
The Jamaicans love food.
I know, but I just say the pie thing. It has not. Yeah, right. That is a shot. He knows more about food than Obi does about sports. So I shouldn't have gone there. But we know about trading over here, and I mean, today it was a great one for the Tesla. Here's our sticky note: Tesla and Webull were absolutely fantastic. But whatever, Andre's gone. Oh, there it is, right here. Yeah. So Tesla, the 422. I mean, I love that everybody in the chat is like they're making a lot of money off of this. That's great. Like, I'm glad to have made money on it too. But I didn't make the word a lot is not in my vocabulary today. I mean, it's good. Whatever, man. It's going to be a good day. We're about 1.5 times the goal here, but it has nothing. It's about 1 times actually. It's not even that big. But there we go. We were only holding like 10% on the way up. So out, and holding a very small piece left of Tesla. Like, it came in right into our levels and then blasted. Got a little gun shy when we got stopped out, basically right here. And then I put on some, but I didn't put on the complete amount of shares that I wanted because I was going to try to hold off for that 420 level. But anyways, Tesla still $16, man. I mean, you're not going to be able to get the smile off this guy's face. But at the end of the day, I'm almost more like this Marvell. I really, really like Marvell. And I should have maybe been a little bit more like we were into this, man, layered into it, got some out on the pop. And then just there when the market was being run is when we wound up getting out. But again, not that we weren't here for this, but Marvell, I still like the stock. It's red on the day. So, those are just
a lot of stocks are.
There's going to be
a lot of stocks that are red on the day that spent most of the day being bought up. That makes any sense?
Yeah, that makes sense. I was going to say, just like that, I mean, both of us, right? The SLV trade and then those 3 or 4 trades we just showed you. Yeah. It's kind of just like those trades happen every day. Like, honestly, it's just a matter of, like we keep saying, you got to get the right trades into your account at the right time and then just trade them accordingly. Like, you don't expect SLV to go, I don't know how far it went, $2 or whatever that was. We don't know. I don't know if Tesla's going to go $16.
Oh, and I've literally never traded this before.
Yeah, but even if you did, I mean, you still follow your rules. And that's what I'm trying to get at. It's like, if I have a $1.20 stop on this trade for Tesla and it goes up in the money $3, I'm most likely emptying most of it out because that 3-to-1, 4-to-1 ratio is great. It's just like, we look back and every day I seem to have these 4, monster winners, and the reason why we don't have monster losers is because we get out. So it's that mentality that I'm also using on getting out of winning trades too. It's like, okay, we've got a big winner here. It's in the money nicely. It's 3-to-1. It's 4-to-1. It's at some key levels. So we're stopping out. Like, I'm getting out. So it's like just like why we got out at 430 on Tesla, right? $8 in the money. I don't know it's going to go 16, but always try to hold something for the dream. People saying Oracle's dropping right now.
Again?
Is that true?
That stock can't get. This thing can't sustain a bid. This is ridiculous. It
284?
lost 290.
I almost think this is a buy.
This is it's getting a little bit ridiculous with Oracle.
I mean, they missed on the quarter. Here's Oracle right here. It's back down below now. It's back below this level, this gap fill level.
Yeah, this is not good.
295. Okay.
I don't
know. I don't like that, man. I don't like the way this is looking here. Because if that ever happens to NVIDIA, like if that happens to, if we come in on Monday and there's a bad story here about NVIDIA, like, and you lose levels here, like you lose this 165. I don't know if we stop until 145, 150 here, and that's going to hurt a lot of people. Like, because no one's selling NVIDIA.
But you know what you know what this is? So NVIDIA is Lamar at the end of the game, and Lamar hands the ball to Henry, and Henry is going to be Oracle, and Oracle fumbled the ball.
But that is possible because
that is exactly what's happening.
NVIDIA is Derrick Henry, actually, one of the best stocks and running backs of all time. Okay,
this is a fumble.
Now, he's Derrick Henry never fumbles.
And now he always
Now it's fumbled in 3 straight games, costing his team 2 times. So that's what I'm saying. NVIDIA could fumble here.
Thank you, by the way, Derrick Henry.
Yeah.
Because the Bills.
Well, the Bills were making the playoffs anyways. That was a nice win. The Bills make the playoffs anyways. The problem is one of the Chiefs or the Ravens are 1-3 after this weekend when they play each other. That's like
one of
them.
It's the Chiefs.
Well, yeah, right. Whoever wins or loses. I
don't even know where the game is.
I mean,
but we know we got to get up to the. I guess it'll be the desk. Because I assume Sharif is ready. I can't tell. There's a pillar in between.
Sharif?
Did we get the okay?
Yep, I think we're getting the okay.
Let's go to Sharif. Get this rundown started.
Don't talk about Cowboys.
Okay, let's start by looking at the 4 major averages. They're all in positive territory, leading up here with the ES up 0.42, trying to reclaim 6,700 points. Likewise with the NQ, marginally up 0.2, the worst performing of all 4 major averages on the day. The best performing major average is the Dow, trying to reclaim 47,000, and then the Russell 2000 continues to try to reclaim 24.5, trading a little less than 0.2% on the day. Webull is the #1 ticker, as is selected by you guys. 1541 high, no news.
I mean, no news, but I mean, this was on. I'll just talk about it quickly because I had the trade, but it was the #2 idea on the sticky note today. So I agree. I don't know. I didn't even write down any story. I just said up here in the AM, trying to break off of 14. Let's dip by it until it breaks 1450. So we had Webull today. And it was a good trade. Like, I don't have any problems making this trade here. But, like, it opened up the day at 1540. And I was like, we'll take 1450 if it comes in. You know, I wasn't going to hold it too much past that. It does go to 1430. I feel like the next area of resistance or support in this situation was all the way down here anyways at $14. So, I feel like it wasn't necessarily a missed opportunity or anything here with Webull. It's just, it broke. It got too aggressive there. And looky. Next time, I got to do a little bit better. Look at this candle right there, right? This is the big candle that we got stopped out on. So if I see a volume candle like that and then we retake that level, that's probably the go. But then it comes back and tests again. So I don't know.
But it was
tricky trade there for Webull. But we had it on here. So to Sharif's point, I agree, man. Like if he couldn't find a story, I wasn't even looking for one. It was just a technical move, and there it goes. So
we mentioned this yesterday that this stock has broken the 50 on the daily now.
That wasn't even my sticky note that I held up.
Like it's broken. It's now closed above the 50, and barring some kind of a absolute disastrous afternoon, it's going to close above the 50 period on the daily again. I traded it after it broke VWAP because why not? Like it just started into this on somewhat good lunchtime volume breaking away, and once it got through VWAP, it was also breaking out back above yesterday's high, so scalped it a couple times, and now it's falling asleep. But it doesn't matter because it seems like it's going to close above the 50. That gives it a secondary run here on the daily, which 18 to 19 bucks seems like the reasonable target. So I guess we're going to close this on Monday as long as we're holding the 50 period moving average. I think you go for the second leg up, and we're looking 18 to 19 on Webull, which is trying to do what the other fintech names did.
Tesla, the best performing Mag 7 name on the day, up 3 1/5 with multiple upgrades today by rating agencies. Deutsche Bank liking their deliveries number, saying it's going to come in at the higher end, about 193,000 for Q3. Separately, Deutsche Bank likes the expansion into the robotaxi, Elon Musk's pay package, and the share repurchase program.
No crash.
All right.
It didn't crash.
Yeah, I'm still trying to get my Bluetooth to work here. But, okay, so quickly on Tesla. So Look, I could show you the I could show you my sticky note again here, but it's all the same thing. Tesla's the #1 trade on there. We've been tweeting about it all day. There it is, 422 to 423 long. So we're still in this. It's $16, but we don't have very many shares. It continues to rip to the upside. The reason why we like 422 to 423 is just simply put, it's right into here. I was looking at these dip buy opportunities in the afternoon yesterday, and basically where we closed was 422. Right into there, this is 423. So I was just giving it a couple dollars. I didn't really want to be part of 420 break because I figured that if we opened the day where we did 428, right, or so, first of all, there was a huge move up to 434. We've taken that out since. And then that move back down in, very, very aggressive, right into our levels. So I'm just learning more and more every day that if things are going to fall into your level like that, you can actually get more aggressive because it's traveled so far that it may retrace back there to the upside. Like, you know, what was right about it, all of a sudden there wasn't like there was a huge story with Tesla. It was just following the market. So it bled all the way down. So we caught a couple longs in between there. We did get stopped at once when it broke 422. And then we were just like, let's just try to go one more time. And we did that. And that's the one that's really paying out for us right now as we get into 437, 436. But like I said, the majority of the outs were right in around here, 426 to 427. And I even tweeted it out, like, how can I hold more? Because I don't know, man, like VWAP is here, the 200 period is here, then right into here, these outs are based on these pre-market levels, so I'm fine taking those out. That's $10, right? And then this level, again, I guess just whatever, it's 431. I put a 430 and a 431. And then I put into here 433 because I was like, we might not get up that high. And boom, now we're just accelerating like crazy train right now is what this stock is on. So, again, like the stock, but don't have enough shares. Glad it was the #1 trade of the day. P&L wise, it's going to be obviously, and just hoping that next time we can hold a little bit more. And I just want to say congratulations to everybody that followed me on that trade. And hopefully you have a little bit more shares than I do. But hey, if you don't, we'll just do it again on Monday.
That's what it's all about. And great trade there. And you can also trade Tesla with BTCC. And you can do it with no excuses and no hacks either in 14 years. 14 years and no hacks. Pretty good. They deliver when others don't. You can trade Bitcoin with up to 500 times leverage. You can trade Tesla, gold, and Forex if that is your cup of tea. And with smart copy trading, you don't just watch the pros, you can trade like them. Regulated in the US, Canada, and Europe, and trusted by 6.8 million plus traders. And we got an exclusive here, Trader TV Live. Scan the QR code you see on screen, or click the link in the description box and grab a 15% deposit bonus. BTCC.com is where the pros trade, and now so can you. And regardless of whatever strategy you had in Tesla, all roads lead to 440. I had the breakout trade only. Didn't really give a clean entry off 420, but just in and out, managed to get the top of the open move. But sometimes, and I'll talk about it, like sometimes you will take something out. It's like, oh, but you got out early or got out perfectly at the high. And then sometimes it'll make the move right away. And you look like, oh, wow, that was the top, and we look like a genius. But you have to trade your own strategy because that same I'm going from here to here mentality is exactly why, and I'm trying to type in SLV. I feel like one of my keys is a little sticky. It's a good thing I don't actually really type things on here. Yeah. But it's like the L key is like a pain in the butt on this keyboard. No, and like the same thing that can happen is sometimes you'll do this and you'll get out, and it is not the top. But you have to stick to what your strategy is. Like when I looked at this, I'm like, okay, well, breakout of the high yesterday on silver essentially went a 1% move, just a little bit more than that from the top. So when it made that breakout, I'm like, okay, well, I'll trail out at 1% and then watch it go even more. So whatever your strategy is, just be consistent with it for sure. And let's talk about the door being closed on open. At least it wasn't as bad as Lithium Americas for open door.
Down 5 3/4 is Open Door with no new catalyst today, but it does have the Jane Street catalyst yesterday, disclosing a 5.9% stake in the company, about 44 million shares. That is after we heard Access Industries was liquidating a majority of their share position. About 10.9 million shares sold on the 12th of September, and then on Monday, they sold another 11.4, so institutional buying and selling on Open Door.
Yeah, so this one was actually the topic of the lesson of the day, because if you're playing a support and resistance level, sometimes what looks like you've got the bottom just ain't it. And the 2 points about that I was trying to make is, one, if you're getting in off a support level and it's showing you a lower bid, then try to grab yourself a better price if you can, for two reasons. One, it's a better price. Two, then you lose less if it breaks a stop, right? Like, sort of obvious, right? Like, if it goes to VWAP, now you're getting a little bit more out of that VWAP move. But then if it breaks a stop, you're losing, a little bit less. That being said, Open Door has been a short most of the day. You can always just wait for it to show a little bit more structure. And I'll show you guys LAC in a second. I didn't really trade that, but that has something interesting as well. But when it shows you the higher low, sometimes it can be a little bit distinct. I feel there's a lot of times when a stock is rinsing people that did it. It did a dip buy the day before in a V-shaped recovery, and everyone wants to try and grab the same thing. It's almost like it's going to rinse everybody first, and then it's going to go. So Open eventually made the move and gave you a good up move, but you just had to wait around a long time for it. And it's the same thing with, that's what I think about LAC. Like, if you waited all day, it still has yet to put in any kind of a higher low that tries to break it away. Like, at no point, it's like, yeah, it's going down, and you're trying to catch a bottom here, but there's no point at which buyers start to gain some control and so show you strength off higher lows. And so it's all right to look for something and never find it, so at least you don't have to trade it. And Open Door, thankfully, caught a couple of bids, so I lost in the morning, was able to make it back and go green on it, but I had to wait all lunchtime for it to catch a bid. And this stock literally never did catch one on LAC, so thankfully never traded it.
All right, so new position alert right now. We'll hit it right now. It's IBIT. Okay, so yeah, my Bluetooth is not working there, Andre, so do not message me. Yeah, so we just written on here that we wanted already to go IBIT 6250 long, so let's try it right now. There's the break on Bitcoin, so we're gonna go into it. Obviously, we have Tesla, Webull, and Intel marked down, but there's IBIT right now, so I want to say thank you to Ryan Nolan. Right here, because I actually wouldn't have even noticed it. I'm battling with this Bluetooth here right now, so I would have missed this. But so thank you so much for that one. So thank you, Ryan. Yeah, my thoughts are I like it. I mean, I was associating that level with 10,000. It looks like we nailed that as well. So so far so good on that. And thank you about that. I don't know if you're talking about yourself here, Mr. Sean Drake, but I do appreciate that if that's me. But goats are fine. I mean, curried goat is really nice. I mean, I think if I was going to have like a, not a shawarma, a roti. Roti. Oh my God.
It's the standard.
Curried goat. Oh, yeah. Yeah, so, yeah, I know it's over 62.50, so thanks, Ryan. Yeah, so I'm going to go long right now. I went long at 62. I'm going to get out if it breaks. Honestly, this 50 period is 42. I just put a break of 39s. And then Tesla, I just tweeted this out as well. Like, I just poured that coffee and it's already freezing, so that's not good. Actually, where's my Yeti? Oh, I think it's being washed. I just said right here that we're going to use the 21 period SMA. So go follow me. I'll put this in just so you guys could go. If you're not following, this will just be an easy link. Get it there in the chat right now, and you can go follow if you want. I mean, that's up to you. But I was going to say the 21 period moving average right there. So that's it right here. So I put it at 437 break. So if we do finally come back in, and I'm just looking at it, it's already a huge runner. Like, honestly, the amount of shares that I have, it could go another couple dollars. It's not going to make any difference. So right there, a nice move, watching this 21 period basically the whole way. This is a 50 period. The 50 period is much cleaner, so we could use that. If you do think that there's going to be a little bit more run into this name. I'm really happy with the way the NASDAQ has performed today, obviously, as we almost getting back up to sort of that PCE level. So that's something to look at. We're now 3 cents in the money on IBIT. I don't know. We'll see if it goes. But right into here, 240... 24,750 or so are those highs. So I just think it was a nice bottom there, right? And this is where we got stopped out of everything, right here about 10:20 when the market broke those lows and we were just fighting with everything. I mean, yesterday we had a very, very similar fight with Micron. And again, you can go find this battle now 5 cents in the money on IBIT. So far, so good. Yesterday, we dealt with this all morning, and it was the rip up in Micron. And before eventually we waited for it to base and then caught this move back down into 155. So, sometimes you just got to stick with the trades that you believe in and not just hope they work out, but put on the right amount of shares. And if you get stopped out, you get stopped out. So I may actually lower my shares maybe so that I'm not so anxious to get out when wrong. But everything's been working. It's just, you get stopped out, and sometimes you look back and it's like, I didn't really need to get stopped out there. But, like Neil mentioned, you follow the plans, and, you like best laid plans. And if it goes to the 50 period, the 200 period, whatever it goes to, and that's an area, like right into here, see that 62.80? I'm going to get something out ahead of that. So I'm going to put a bid right now at an offer at 62.75. And then if it comes back up here into IBIT, I'm going to probably start to look at 63s. And then if we're lucky enough to get 63.40, fine. So if I'm out and I only have 10% left and this thing's at like up here somewhere, I mean, I can't really complain because these are the levels that we're talking about. It's that same trade in Big Bear AI, right? It goes 650, 750, 850. And then now when it drops back to 650, people are like, what happened? And that's the thing. You got to plan your day and plan your trades, right? So here's IBIT trying to make the move upside. So we'll put an offer there at 65. And if we're able to get a little bit out, great for 15 cents. That's like the 1-to-1. As I just told you, our out is a break of 40. So let's go to 65 right now. And we'll see if we can get out of... I just offered 15% there, so hopefully that will come out. If it does get back up there, then we have 75 as our next level after that, and then we'll just keep on moving from there. So those are the sort of the game plan. And yeah, if we're out because we have winning trades,
it's a better problem to have. It's a better problem to have than the alternative.
Well, that's why we stop out, right? That's what I was saying. Like Webull hits the bottom, stop out. Marvell hits the bottom, stop out. These things are going to hit our levels. We get filled. A fill and a stop out are the same things. It's stocks hitting your. No, but it's.
I always say this: if
stocks hitting your levels is what I mean.
Yeah, and if you have a bad stop out, like if you get wicked out, try to remember, like if you get the bottom wick on a stock, like this is where I put my stop, and it turned, and I ended up making the low of the day. Try to remember, and it goes all the way back to the high, make an incredible run. Two things are true. One, you were looking at the right stock.
I'm offering 60.
B, you were making a decision at the right level as well. We're going to go back to the desk, talk some CoreWeave, but speaking of Webull, it's bouncing off VWAP again, so I'm taking it off VWAP.
We got IBIT.
1.5% in Redsville is CoreWeave after having a good initial move up yesterday on the back of this headline that they're expanding their $6.5 billion partnership with OpenAI now to the tune of $22.4 billion. The company disclosed in March an initial agreement worth $11.9 billion and said in May they would expand the contract to up to $4 billion. It's now at $22.4.
Sorry about that, Sharif. I just said to Neil, I completely forgot that Sharif was there still. I was like, he's like, let's go back over the desk. I'm like, okay, let's see what Adair has to say, but then it was Sharif. So, all right, let's make this real quick. Any thoughts on CoreWeave?
I don't know. I was bearish on it coming in today. For some reason, didn't short it, so that's a fail. We talked about this candle being bad. I can say crap.
Yeah.
Because they got that big deal. You got a big $6.5 billion announcement with OpenAI for a contract, and it responded yesterday by completely reversing the entirety of the move. And you can see resistance at 130. Yeah, that was a few clean shorts. I don't know what I would do with it now. Well, usually if there was actual volume on this, not a lot of liquidity and volume on this right now. Usually you're thinking, okay, if you can't bust through 125, that's prior support. If that ends up holding as resistance, I'd want to short this back through the volume weighted average price. But it's not moving. I would still lean to this feels like that's a reversal candle and we could be bleeding back into the 50 period for CoreWeave. I just don't like it when stocks respond to positive news negatively. So yeah, I think we're in a bit of a rut here for CoreWeave. Market V-shaped. It barely did anything. Probably favoring shorts next week. Don't want to trade it this afternoon. If I'm trading something in tech, I'm actually looking at Intel.
Holy shit, Tesla's
and
at
then
440?
yeah, I'm looking at Webull here as well. Like Webull off VWAP. I'm kind of sitting on the bid right now, trying to catch this one. VWAP's been good to this stock, but CoreWeave, that's a pass for me. But on a Monday, I'd favor the short side, at least if it closes the way it is now.
Just quickly here, I have adjusted, and I'm going to go back over to Sharif. I've adjusted my stop now to 438. Okay, like Tesla right now is $18 and ripping. I think the best winner I've ever had on this is $26 or so. So we'll see if that's still possible. But Tesla going absolutely ridiculous right now there to the upside. Okay, Sharif, go tell us about Data Vault.
Yeah, DVLT, guys, small cap gap. We were looking at this on the midday show. It's awfully close to the lows of 105, trading at 113. High of day, 138, trading higher as a result of a $150 million investment from Skylux to build a supercomputer. DVLT, guys.
Okay, so yeah, I mean, I think that's, those kind of stories are good, right? I mean, you're always looking for that investment, especially stocks that are underneath the dollar, right? And I mean, once they get that, then you do get these. It's not like a falsified bump. I mean, it's news, right? And I mean, if they can keep on doing this, the interesting thing to me about this data vault is, obviously, I'm not going to sit here and tell you I know anything about the stock because that would be a lie. But right here, this is just what it looks like, and it looks pretty good to me. Just these wick highs are really what's bothering. I think what's bothering most of us, and I think, duly stated should be, we've been up here before a few times. And I don't know what kind of a stock. I wonder if this is just our charts or not, but no stock IPOs or comes out at $1. So I feel like this is either a split off of another company or something like that. But there it goes. It made some huge moves down into 30 cents. That's catching a falling knife. I don't see how any way you could catch that. The only trade that I would have said you could have maybe done was a break through $1. And when a stock breaks through $1, generally you'll get that little bit of a bump higher. But let's not be foolish here as a group. Data Vault has already been up to this exact level, and for some reason it stopped last time at $1.38, almost like the exact penny, pretty much right there. So I don't know what's going on right now. Yeah, see, so something. Neil has a weekly chart up of it. Obviously, I think it probably is a spin-off.
It's probably some kind of spin-off because you've gotten maybe involving some splits too, or just because of the old price action on this goes way, way back. But yeah, the only thing I would add is let's see if it can hold a buck. Failing a buck and closing over a buck can be the sign of something good. If they defend that price, I think you might have something for next week, but it's really doing nothing here. Just complete sideways action on that bad boy. But you know what? I want to talk some OGen, and we want to thank Origenics for sponsoring as part of the show, because each year, 3.8 million concussions are reported in the United States. Still, there is no FDA-approved treatment. And NYSE-listed Origenics is changing that with its first in-class intranasal drug designed for rapid brain access. With the concussion treatment market projected to reach $8.9 billion by 2027, Origenics is uniquely positioned to lead the way. Learn more and schedule a meeting today. Shout out to Origenics. And I just kind of keystroke and punched out of all of Webull there on that bounce. Actually, I know what happened. Yeah. No, I did. The first time I offered once, and then I went to offer again at the highs, and that one I must have mispriced and punched the whole thing out. So I'm going to go back in and try to buy the dip off of the volume weighted average price here on Webull. But it ends up being just a quick 10-cent scalp. But I want to try to buy back into it. It might get fluke that ends up being a little bit of a top, anyways, and then we can get the dip buy again. John Del Segno. I've been pounding the table on Rumble. 715 cup and handle is ripping it out. Oh, that's hilarious. Instead of typing Rumble, I actually just typed rip into my.
I know. I was gonna say, do you type 715 or whatever you said?
Oh, I've done that too. I've actually typed in the price or something. Yeah. Like an idiot. Rumble 715. You said. What's with the volume spike in the middle of the day on Rumble? Is that anything? Okay, so Adair just said there was news at 12:33 here, or somewhere in the middle of the day. It's not doing that much. Hey, but look at this $7. This might be something. Yeah, look, accumulation at $7 again on this stock because it did the same thing. It looks like in March, April. Little nice bottoming tail candle there. So maybe Rumble's going for a little bit of a jaunt. That's not bad because the 50 period and resistance is at $8. That's not terrible because if you're in at 715, you might have yourself 10% on just a couple of days it slides back up to resistance after double bottoming. I don't know why I would like Rumble because I didn't hear that news story, but let's go to Adair and find out what happened in the middle of the day on Rumble.
Yeah, I wanted to offer that, Neil. Thank you for that transition in case you guys were curious because it actually is pretty interesting. So reportedly, we've got ARK and SoftBank in talks to invest in Tether. Now, why would that be relevant to Rumble? Because Tether has invested about $775 million in Rumble. So Tether, an investor in Rumble, is now getting its own investors reportedly in the form of ARK and SoftBank, which are in talks for a deal there. That's what sent RUM to the upside. It's a bit convoluted, but pretty interesting. Back to you.
Yeah, Kathy's all in on Tether. But
is she? Why?
Well, she believes in a lot of things. I don't know. Here's the thing. I don't
understand. I don't really understand that story. I don't know what is she supposed to be doing with Tether.
I don't know. I just know she's been buying, but she's been buying a lot of things. So The good thing usually is if you find, and I can't remember the last time I listened to a podcast in which she was on. It was a couple of years ago, but I do remember the last time and actually hearing her talk about positions is usually like willing to explain where and why you got in, like why she sold NVIDIA or why she likes this company, and gives a good explanation for it. And then the other thing is just the sheer transparency of that. Like you can go find out like at what price and how much got bought and sold. Like that, I find that pretty cool. So I'll leave it at that. There was something else I was going to get to.
Kathy Wood is known as the destroyer, most wealth destroyer of all. But I don't,
But there's a different. Like,
you look at Arc KQ is the one that I own, the robotics. That's a good one.
Yeah, that's been pretty good. But
you can't blame her. She's doing what she's supposed to do.
It's different from you. Like if by the time somebody rugs it, you have no idea what has happened. As opposed to, hey, this is what I'm doing, this is where I did it, and at every step of the way, literally the day after the buy, you know where the buy was. Not like weeks and months after, like the day after.
Yep.
So I'm actually, the other stock I'm eyeballing is actually Intel, which might have run into a little problem. I got wicked on Intel. We were long most of the morning, and then I had it off VWAP, and if it didn't get me here, it probably and most certainly would have got me on the next wick at the volume weighted average price. And then once it liquidity grabbed under for the final time, it's just been gone. So remember, Intel, they're now asking Apple to buy a stake in them as well. But whether that happens, I have no idea. It's possible, certainly possible, that they could find more investors. But it's bottoming out no matter what. It bottomed out no matter what. And I think it is getting a little bit top heavy, that 37 level.
Breaking news.
Top. All right, let's go to Adair. We got some breaking news, but I'm looking for a reversion short off 36.
Wall Street Journal reporting that EA is nearing a roughly $50 billion deal to go private. EA Electronic Arts pushing to the upside. Looks like this may be halted, unclear, but EA going to be on watch again. Electronic Arts nearing a deal valued around $50 billion to go private. This is significant as well because EA is actually in the S&P 500. Back to you.
That is going to be big.
So you come over to my screen right now. Thank you, Adair, for that. Up 8%. Of course, we saw Activision Blizzard go private as well when Microsoft bought them. So we'll hear what that rumor is right now. Thanks, Adair, for grabbing that. And I mean, I would say look at Take-Two. That's still moving around, right? So TTWO. Right now up 4% and moving as well. There goes Take-Two. Take-Two Interactive, the maker of Grand Theft Auto. We got to go back to Adair, but I just want to show you IBIT. We did average in at the 50-period moving average. So we did get that 64 that we talked about. So that was one out. And we are going to wait for Tesla. We're still in, this is $18 in the money, but we're going to wait to see it break 438 to get back to the downside. What's up, Adair?
Here's part of why this is so significant. So EA, as I mentioned, according to the Wall Street Journal, they're involved in this roughly $50 billion deal to potentially go private. Now, why the valuation matters?
This is like the biggest deal.
The company's current market value is around $43 billion. So they're being valued significantly higher in the terms of this deal, which again, still reported, still in talks. The buyers for the company would include Silver Lake and Saudi Arabia's public investment fund. Back to you.
So
big.
Twitter, that's a huge deal. Like this is bigger than Twitter. The X deal.
Yeah.
What was Twitter when it was bought? So I can say the Twitter deal was $44 billion. So this would be massive, absolutely massive. And the other thing it means, if a deal does happen here and it goes private and they close it before the end of the year, somebody gets to go in the index as well to replace EA. So we'll see what happens. I mean, at the end of the day, it's halted now. Let me just double check. It's always worth double checking. I'm sure it's halted on volatility. Right? We all just saw it go up there. Yeah, it's halted on volatility. So it should open back up in about 2 minutes or so. It's worth double checking. Sometimes you'll get deal news and they'll halt it news pending, even though the news is kind of out. I've seen that it happened on Spirit Airlines, where like the news was out and everybody knew the deal rumor, but they still halted it at the end of the day. And anyways, I always talk about that one because I was longing the stock on the afternoon that it was going up on the deal news. And my last long position, well, they halted it and it didn't open back up. And then the next day, there was no official deal announced, and I lost on the overnight position, but there's nothing you can do about it. They didn't open back up in the aftermarket either that day. So just be careful when you're trading. Even if EA opens back up, it's not that it can't halt again. I've seen that happen before. Like, it halts again, and then the news on Monday is the actual deal being announced, and you might get caught over the weekend. So just be careful. So I'm into Intel. Ugh. That's kind of annoying. I'm going to give it to this local prior high, which is just over the 36 level. So that's what I'm looking for here. We'll look to see if it gets down into the volume weighted average price. I wanted to get some 90s and didn't. I ended up getting 88, so I'm going to throw another offer in the mid 90s, which is where I would rather have my price. And if I get picked up, I get picked up. So into Intel, looking still to try to get back into Webull, which I kind of accidentally got out of all of it for 10 cents. Going to look to try to buy back in at 90 and then see if we can't get more in the volume weighted average price. Zero Gravity Zen. Is there a normal trend with the buyout like this halt up then downside? There's no such thing as normal because we don't know the terms of the deal. You can trade, see the thing is you can trade buyouts based on the time value of money, the risk inherent in the deal. I do it all the time, and you can figure out what the risk-free value is. You don't know any of that stuff until you actually have the terms of the deal. Right now, we just know that they might be taken private, and we don't know any specific terms. I've seen times where, and let's just go back to EA as I'm saying this, where like this is opening and still going crazy. Right? I've seen times where people might buy here and then a deal gets announced on Monday and it's like, the terms are 180 and it's all the way up at 200 and people lose because they gambled higher. I've seen other situations where people buy at 190 and a deal gets announced on Monday and it's a 40% premium and it only went up 20% on the headline. The point is you don't know. I'm sure there's like really connected and really smart people in Wall Street who probably have a decent idea what the premium might look like here, but it's not that simple. So EA's back open, still no terms of the deal here. I try not, like I said, the last time I traded one of these on the speculation, I was up on it and then it got halted and I got caught in it overnight and ended up losing everything that I made on the long and then some. So I'm not a huge fan of trading them in the afternoon, especially when you don't know, because at any point they could halt this and say there's actual news pending and the terms of a specific deal could be there. And Ryan, is there Roblox news? My guess is no. My guess is Roblox would just move because they're also in the gaming space, right? So anything that boosts the valuation, theoretically, if someone decides that EA is worth a 30% premium or 20% or whatever it might be, you're going to get a bump on a Roblox. You're going to get a bump on TTWO a lot of times. So I think it's just a sympathy play here in Roblox specifically. And a lot of times you'll see that. Like if there's a deal in the space, it might lift other ships, for lack of a better term.
All right, so unfortunately we have to, talk about trades. Sometimes we'll win, sometimes we'll lose, and there goes IBIT. I don't want to give this much more room than what we're already doing. So averaged in and made the move out. So we've noticed that obviously in the afternoon, especially heading into a Friday, sometimes you don't get the movement that you really wanted to, but Bitcoin also breaks below 110. So I don't know. Bitcoin shouldn't really care about what time of day it is.
ETH broke 4,000.
Yeah, they're all.
So
It's just a short now that we're underneath 10,000. So that was just, that was the main idea. Whoa, Ethereum's actually broke 4,000, did it? Okay.
Oh, that's a trend break.
Yeah, Ethereum's nicely trading to the upside right now. Maybe we can get something in on that one to the downside. All right, I just wanted, that Take-Two, that's why my mind immediately went to Take-Two Interactive, because, if EA Sports is going to now get bought out, or EA, Electronic Arts, that should be good for the rest of them. Now, there probably are other video game makers out there. I mean, even a stock like Amazon and all that. Amazon released a couple of games. I mean, there's lots of different, pushes and pulls in this space. But yeah, Amazon right now, that could even be a breakout. Well, then you have up here. So we're going to wait to see about that one. But yeah, that's a great
Why
trade.
can't Netflix figure it out? Does anyone play the... First of all, I don't even know if
I don't even know if there is Netflix.
No, they have games. I wonder why they can't make it work better or don't. It seems like such a natural thing for Netflix to be able to pull off. Like my daughter is, there was a point where she was obsessed with Netflix. Mm-hmm. And if done right, I think she'd be all over the games because she's been Netflix all the time. And Roblox then took over, and now there's another Oh, I already, there's this weird coding site. I forget the name of it. That it's not Roblox. It's something else that you go with.
I think it's just so expensive to make video games.
Yeah,
you know?
it's not
your
cheap.
thing.
You might need a partnership. They'd probably need a partnership or something like that, because you want to stay in your lane to a certain degree.
Right,
Like Netflix is very good at what they do, and sometimes you got to focus on that a little bit. So I'm gonna jump back, because if I don't get back into Webull, I'll be very, very patient and jump into the chat. Dijon Mustard saying Microsoft, they own Activision, but
Yep.
yeah, for sure.
They just bought Activision.
They bought them. The thing, that deal was, man, when somebody knows.
Adair said nobody. Silver Lake and somebody.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, it's to the Saudis. So it doesn't look like it's going to be like a Mag 7 name that takes this one.
No, which makes it why, if you're going private also, you don't necessarily, it's not anybody that you'd be concerned with the deal not going through for antitrust reasons, like the Activision deal did. Although, here's the thing, like the markets when it's a deal are it's like a betting market on whether the deal gets approved. And the betting markets on Activision for a very long time, that Microsoft deal, were saying this deal's not going to happen. And I remember when Buffett was buying it, in the back of my mind, I'm like, well, if he thinks this deal's going to go through, he seems to be pretty connected. Maybe you should just buy the stock, because you could get like 30% or something at one point, and didn't do it. And the next time I see a situation like that where like someone in the know is making a big bet on a deal, I mean, the company, even if the deal doesn't happen, the company's not going to completely fall apart. Well, you don't think it will. And if it was like a 30% premium you get on Activision, and then it firmed up like a couple of months after he bought, and the rest is history. And nobody seemed to think that deal was going to go through, and he was pretty right about that one. But yeah, that's
what a surprise.
That's Uncle Warren for.
Yeah, what a surprise.
Well, I'm just saying,
some inside information.
He's connected, and it's the kind of thing where it's the regulators, so there's like government officials who are in the know of kind of how it's leaning. Right?
Yeah.
And it's not insider information to just be like, hey, Buffett might have a clue here. And this seems like a good premium that you're getting on Activision at the time. Anyways, back into Webull off the volume weighted average price. We should double check what's going on with EA here. Fresh high, 17% now. EA 197. So this continues to climb and go higher and higher and higher. I really hope this deal gets done. This would be a big one. Because what's fun about deals for traders is not just trading them, it's also getting somebody new into the index. Like, it's just a guarantee. You close this in a quarter, and we're going to get somebody big coming through with that kind of market cap. We get somebody big coming into the index in December, which is always fun. SoFi? Probably not.
Yeah,
SoFi probably not near on the list. It's supposed to be Carvana, MicroStrategy. The odds. The last time I was at Kalshi, Carvana, MSTR was in the top 5. There was a couple of others. I had to look it up. But Carvana seems to be the odds-on favorite. It's like 40% or so that they'd be the next company added to the S&P when there's an opening.
Right here, like Duolingo is another stock worth looking at a little bit here. This just came right back in, right into a nice little level, and it's now starting to blast a little bit higher. I was only thinking about this because I was thinking, like, what's another software as service, like, similar to EA Sports. These guys are doing chess. These guys are doing the languages.
Have you seen the chess?
No, I haven't.
Aaron does the chess every night and is telling me I have to buy the stock.
Okay, well then you should buy it then.
No, but I'm not going to buy it from me. I'm going to buy it in her investment account. No, I'm sorry.
Whatever you want to do.
The education account.
Yeah. I like it. I don't know how good it is of a stock, but the levels right here seem to make sense. So 280, huge move down from 540, right? As AI just crushes, I guess, this name. Maybe a little overdone, as they can probably try to use some AI themselves and make their product even better. So a lot of people, this AI revolution, I think, is obviously real.
It hurts them.
I know, that's what I'm saying. That was that move.
I think
down.
that's why
figured out.
I think that's why going to things like chess, like going to games, and they do math now. Like she does.
That's
math
why I thought.
as
soon as we saw this EA deal, I was like, maybe Duolingo also has something here as well. Okay,
let's go to Adara.
Let's go over to Adara. Yeah, why not?
We do have some news here. CF Industries breaking out a bit. We do have Wall Street Journal reporting that Trump, the president of the U.S. here, is open to lifting restrictions on the use of U.S.-made long-range weapons inside of Russia. CF Industries pushing to the upside on that catalyst. Before we send you back to the guys, let's take a moment to thank our good friends at Beta Pro by Global X Canada. Exciting news for sophisticated Canadian traders. Beta Pro by Global X Canada has just launched 6 new triple leveraged ETFs, offering 3 times bull and 3 times bear exposure to the S&P, TSX 60, semiconductors, and U.S. Treasuries. But even better, they're offering a special fee rebate, dropping management fees to just 65 basis points until December 31st, 2025. These ETFs also employ currency hedging to seek to neutralize U.S. dollar exposure, providing performance that may more accurately reflect the underlying U.S. equity indices. So if you are a tactical, sophisticated trader who's looking to amplify your performance, check out betapro.ca/3x daily to learn more. Back to you.
Thank you very much, Adair. And Vaughn Clark pointing out, thank you for the super chat. Vaughn, you've said a few this week, so we appreciate you. Unity software as well, getting a bump. So there's a whole swath of names that seem to spike essentially on the EA headline, because it's so big of a name that, if a juggernaut in an industry gets a deal, that is most certainly going to cause a bid on other stocks. It just sort of shifts the valuation. Someone's basically saying, hey, EA is worth 20-30% more than the market's pricing it at, and we're going to put, and some big names are willing to put their money where their mouth is. That's going to shift valuations across the board. You see it all the time, and it also shifts the speculation that you could see further consolidation in the space. So EA, I'll just double check on it before we go back. Yeah, it doesn't seem to want to break $200, so it's kind of pulling back in here. Since the reopen, it's been mostly buy side. And just to keep in mind, we do not know specifics on any potential deal, right? It could be anything. It could be 10% premium, in which case it could be lower from here. It could be 30%, and then it could be double the move that you've already seen here in EA Sports. So we'll just play it by ear.
Oh, yeah, that's right.
Spark Shop saying, oh, that's right, we can look at Nintendo, can't we?
I have it right here, yeah. Well, Nintendo's $21. I thought this was like $13, but yeah, it's not popping that much. This is what Nintendo looks like on the pink sheets here on the OTC market. Yeah, I was right. I was like, I thought this was $13. Yeah, Nintendo's had a nice move up. Obviously, they had that release of the Switch 2. So, that I think went over well. I mean, it looks like it doesn't look like it was a disaster or anything, but 21 to 24.
Castle loves it.
Back and forth for Japan.
You guys have the new one?
No. We bought PS5 because we wanted to get NHL. Okay, so SMR right now, potentially another looker. That's why. So it's hitting the scanner right here. These scanners are e-signal scanner. And there it is hitting VWAP right now. It's been probably hitting it for a minute. So there's another look right there at 245. I get it. It basically resets every 5 minutes. So if anything's happening, sometimes you'll get the double look on the names and whatnot. So yeah, right now bouncing off VWAP, a nice little support area for SMR. I think the support is a lot lower than that though, 34, 35 for this name. Yesterday we had the big mover with Oklo. Of course, Oklo, yeah, okay, I was gonna say, I always confuse Oklo and IonQ. Wow, okay, another downside day there today for OKLO, whoops. So, I mean, this is the thing, what goes up, what's going down, but not all the time. And, sometimes stocks can keep on going, and that's what it looked like right here when it was basically going parabolic. This was 73, guys, this is September 11th. This was $73, okay? It goes up to $143 on September 23rd. So that's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10 days doubles. So a stock that has a lot of history, right? It's not like this is a brand new IPO to do something like this, but that doubled its market cap, still not making any money, doubled its market cap in how many days I just said there, 11 days or whatever. So now it comes back into reality again. I would think the best spot to think about this is 84, 85. I don't know if you're going to get that pull back there for Oklo. So, a couple bad days right now. I always think that $100 is going to be something. Oh, wow. Okay. We may make it back. Did I even discuss this IBIT? I'm not sure. So we were long there, breaking right down here 110, right? Remember we talked about this kind of a trade. I think it was Tony. What's up, Tony, in the chat? Was thinking about a short in this. So this was the long that we took, breaking 110. I thought that, we'd sort of barcoded yesterday from noon. This is yesterday at noon, all the way to today at noon. This is 24 hours of basically 1,500. Then it finally breaks above, takes out 10.5, and now we're looking to get a little bit into 11, but that didn't happen. So there's the fade back a little bit. So if the break didn't work one way, then I'm going to try the short the other way. But you know what happened at the first point?
So if you get hit on, is that the 50 period?
Where, this?
No, the green line.
Oh, no, 200 period.
If you get filled on the 200 period, then I will eat a mint cookie. I will make the sacrifice.
I don't want to go up there because
no, down.
Oh, this is the.
No, I'm looking at this. Sorry, I'm looking.
Oh, looking at that one. We're already. Oh, that's a 200. Yeah, 60. Yeah, I'm bidding.
I will make the sacrifice of eating a cookie if you.
Yes.
I completely forgot.
You're eating a cookie regardless.
No, well.
But I do want it to hit that level.
Well, I mean, look, they're unhealthy. We talked about.
Really. We talked about it. There's
talking about
55,
sodium is in these.
55 calories per cookie.
Absolutely terrible. But Joe was gracious enough to buy a box of Girl Guide cookies from my daughter. So, and he didn't want them, so we get to eat them. Look, you're right, I was going to eat it anyways.
See?
But I had completely forgotten that we had the cookies that we're supposed to be eating. And let me finish the thought first. I'm going to put this down, although not on the desk, because the desks were a little dirty this morning, because they're doing that paint thing. Came in, I had to clean them off. No, I'm going to get VWAP, look for VWAP here on Intel, and maybe take some more out of Webull, because I think we're pulling back a little bit here. Yeah, Webull is now not really moving at all. It's really not moving at all on Webull. So if there's an offer at 15, I'm just going to go $14.99 and see if I can't take it there. I think, and I'm doing this on purpose, hangry wife, oh my God, eat the cookie. I love doing that. And then I'll just tease you even more by putting it to my mouth like I'm going to eat it because it's delicious. I know. It's so good.
I don't mind mint. Like, mint is not, but to have one or two of them, like, it's not overwhelming. Like, the mint is not like, it's not like, oh my God, these are so minty.
Yeah.
Who's back there? Hey, Robert Mark, if you want a Girl Guide mint cookie. Russell, you want a Girl Guide mint cookie? Yes, you do. No, but you can just have one.
No, just have it.
No, I'm good. You don't have to buy one, my guy. Oh, yeah, 5 boxes. Okay. Here we go. Here we go.
This is Russell, the contractor.
This is the guy that's doing all the, not all the work, but most of the work there.
Did
Thanks,
Rob
Russell.
want? Rob, did you want one?
He does, but he's busy.
Okay.
He looks like a minion with that thing on. You know, the minions have those.
Yeah.
So you might have guessed we've got a delivery, not of the Girl Guide cookies. Is that 2 or 3? You know, remember 55 calories each. You know, if Sharif was here, I'm just saying. No. You can't offer another man a cookie. Why not? We'll offer whoever.
What do you mean you can't offer another?
We'll offer that. What do you mean? This is our show. First of all.
First of all,
what do you mean? I'll offer.
I think. Look. I know what you're getting with that, but
I mean, Andre, anybody, Adair, anybody want a cookie?
Oh, you got to treat yourself every now and then.
You know, Andre, get over here. You want one? No. Just come over and get one, anyways.
You sure? Yeah, come on, man.
You said no, but
they're good.
This is called peer pressure.
They're delicious.
Here you go. Plus, I want everyone to see Andre again. Who cares if you have a box? Just have one anyways. All right, you're welcome.
Everyone's buying boxes.
You're welcome.
I've already sold the first case, and I'm getting 2 more next week. Erin is determined. She's determined to win. I'm like, yeah, but just understand.
Oh, there's a contest?
I know it's not a contest.
Oh.
To her, it doesn't matter.
Maybe there's a contest. We have to buy some more.
The problem is the problem is for her is like there isn't a contest.
Doesn't sound like a
But
problem.
everybody got a box, and if she sells hers first in her head, then she's won. And like you haven't won anything except for like the pride that you sold, and the knowledge that realistically I've sold them all at this point. Although she will be going door to door because I believe that's always fun.
You are giving her an easy way out, but
no,
she still wants to do the work.
No, she's gonna go door to door, but
yeah.
I mean,
okay.
This is how it usually
very
goes.
popular. They're very, very popular.
They are, but I still like the other ones better. Trust me, I much prefer the others. Not even close. Like the chocolate and vanilla.
I don't mind these ones. They're like a little toothpaste.
It's not close. It's not close.
Like mint ice cream is not my jam either.
Oh, Dijon mustard, that is absolute genius. I tell you, cannabis storefront cookies sell fast. Yeah, put on the Girl Guide uniform.
I mean, look, just because you're hanging out, I do agree with that, but I was going to say, like, just because you're hanging out at a is everyone going to cannabis storefronts completely high? like, you know what I mean? That's what I'm thinking.
Oh man, I'm sorry. Yeah, because it's not exactly how it works. Actually, outside of the LCBO was really effective. Because think of it, are you really going to deny a little kid after you just walked out and you've got booze in both hands? It's like, yeah, here I am sitting there with like a couple of bottles of something, and then a little kid is like, I'm selling this.
I mean, if the guy's walking out with a joint in his mouth, maybe you could offer it to him. I would think that might be more likely. But okay, so here it is right now. Yes, sir. Well, this is just another way. This is just another way around this story here for IBIT. It's the 6250 does not hold it. We wrote down 6250 on the note. You know, so it's just like we wrote it down, went to the upside, fell back down in now. So here we go. Like, I mean, there, Neil, you would have had to eat the cookie anyways. There's my out.
Oh, I know. I was basically stacking the deck in my favor.
Right. So there it is right there.
This is
into
3,
that as well. Thank you, Matthias Lanes there for the super chat. He is also supplying. I mean, if we could ship, it might be more, Matthias, wherever you're located. I know it's just for the fund. We'd like to ship you. I'm sure Neil would love to ship you a box, but unfortunately, that would probably be more expensive.
I will say, here's the thing, Matthias. I love like whether it's Cubs, Girl Guides. I think they're fantastic. Kids learn a lot. They learn discipline. They're also able to have fun with their friends. They learn lots of life skills. Like I did it when I was a kid. And my dad was he was involved in it as well. So, you know, when he came here, he's like, this is such a great thing that they do. And he was involved in sort of the administrative side of it. And so my brother and I did it when we were kids, and I'm happy my daughter's doing it. So like, fine, you can donate to, I'm sure you can donate to like Girl Guides of America or whatever, or Scouts, whatever it might be. But we appreciate you guys so much.
That, yeah. I was a Scouts leader.
Yeah, you did it as well. Like,
yeah, I did. I was like a leader for a while. My thing was the owl. I forget what the...
what's his name? I used to know them all by heart.
Rourke, something like that. Whatever the owl was my leader name.
It'll bug me because when I was a kid, you used to know all. It was like a Kayla and
That's what it is.
And now I don't.
I'm looking in the chat, but nobody has any idea what it was. Okay, so anyways, yeah, whatever the owl is what I was. I could probably just look it up. Okay, my kids did Beavers and then into Scouts, and then they stopped. They're too busy with sports. So
once sports start,
can't keep doing
it's over.
Can't keep doing it. Okay, yeah, so here we go. So let's see what IBIT goes through. We just took another fill there at 26. So now we're going to hold it. We still have half left. Hopefully we do make the move to the downside. We're flat now because what we had lost here, we're simply just making it back right now. So it's kind of sucky to do that. Like it's great to make it back, but it's too bad our first trade didn't work out. I would have liked to see it continue to run there. And of course, that's Bitcoin. This is 62.30s. I'm going to take another fill for another 10% here at 62.23. I know it's not huge, but we're just sort of trying to get going here. Let's see if there's any other names that are going around and up and down. So Palantir, we did get stopped out of our Tesla. We'll see how that looks right now. So there it is. It breaks through. I wasn't continuously, we could have done a little bit better and saved ourselves about $1 there because we were trying to follow that 200 period. The 21 period, but eventually it comes out at the 50 period. Downside play there. Okay, now we're starting to lose it a little bit on BTC, so a nice little move down there. 109.6 right now and going lower on crypto. So that's a good play. It's a good reversal. Thanks, Tony, in the chat for mentioning that may want to look at something like that. And there it goes. There's the breakdown. So yeah, we got it. That was a good one. Drop some money down for crypto and Bitcoin getting lower. We had a question earlier about Meta and what do we think about that? Down another 1% today, breaking below the 50-period moving average. And again, one of those Mag 7s that's not like the rest. I mean, there's some Mag 7s that have been near the top, and it was just here a week ago. So I shouldn't say that. I'll take that comment back. It's been a really strong stock, but 5 or 6 straight down days. If you look at the other ones, we'll look at Google just real quick right now. And there's ETFs for this. There's I think there is one like Mag 7 or something like that. But Google right here doesn't really, there's the 50-period moving average. The reason why it's so far away as opposed to Meta is Google's had this epic rise. So the 50-period moving average still has a lot of work to get back into it. Google right here, that day that we bumped through on, it wasn't even that day, I think it was down into here somewhere, where we bumped through the Judgment Day there. So that was a nice move. Oh, you never got Rapture,
Judgment
right?
Day.
Rapture was 2 days ago. The Rapture? Anyways, if we're all still here, no one got raptured.
Well, I guess
so
we're
that's
good.
That's good on that one. My kid came home and
I didn't
said,
see the Four Horsemen.
he
so.
said something about it was Rapture Day. It must have been, I think it was 2 days ago. So as long as everyone's okay, everyone's still on.
Everyone seems like
here. Okay, so no one got that. All right, so that didn't happen, so that's okay. But that's what Google looks like right there. Microsoft has sort of gotten going a little bit here over the last couple of days, I thought. Anyways, Microsoft. So let's just see. Yeah, there it is. So nice little couple green candles. And again, blow off top there at 560 on earnings, and then right back into 500. So they are already retraced 10%. Microsoft did, and now they're still trying to figure that out. That's at the 50-period moving average. So actually, I guess there are a lot of Mag 7 names because we know Amazon is. We've been talking about that for a minute.
Yeah, no doubt Amazon.
And that's right there. That's below as well. And I guess the other name that's nowhere near, which is not a Mag 7 name, of course, but Palantir. Not that it's nowhere near. It could be down here in a minute, but 165, still $13 to the high side, looking to break through 188. And we know what NVIDIA's been up to. Not a whole heck of a lot. So.
That's been a boring one.
Your account got raptured. Okay. Yeah, not great to have that happen. All right, now IBIT is finally starting to go.
I just jumped out of, Intel just turned before VWAP here. Buyer stepped in, 4 bottoming tail candles in a row, and the last one is enough. So when I see that kind of a bottoming tail with this setup, it's like out when it breaks the prior bar on the next one. So I might get back in at 36 on the short side of the trade, but for now, we'll jump out of the short. Bull still holds long, at least for now. Sushil, if you're asking about Duolingo.
Yeah, we already talked about this.
No, well, anybody that's tuning in just now.
Yeah, give it to him.
Like, okay, Duo's at the highs. I don't know how much of the spike you can attribute to EA, but certainly it's having a good day. It's up 2%. But there is speculation that EA Sports could be taken private. Anything related to online gaming has gotten a bump this afternoon. And about the moment that was announced, this is really settling down now. But Duo, I'm kind of liking it. Like, my daughter loves Duo and Roblox. It's like, why not put that into her, whoops, it's too old. Come on. I hit enter way too fast. Because there's actually a Duo. So if you just kind of, like I just did, hit enter way too fast, you go over. The wrong name, but Duolingo, I think it's going into a bit of a bottom. But I have to double check the valuation of this. Like, I don't want to be sitting there buying something which is way too frothy and speculative and something that you usually want to have a little bit of a security in an education account for your kids. Like dividend type names. Maybe if you're frisky, the indexes. Because the thing about it is if you do like an education fund, if you're investing in one, you know exactly when it is that you have to use it. And because of the way the market works, like, you don't want to have at the wrong moment, right when you need to pull the money out for the education, that's when you get like some kind of a crazy correction. So a lot of times you want to make sure you have a pretty reasonable risk reward. It's early on, it's not the end of the world. Like, my daughter's pretty young, so it's like years before she'll need it. But as it gets closer, like those funds, when they get closer to needing the money, you want it to be a little bit more conservative at that point because you need that cash. So you can put it into high dividend yielding, or sometimes people will just have like GICs by the end. Let's go over to Adara at the desk.
Snap here with a new product, SNAP on watch. Now they're introducing memories storage plans for their memories feature. So this basically means that if you have more than 5 gigabytes worth of storage, I guess, for memories, you now can be on this storage plan to upgrade. The introductory plans will apparently offer 100 gigabytes, 200 gigabytes of Snapchat Plus, or 5 terabytes with Snapchat Platinum. So storage options if you use the memories feature on Snapchat a lot. SNAP on watch, guys. Back to you.
In that power move, and this has been a good accumulator down at the 7 level. My charts are in the afternoon mode. There you go. Now it's loading up. Anytime you see accumulation like this, the breakaway. It's always, there's your accumulation, there's your attempt at a break, there's your actual break. And you can have that at the close at 770. But somewhere in that day, you can have like a 750. And it's not just on stocks that are making bottoms. I mean, obviously, it's nice if a stock makes a bottom, but you can have accumulation like Palantir did the same setup. Accumulation. There's your, hey, we're trying to break. There's us confirming the break. There's even a dip buy into prior lows, and then you go for a rally to the upside. Love that type of a setup 10 times out of 10. Let me just go back over. Webull is really not doing anything. It's not doing much of anything. like earlier, like when this broke VWAP before, it was like, okay, like we're ramping, and then you try to get back in and missed it there, able to get it there. Now you're just kind of going off VWAP and not moving too much. Intel's still not doing anything crazy. I just looked over and looked at the fuge.
Can't get excited, Rob. Come on, man.
No, apparently not. So I'm jumping out of Webull here, break even. It's not moving much. So if it's just sitting there going in like a 10, 15 cent range, that's great. But, ooh, that was really good timing. But yeah, as I was saying, it just doesn't seem to have the juice. And now all of a sudden it's accelerating to the downside right after I got out. So I think that was probably the right decision to get out. I do want to jump back in on any pop back up into 36 on Intel to the short side, as that seems like it's running out of steam a little bit here. Yeah, Intel doesn't seem nearly as strong. It was all up most of the day, but I want to make another short in this one before the day's done.
Yeah, so I just, we are starting to get covered up here on, we went to 62.10. Oh, I put one at 62.13. All right, so we only have a third left. Yeah, I had to go get a coffee because having even just one of those cookies, coffee is good for that, so. Cheers, everybody. I think I've only had two. I was going to say, I had probably one coffee in the morning when I use the Yeti there, and then after that, man, I just find it's like it gets way too, coffee just gets way too cold. Like we have a big time situation here with the HVAC just dumping on us every day. All right, so just quickly here, 62.16. We're going to bid out a little bit more there if we can get that. All right, let's go on. All right, let's go over to the, I don't know if Neil just did this because I was getting a coffee. Let me just see what you guys are talking about here on the stock visualizer. We did have EA Sports. Is that even open back up yet? I do apologize. I don't have anything in my ear, so if it does happen, we'll get that to you. But there it is. EA Sports, wow, okay. So the halt, did it open back up? It opened up like 30 minutes ago. Where have I been? But there's the move up to 187. The fact that it halted there, that doesn't, we'll do that visualizer in a minute. This doesn't mean anything, basically, where it halted. This is just a reaction level there up to 180, right? Because it halts with news pending, and then we get the news, and now you're starting to go back there to said upside with Electronic Arts. So here's the story right here. So it is just very, very simple. Let's put it on here. So Electronic Arts shares are trading higher after the Wall Street Journal reported the company is near a roughly, so I'm guessing that 190, sorry, pulling up my socks, is about 50 billion. So there it goes, EA Sports. Nice little upside play there. And as we get more details flowing through, we'll do that. We'll get them to you. But I don't think it really matters what the eventual deal is. I mean, if it goes through, it goes through. There's nothing you could do now. You've already missed that move. You had to be sort of inside to be able to figure out if that was going to happen or not. Here's EA Sports right now. Let me get what its market value is. Oh, the market cap right now is 42 billion. So that would make sense. So bump that up 10% or so. 20% gets to 50 billion, right? So how much is the stock up right now? 13, so that's probably about right. So if the deal is around 50 billion, that's about 10% more than, sorry, I keep saying 10, 20% more than where it is right now. The PE, all that stuff doesn't matter. I think the deal is going to go through, and it looks like, you heard it here first, and it halted immediately. Nothing you could do about that. That very first candle, like it's doing no volume, boom. If you had like a scanner that was real super smart, maybe they would have been able to catch something there on that, but I think that would have been a lot to ask of a scanner. So that's the move there on EA. Congratulations, anybody that has that. I thought that Take-Two could have been also a move higher there, but it's come back only up 3%. Just because you're buying one company doesn't mean you're buying the next. The worry for me on Take-Two is how much money they spent on that grand theft auto. All right, we got out at 438 there for Tesla. We can look again. My Webull, that's too bad that we got out of that one earlier, but we did. Intel still holding out highs, man. Maybe we can look at that again, 35.55. I actually, good thing, thanks for reminding yourself, Sean. I need to get out of some Intel, like maybe right now, maybe even live on the show, because I really want to be a rules-based trader. And for me on Intel, there's NVIDIA, by the way, still flat on the day. Intel 3560, yeah, so it actually gets into 36. And so my rule again is we got the first little tranche out. We're long at 1980. Good year. right into there. $30 was the first out, and then right into here. We've already seen this high today, so I'm thinking like right into there was a good little level. That's 36 and change. That top is 35.50. That's right where we are right now. So to me, that's an out. So we should probably try to appreciate that and take it. So if we're able to do something like that on Intel, that's a good little level there. So maybe we'll do it after market or whatever. We're on the show right now. But that would be something to look for. Bitcoin 19,1095. Ethereum making moves as well. Is today an open door kind of day or a shut kind of day? It looks like a flat kind of a day, like the door was open and then it was closed. Now it's open again. Down 5%, but it's off of highs, so that's nice. Opens up at 9.15, comes into 8.40. A lot of barcoding happening down there at 8.50. So I guess that's a level where it seems like it wants to land. And then yesterday's big runner, or the last couple days, was of course Lithium America, and that has pulled back quite dramatically today as well. So yeah, a couple, little bit of volume declining. I mean, only 73 million.
Probably afternoon.
That's what I was going to say. It's still a lot of shares, but I'm not expecting to have a whole heck of a lot of action there. We're 20 cents. Oh, we did get that fill there. We did get a 13 fill on IBIT. So we got a bunch more down here as we approach VWAP. So the long fail, the short, this. So yeah, it's just, this is the problem with me in trading in the afternoon, especially on a Friday, when it's not that it's a shortened week or anything like that, but I feel like it's not a lot happening right now. I mean, look at the NASDAQ kind of flat here, and just trying to figure out if it wants to do anything. We're already up here. These are the same levels we were at 10 o'clock, and then we went whoosh to the downside. So underneath the 50-period moving average. I just wish there was more conviction in my voice as well, and in what I thought. I'm not convinced that this is downside, but I don't mind it. I think we could retrace the VWAP. There's only 30 minutes now until the imbalances, but I do think that this is a possibility right into there. If we can get a little bit of a move higher, short it against these highs, that might be a play. Or if you're in the futures right now, maybe the short against these highs right here. So give it about 30 handles or so. That could be a trade. But other than that, I'm kind of tapped out of ideas right this second. And let us know in the chat if there is anything that people want to do.
Shadow Rat says short Tesla. Some people, there's an interesting discussion happening on gaming in there. Some people are talking about Grand Theft Auto.
I mean, my son wants it like crazy, but he's only 13. So I'm like, I think Grand Theft Auto is going to come at probably a U18 or whatever.
Putting the kibosh on that for a while.
Well, I don't know. I want to see what the ratings actually are.
Right. Yeah.
Before I already told him no, but I want to see what they actually are before they physically are released.
That's fine. Like that's the thing. Like, I mean, parents know. Like you were saying, like you can say 18, but like you could have, your kid. I know, like my parents are the same way. Like some 14-year-olds, maybe they're not as mature, and other ones are very much so, or like 13. Whatever.
He plays Valorant and all Fortnite and all that kind of stuff. It's more the SEX stuff that I'm worried about. I don't know what we can say on YouTube. I just don't know what we can. People just said the game takes place in Miami, so yeah, it's going to be.
See, it's such a parent thing, man. It's like old habits die hard. Why does this keep happening to my chat? There's not enough memory to open this page. All right. We like to have the chat open so I can see what you guys are talking about, but then it just keeps crashing on me. Thank you, YouTube.
My computer, I can't even load up my Bluetooth thing. I got to restart the whole computer. I wonder if there's like a system reset or something.
It's probably Chrome or something. I don't know. And I have to go back in and like log into it again. But yeah, it was just someone had mentioned it. Someone put in the chat Amazon tanking, and then I looked over and Amazon wasn't tanking. But then I started that like, do I see a trade there? And I like kind of don't. I'm not really that psyched for it. I mean, check what's Open Door. You mentioned Open Door. Like, what's Open doing?
I looked at it. It's down 5%.
That's not bad. Like it just. This should have been a short here on Open Door. That could have been a short at 880.
Oh wow, JP Morgan today all-time highs.
Do not sleep on the banks.
Oh,
they be chilling.
Banks.
They're doing well. Things are going well for the banks. It's a license to print money. Shout out to you, SoFi. Oh, someone asked a question before. I hadn't even logged back into the chat yet, but they were asking about, because I was in SoFi, and it was the exact same trade as Webull, but with a different result. So if you see, this was the trade I had in SoFi. Like, buy support, hold VWAP, breakout away from VWAP. I zoomed in. So breaks the consolidation above VWAP. Oddly enough, you know on my black chart, this broke VWAP when I got out, but apparently it didn't here, so that's kind of a really dumb stop out. But it's the same trade on Webull. Like Webull earlier on, a little bit more forceful because this was a momentum breakout, but just grabbing it above as it's going through VWAP and breaking out above and then trying to add continuation-wise. So it's a similar idea. One worked, one didn't work. And yeah, I feel I should always double check that volume weighted average price. I could have also misplaced the stop because that bounced clean off the volume weighted average price. So let us know what you guys are looking at. I need to jump back in the chat. And first, I actually have to be in the stream to do so.
So I was going to say, I'm going to switch my IBIT stop. We're now playing with house money, so it's all good. I'm going to actually flip it over to the 50-period moving average. So we can definitely make sure that we capture some kind of profit. I mean, we've already done it, but I just don't want it to get all the way back up our, what did I just do there? 62.33. Oh, that's right, stop 100%, okay. So we have the ability to have that key. You can just put it out and it will send out a market order. It's a marketable limit order. It doesn't just send out a complete market order. But so what a marketable limit order means is that once it hits my price, it will just send out probably like a 62.60 buy or something, which will swipe the level. And of course, with this much liquidity, we'll just get whatever's on the offer. So that's going to be the stop out right there. If we do take the 50-period moving average, that's generally, the 50-period moving average is like more of a trend follower, and I tried to put this 21 period to give myself some room, like a little bit more aggressive than the 50 period, so a little tighter to the actual move. And now that I look at what Tesla's doing, you know, I think that was probably a good call there following this. Like, so once you get these parabolic moves, maybe you try to watch out for that 21 period right there. You might be right there about this Tesla short, by the way. All right, so IBIT's coming back in. I'm just going to put something on the bid here for another 5%. Okay, I'll just bid 20s now, see if we get that. But then that Tesla, so just put it there, whatever. I mean, my next bid's at 10, so if we get the 20, we get the 20. But this Tesla could also be something. That's not a bad call on the short. It's just it's traveled so far today.
This is the VWAP trend right here.
Right, so I could see this break happening real time. It looks like it's trying to go right now as well. So, I mean, yeah, nice little real-time break. Andre, you ready? Okay, I don't have anything in my ear, so you just say, go throw. Yes, okay, then let's throw to Adara.
CCX, Churchill Capital Corp. This one popping a little bit. It's a small cap, $680 million market cap, more or less here. Float. 41 million shares, insignificant short float. The reason this is running is because there's some speculation that CCCX and NVIDIA are going to be in some type of partnership. Apparently, Churchill Capital is a quantum-related name, and the NVIDIA blog has mentioned it. So pure speculation, but CCCX to the upside, and back to you.
Yeah. Thank you very much there, Dara. So I might take a shot at this Tesla. The only thing that's giving me a bit of pause is like this is a trend on Tesla. This is a trend on Tesla since VWAP. The only thing is when it does this move, like it sets a different trend line, and that's really the break. I've had this conversation with Obi where like he's a proponent of like in here, add there. I'm more of a, well, the short's here kind of deal. But I might take a shot at this because the prior bar high is at like 438. So you're only risking a half of a dollar right now as I talk myself into it. And that was one, there was actually I'm trying to remember the stock. Off the top of my head, we were literally trading it in the afternoon. And it was similar to this, except both the trend lines were a little bit closer. And it's like, you know, I was talking about it and he was kind of doing his own thing. And then the next thing you know was Obi. And the next thing you know, we were in at like 5 cents different because one trend line was like an all-day trend line. The other one was like from VWAP. And it was it was perfect. And then that's where he said, well, you should essentially just take both. The whole idea of sometimes if you treat yourself like an algo and you think it's an overall long or short, but there's like multiple setups, that could just mean you have multiple entries, right? Like you like the direction of the trade, but there might be 2 places to get in. Well, that could just mean that you get in half one place and half the next place. And that's the way algos tend to trade. They can do that. It's like 3 or 4 things simultaneously happening at once. For a human trader, you see your one position that you have, it can parse all 3 of them, even though it's all in the same stock at the same time. So I want to see this maybe give like a false break of 438 because it's a pretty tight stop. to have an even dollar here. And then we'll jump in on the south side. Or it can just break this consolidation down, which it does not want to do on Tesla. It's just going sideways, which it shouldn't go sideways forever. I know it's a Friday afternoon, but it's not going to hold a 40-cent range forever here.
All right,
It's
so
size at 92, by the way.
I have a new position. I know I'm going to catch some flack for this. Look, Tesla's an absolute monster. I have really, obviously, when you're taking $17 winners and you're catching this, it's going to be P&L number one, 5, 6x, okay? But I'm going to just try to see if there is a little bit of a pull down here to close out the week. So I'm not trying to do anything rocket science related here, or anything that's too complicated. All I'm trying to do is to see if, and again, so just so you know, I'm almost out of IBIT, okay? We talked about that. I have 25% left of this IBIT trade, and I still have 3 times the IBIT shares that I do on this Tesla trade right now. So this is actually going to come out pretty soon, actually. If we break this 50 period, I don't even want to be part of this anymore. So we're almost breaking it right now, 50s to the upside. So we're going to be out of this. So what we'll give back on this trade is about 3 to 4% of what we made on the day. So there it goes. Why did I not get stopped out there?
Mine hit.
438.51s. Yeah, okay, it should have.
I just got 50.
It should have got stopped out there. I think it's because I don't even have that many shares on board here. Okay, so IBIT is coming out, so I have to deal with this Tesla trade, but I'm going to give it a little bit more. I basically have no shares. That was right there. We'll try this right there. In the 60s, and then get stopped out. What's that wick top there? 439.15. I think that's worth it. So 439. Here, I'll just show you guys live on the show. 439.16s right there. So now, all right, we'll try it. We're going to get something else short if we can. And then I'll just tell you right now, the amount of shares that we'll have on this trade is going to be probably like, well, I'm going to have to get one more fill, and I'm waiting for it right now at 438.70. So I will have about like 20, I guess, like not half a unit, like 25% of a unit or so on this if it goes. All right, and down here we had 1 unit on. So we didn't have, because we had more, but then remember I told you we got stopped out in the, anyways, still, even with 1 unit, the damage was there. So we're just going to try this right now. There it goes right now. So it's going to break out. So you guys are right,
Look 100%.
At the buy. Like people in the chat were like, Tesla's a long. You guys are 100% on that. Like, you know, great call out on that one. We have to hit the fail on that. The net doesn't change. It changes a little bit. Obviously, we lose a little bit there. But meanwhile, IBIT just kind of crashed a little bit there. And by crash, I just mean it went from 25s down to 10s. So hopefully we can get a 12, which I'm now bidding. Maybe that 440 is the level there. That is the high for Tesla. We could give it another go. I mean, I know how much we just lost there. We lost about 5% of what we made that first way in and around. And sometimes getting bored about trading is not a great thing. And that's kind of what's been looking for a trade when there might have not been one. Someone said the Palantir short was a greater short. Yeah, maybe.
Palantir,
I mean, either way, they're both really the reason.
That's the least I've seen Palantir move, and
that's what I was going to say. The reason why I pick on Tesla a little bit,
that's not moving.
It picks on me was at least because it was moving. I don't know if that's the case.
Palantir is a $180 stock that has moved less in the last 10 minutes than Webull has.
Wow, IBIT is
like, let's be real. Someone asked if I think Webull is a short here. Not really. It should have just been another long off VWAP like we've been doing all afternoon. Like, it's just, this is holding VWAP, so I should have just gone long again off the volume weighted average price. I don't know if we have enough time for that because it's almost 3:30. So, and I also thought that I could get back into the short on Intel after it bounced VWAP. It's not really bouncing that much. And I'm not gonna, I'll just zoom in because I can't get rid of that wick. So there hasn't been too much of any, there's just been not much of a bid since we got out of Intel. I don't want to just punch through the volume weighted average price to the south side. So I might just look for anything in front of 35.7. It's at 50s now, so I wouldn't have to move too much to give me the entry off of this 35.7 level. And again, someone says Amazon tanking, but
it's not.
I'm skeptical because that stock is probably not tanking. The only stock that has an early look imbalance that actually is somewhat interesting is QBTS. Has an early look imbalance of 1.2 million to the buy side. Oh, that's the Chamath SPAC has a buy and bounce of 1.2 million. So, well, I did talk about this briefly, and we probably should have covered this in the morning, regardless of what you think of Chamath. His new SPAC American Exceptionalism Acquisition Corp. debuted today. And like all other SPACs, right, it's like the whole $10 and it opened up green at 1060 and only went to the upside. It's got a small buy imbalance on it right now. 10% of the daily volume is actually in the imbalance, 1.2 million buy imbalance. So this actually, I don't know, this was a good open trade. If you treated it like an IPO, the way I would look at the SPACs is if it opens underneath $10, then that's bad. If it opens above $10 and there's some hype on it, maybe it's worth the shot. And at some point, this will go from AEXA, American, whatever I said before, it'll go from that to they'll pick something that they actually want to combine with. And in the meantime, you can just hold on. And if you're unfamiliar with how SPACs work, when Chamath decides what they want to combine with, you always get the option of, do you just want to take your $10, your initial investment, or join with that company? So I actually don't know what he's looking at in particular, but it was successful. If you just treated it like an IPO, this did work out like the IPO trade. So the next time I see a hyped, or maybe like a hype backer on a SPAC, I think it's worth a look for a trade. Missed opportunity today, that's all.
Yep, and good luck. I didn't even realize that was an opportunity today.
Well, I didn't know until someone told me.
What are you going to do? All right, well, this is definitely the money trade of the afternoon. Obviously, it's the only one we just put on that Tesla, which I just wish I didn't do it in hindsight. Financially, it had almost zero effect there because I told you we only had 20% of a unit or 25% of a unit, so it was not a big deal there. So if it's 100 shares as a unit, we had 25. Like, that's kind of the math I'm trying to tell you. But here it comes right now, IBIT. There it is. We just get filled a little bit on the bid now, so let's just figure out what winds up happening if we get a move down or not here for IBIT. Sometimes we get filled on midpoints and stuff, so there it comes into 62 and change, so we'll have to wait. There it goes, 62.01s. So a big trade alert right there. Like, so this is what I'm talking about when you talk about risk management. Long out. So out at 40s off of some 50 longs, and then right now 40. What am I short? 37s. We actually should have broke it with it, but we waited a little bit. And then there's the short now back in for IBIT as we now have just about 10% left of that trade. Let me see if Tesla is falling off now. So it's still at that 440. What's Marvell doing? Oh boy. This was the long that we were building early on Marvell. It's back up to near highs a day. Let's see if that one can turn red or green, sorry. Nvidia, same way, just bounced off red to green again. So they went green, now back down into red with only a half hour left. I don't think there's any major rebalances or anything tonight, so we don't have too much to worry about. And then Webull, like long, made money, got the long again, faded out through 1450, got stopped out, made the low of the day pretty much, and now Webull back up 2.5. You know, I know you traded SoFi a little bit, but SoFi, Webull, and Robinhood, all similar names, obviously, but SoFi today down again, 29, great level, 30, great level. Looks like it wants to come back in. Not doing a whole heck of a lot right here, but I like SoFi, and I think that there's an opportunity to buy that on any weakness. Robinhood as well. Whoa, 121. Okay, that's getting hit pretty good. I didn't think we were down that far. It was yesterday was the bigger move. 127 down to 122, and today just trying to hold on. I think this is a short because you did get a huge bump up there due to the S&P inclusion. Now the fade is going to happen. I think you can run this back to 110. I think you can even see 110 by next Tuesday or Wednesday, like maybe even Monday. So we'll have to wait to see what happens with Robinhood, but it's really hasn't seen the 50-period moving average since April. And when it did, for some reason, I don't know if that was on the announcement. Maybe that was the announcement day, but nice little gap up there. That was 8th or 9th of September. So maybe the announcement might have been on the set. What is this day? Here, is this a weekend? And that always happens. Yeah, 5th. Yeah, so that's when it was. September 5th, I'd say it was probably mentioned to be added, and then that's the next day, and then there it is. So yeah, that would make sense to me. If that makes sense. If that was the case.
That makes sense. I won't even bother looking it up.
No. So I think that's it. So I would say that you could fill back into some of these levels, but if it does, then I like this name again over near the $100 mark. So.
There's been a couple. Someone's asking about Affirm, which only because I had thoughts on this already, but where is it? It's Saram in the chat. Please suggest what to do with Affirm, hold or sell. It's up to you. Everyone has to make their own decisions when it comes to hitting the keys. We just look at the charts, or we can look at what we think of the stock, or what we think of the technicals. What I will tell you is when we talked about this earlier in the week, I was mentioning not just the 50 period on a firm, but this trend from the April lows. Like the April lows trend line broke 2 days ago on a firm. And you've had 2 days worth of continuation, including losing the 50 period. So like as far as I was concerned, like it turned into this looks like a short here, and now it's just breaking down the 50 period again on a firm. So to me, this looks like a short, but you have to make your own decisions. Like the upward trend is broken. It's been a great trend on a firm. It actually tripled from the April lows, and it's just turning around, which is fine. It happens. Whether it holds bid at like 65 or the 200 period moving average, I have no idea. I think that would be an interesting spot because it's both support and it's a major moving average, which I'm generally a big fan of if you're looking to dip buy it. I'm not. If this was a stock if a firm was a stock I was trying to buy this year, then I'd be probably buying it at $60. But I'm not. So, that would be more of if you're short it, that would be kind of a target from a technical standpoint. All right, this could be the only pop that gets us back into Intel. We're able to crack it the first time, but if it breaks VWAP, I want to be in before. All right. So we're going to try and grab this one in front of that 35.6 and see if it wants to head down. It's not like the market's doing that much of anything. But we have 15 minutes till the imbalances come in. So when the imbalances come in, I don't want to put anything new on unless it's an imbalance trade.
There's a wrap, Jack. There goes IBIT. Let's go. Let's go. Shout out to Drake there. But wow, we did it. That's all we can say. Shout out to Tony and anybody else that was thinking short with IBIT. So again, a level that we wrote down, have this ability. That's the only thing that I can tell you guys is that have the ability to not be completely anchored to your first thoughts. So just be careful about that one because this is right now, we talked about the long in IBIT and then we flipped the short. So I just want to show you only because it was right here, 62.50 long. Let's play a breakout here on BTC. I mean, it was easy. It was 10 grand. We talked about it live on the show. I'm going to put the sticky note up every single day I'm here. And I started doing this. There's literally a box of 1,000 of them right beside me, of the old ones. And it just, I was writing down my ideas on what I thought every day. And I kept on referring to it. And then eventually it was like, I'm just going to share it with everybody. And we called it the sticky note post. And there's 62.50. I liked it as a breakout. I can show it to you over and over again. There it was right here. This is why we wrote it down. We came in this morning. It was down here. We talked about it potentially getting to that level. So there's the break. Unfortunately, it only goes to 62.60. So we were able to get some of that. And we talked, even when we went in, I hope that all of you, even if the trades don't work out, I hope that you understand some of the logic, and that's, I think, what we're trying to do the best right there, right? So what's up, Zero Gravity Zen? I really appreciate that. You like the technical, you like the analysis there on Robinhood getting into 110, so I do appreciate that. But there it is right here, the break of 62.50, right? So this is technical again. It breaks above. We said our risk was 15 cents, so let's take out some. We only took out 15%. Again, we talked about it when we did it. And then that was for that 1-to-1, and then it cracked, and then we lost on 85% of it. So that was red. So it puts us, red on IBIT on this trade. And then all of a sudden, I thought about it, and I was reading in the chat and everything, and it was like, maybe it's a short. And I was like, yeah, maybe it's a short. And if 62.50 was a level that I liked, I just kind of was like getting into it. It's too bad because I actually had another offer right here at the 50 period that never got filled. And then boom, right there into the downside. So now I look over, and obviously IBIT now joins the green club as it makes that move all the way down. And how to expect how far it goes down. The first couple outs there at the 200 period. Then we got a bunch of outs just ahead of VWAP where it barcoded a little bit. We thought it was going to take the 21 period. We got more out. Then we get VWAP. Now we're getting underneath VWAP. And I'm just bidding these levels because really we don't have too much left. So we have about 10% left of this, actually a little bit less than 10%. So coming back into these areas, I'm going to put a stop right now at 62.10 for our last 10% on IBIT. So 62.11, stop out right there. If it flies through, it flies through, and it will stop us out. So far so good right there on IBIT. Looking lower right now, down 0.2. And I mean, here's crypto right now. And the reason why we liked it, this is just, Our program and our software is not set up really for crypto trading. It's a little bit different than how we have it. Sometimes we have to request the shorts on it. It's just a little bit of a not the greatest look. So we'll just trade IBIT instead and ETHA. You know, we do have the ability to trade Solana, Cardano, Ripple, and all that, but we can use the ETFs now, so that's what we choose. But this was the thing. There's the break of 110. We tried it. It doesn't work. There's the break back down. So now if you're going to hold anything, because we're off the air in 20 minutes, you may want to think about 109. So that's around this level. So we're getting close to there. 108.8 was the level that last held on Bitcoin. So if you're just going to, and I'm going to throw it back to Neil in 1 second, I just want to see what that might mean for IBIT. So yeah, probably down and around here. If we get to 61.70, let's just put a bid there. Let's go. Let me put a bid at 61. Let's put a bid at 61.80 and see if that fills. Let's get greedy with it. See if we get all the way down there and make it a little bit of a better trade. So that's what we're doing. Good pattern, good discipline. We're happy with that. Check back. And I said I'd throw it to Neil, but I lied, I guess. I just want to see Tesla before I forget. Okay, so still in and around 430. So that's what that is.
So I got to go to Coffee Trader, ask a question here. You said you asked Copilot who can go into the S&P 500 next, and these are the ones that came up with. SCCO, I don't know them. Ares, a few other names. Datadog already in. Roku. Thoughts on these stocks? I can't say there's a single one of them that I have like a dog in the fight, like I'm a fan of the business or anything like that. What I would tell you is if you're looking to place a bet, I want to buy this company because I think the catalyst could be it gets added to the S&P 500. Kalshi, the growth in Kalshi in terms of how much volume, dollar volume they're doing in these event betting markets, it's huge. And let's be real, it's like crowdsourcing the truth. And the last couple of S&P 500 editions, the leader on this list has been right. Now, granted, it says S&P 500 this year, so sometimes you'll see some ones that are already in. But I said Carvana, 38%. I was right about that, but it's not number one. It's actually Ares Management. Is 65% shot. So this is where I would go to look if I was interested in what might get added to the index and looking for a trade based on that. And again, sometimes it's like when I tell there's a buddy I try to explain this to all the time when he's playing fantasy. I'm like, well, if you he'll think like, oh, this player is going to do this season. I'm like, well, this is what his Vegas prop is from receptions. Like, how do you think this guy can get 100 catches? Like when the Vegas prop's like 73. Right. Like that's better. The Vegas props, it's better than the projections of some dude at Pro Football Focus. They are. The betting markets get it much better. And I think the same thing with Kalshi. I don't know. I don't necessarily think MSTR would go in, but if the betting markets put it at a reasonable chance, and I think it has a reasonable chance because the crowdsource is smarter than me. So have a look at that. I think it can help out, and let's go to Adara.
Yeah, I just want to let you guys know here. Definitely check us out on the Market Recap Show. Here's a preview. We're going to talk a little bit about the TikTok deal. Brand new infographic on X, the TTV research. In case you're wondering about the colors, these are the exact colors of the TikTok logo. So definitely check this out. X, the TTV research. If you want a little bit more context and color about this TikTok deal. Back to you.
We're just saying about how it's also in fantasy. It's important to be subjective to not, if you own Cheniere Energy, you're going to be thinking that
exactly.
And you're going to do the research. You're going to say, oh, Cheniere's going to get at it, right? But then it doesn't, and then you're like, oh man.
The context was, I'll just say exactly what the context was.
Yeah, it's fine.
There was a guy in our league wanted to trade me Lad McConkey, and he was going on about how.
Well, who were you thinking about giving up for that?
Well, we were talking running back. We never really got that far because once I realized what he thought of his production, and then he was like, oh, he's going to be as good as Jackson Smith and Jigba. It's a similar breakout play. And I go, look at their reception props on the year and look at their yard props. They're not even in the same tier, and that's Vegas. This is not me being biased about it because I'm trading for the guy. This is what Vegas is. So I always try to go back to that when you're trading with somebody. If they're being unreasonable, just try to find some kind of a reasonable source. But it ended up not working out because he inflates his guys a lot. The guy.
Yeah. And the other thing too is, and you also have to understand, and this is another point, maybe we could try to bring this to fantasy as well. It's like you have to understand as well who's around. Like JSN, there's not too many other guys to throw the ball to. This, for some reason, Quentin Johnson and all these guys seem to be getting some love there from my boy Herbert. But
not that makes sense.
And remember, into the S&P 500 can also be plays that regard similar indices. So if something comes out, similar sectors, sorry. If something comes out that's a financial, I think it's more likely, you have to, again, I don't know how the mathematics work or how the constitution of the S&P 500 works, but
it's like if EA is
speaking, it'll go. Well, if EA Sports gets bought out, so that would have to come out, right? And so would they put like another consumer discretionary in there, or would they put a financial? Remember, it's 500 companies, so it's not. They do have
They have a lot of leeway when it comes to that, and they don't have to. The other thing is they don't have to explain themselves. They just kind of pick who they pick outside of the whole profitability rules. Like they don't really come up with some gigantic explanation with what they do, but there tends to be some kind of logic. So there's a chance that MSTR could go. Mr. Duckett's add BBAI, the rip would be crazy. Oh, of course. Look, if a stock like that, I mean,
could you imagine?
Oh, that would be insanity. But that would, it's not. They can't. It doesn't qualify yet.
No, BBAI, they don't even make money.
You got to make money.
They don't.
You got to make money for a year.
You got to go 5 straight quarters.
That being said, if you really like a name and you think it's like this is the bad example, I shouldn't leave it on the BBAI chart, but I can't think of something else on the top of my head. But like Uber would have been a really good example of like when people could see the turn coming. Like you wanted to buy Uber when it first, like forget about a full year, like 4 or 5 quarters of profitability. Like you wanted to grab that one after the first and second, like that type of a thing. So I'm kind of disappointed that SoFi is not on any short list, but that's just how it is. And at some point they will have their day, like Robinhood did. So 5 minutes to go. 5 minutes to go through the imbalances. QBTS still the biggest, 1.2. CNQ's there, but that's probably doesn't matter and usually pairs off. QBTS, the biggest buy and balance, 1.3 million shares. I think that has relative size that could matter. It's still a $27 stock, and over $1 million is pretty good for them. It's not moving now, but worth keeping an eye on. And then AXA, that is the Chamath SPAC for an early look buy, but that doesn't really matter either. Yeah, nothing crazy. Oh shoot, I'm looking at FTI, and that's just reminded me of something. I had to do this for myself because we missed a really easy trade.
Oh no!
A very, very easy trade. Remember that 12 break on Ford? Yeah. So remember that we've been talking about $12 on Ford for a while.
Boo-hoo! It went to what? 12.05.
No, it went to 12.30 clean.
Oh, it did? Oh, okay.
Like this, and this is the thing. Like
that's pretty good.
Like this was at 11. Like the actual break happens like somewhere in here, so like 11:03. Like the exact moment that we're wrapping up the morning show and generally speaking, like transitioning to I'm gonna get up and grab my lunch or whatever. Like it's the last moment that I'm looking to take a breakout trade. It's just a horrible timing. But it was very clean if you took that 12 break. And it's more about the why there was a lot of interest in that possibly giving you a nice little scalp trade was the level that it is on the daily chart. Like it's a lot of resistance up here at 12. It's not going to close above. It might close above 12. I shouldn't say it's not. It's at 12.01. It's trying to close at the $12 level. Like look at that, all that resistance, and it's just barcoding this 12 level. That's a Friday. There's probably a bunch of options at $12 at that strike. So it was a good breakout trade on Ford, but I missed it. Unfortunately, hopefully somebody scalped that one as well. WAP girl in the chat. LAC, is this a hold for the long term?
Yes.
I think this, anytime the U.S. government is like, we like the company and we want to buy it, and you're talking about a good space, now buying it at the absolute top.
Like I don't own any of it.
I don't know if that's going to be the best play, but like the same way, like I felt MP is a long-term hold, but I didn't want to buy a bunch at the 50 period because I thought it was too high, so I bought like 10% of a position just so I'd be in it because I want to buy it for the long term. So I do think LSE can be a long-term hold. I just don't like it 2 days after it made the top. I'd love to see it. Like the move happened when it was at $3. I'd like to see it do like a settle down phase, right? And then show me where the dip comes in. Like we're still kind of in discovery mode, I want to say, for LAC. So yeah, I couldn't say I would buy it here, but if it was MP, I might take like 10%. Like MP Materials was kind of a missed opportunity for me at the 50 period.
You could buy both. You could buy like a little bit of MP and
but I don't want I don't want it. Yeah, but I'm saying you can buy a little bit if you want it.
There
but
goes
like MP, well, down 10% too today. MP Materials. That's gonna be This could be SSR on Monday.
So Tesla, yeah, anything, yeah, might
That's
be.
close to
Tesla
10
faded off 440, so congratulations anybody that wrote that. I mean, you know, my short would have now been in the money, but what are you going to do? Like, you can look back and say that about pretty much anybody's trade. All right, Ozan, here we go, man. You want something to be done with Reddit? So this is what Ozan wants me to do. Do something.
What's wrong with Reddit?
Stuck in this range, it looks like. So there you go, Ozan. Let's see what happens with Reddit. 280 pullback all the way down to 220. Again, a big growth stock, right? I mean, their PE is through the roof as well. But I've said this before. I said this when I was down here at $100, that I thought Reddit had a lot of room to run because their advertising business. And I just don't think that there's a lot of companies that even reach out to Reddit right now. I think it's still very much Instagram and TikTok and wherever else the social media money is going. I have no idea where else. Google AdWords, YouTube, things like that. I just think that Reddit was a very undervalued, basically social media. It's not really social media, I get it. It's an app that has news and has like-minded, what do they call them? Groups. There's not groups, but something else. But anyways, as threads? Reddits? No. Not circles. What do you thread? I think it's a thread.
Is it a thread?
Anyway.
Yeah, they are threads. I mean, that's what they physically are. Subreddits. That's what. Forums is a better word.
Forum is a good word.
I'm just reading the chat, by the way.
Yeah. That's why I sort of slow down because I know eventually when the feed catches up, everyone will be like, "This guy's an idiot." They're just forums. So there it is. So, but yeah, and I just thought that was just a misunderstood thing. So right into there, that's 136 break was completely gold. I mean, even if you don't even wait for that and you sort of get this garbage out of here, and you take this break as well. But anyways, Ozan and everybody else, great move up there for Reddit. I'd say if you're not in it, let it cool down because honestly, there's earnings. The next round of earnings is just around the corner. So you got to watch out for that. There's IBIT, man.
Another one.
It's a good one right there as we went bearish on Reddit. So that was a good trade here to end of the day for me.
IBIT.
And here we go, man. 10 seconds.
You said Reddit.
Go ahead. Yeah.
10 seconds.
You can talk about it. I don't know what I'm saying.
Well, I'll get to, thank you for the super chat, David. We'll get to that in just 2 seconds because the imbalances are about to hit. And the imbalances are now out. So what's there? Nothing over. Oh, there we go.
What's up with balances?
That's not much of anything.
D-Wave.
D-Wave 1.1 million.
Today.
That's about it. That's it. D-Wave. KO 1 million to the sell side. That's pretty bland. So kind of a nothing burger.
Knock you out.
I guess maybe.
KO'd.
Grab 750,000 to the sell side. Not a single. There's Intel for 600,000, but it's to the buy side, so I'll punch out flat of a short. And nothing. Little bit of a nothing burger on the imbalances, everybody. I'd say that's a little disappointing, but I wanted to get to the super chat because David just literally just had this, and I think it's a really good point. Apparently there's a couple, so I'll double check.
Okay.
Might have missed one. Dave's smart trade of the day. Usually it's David's silly trade of the day. No, but this is a good one.
All right,
Did not trade one thing today. Head wasn't in it. Next week watching OKLO and MP. See, that's perfectly fine. If you don't see anything, then don't do it. If you're not feeling, if you don't have a read, then nothing there.
Smart trade day was to do nothing. Okay.
I actually just wrote MP on my iPad because now I'm looking at that as well after seeing that 10% move. There in Oklo has been down a bajillion% the last couple of days, so I think that makes some sense to watch next week. And because we might have missed another super chat, I'm just going to quickly find it live. Is Amazon good long? Thank you, Christopher Mulligan. Is Amazon a good long here at a discount price? My rule of thumb is, if I like this stock forever and want more of it, and it gets to the 200 period moving average, I'm buying it. Full disclosure, I did this when it had its earnings. So, I already did it. But yeah, do I like Amazon at the 200 period moving average? Yep. And I already bought it at the 200 period moving average last time it was here. So that's just my 2 cents. But it's very different when you're holding forever than if you're like, can I buy it here and sell it tomorrow? That's a very different story, right? So just as long as you understand, I think it's a good discount. Some of the beating up, they paid like a $2.5 billion fine. That's a slap on the wrist. People are worried about the cloud growth, but they got a million levers that they can pull. Some issues with the worries about the consumer, I would understand. Well, right now, I think the biggest thing that had happened to them was the beat up. Every single time a major cloud provider reported the comparison to Amazon, their last quarter growth, which was like 18% or something year over year, someone else just beat them. And everyone else was in the 20s, or I think Microsoft actually was over 30% growth. And that's what they get beat up for, because 18% isn't good enough. 18% is fantastic when they got a bunch of other things that levers that they can also pull. So I like them there at the 200 period moving average. As I said, I already bought there myself.
Yeah, you just bought a couple days ago, right? And it's right where it is. I think this is good enough. Like this level, if you always wait for the ultimate bottom.
I mean, effectively, yeah, so come back to the chart for a second. Like, effectively, it's like you're splitting hairs to say the 200 period's at 215 or this bounce is at 218.60. So if I'm holding for a really long term, it's the same thing. Like, as far as I'm concerned, like when I see it dip down in there, like that's the 200 period moving average. It doesn't have to get to the exact price because it's not like I'm getting out of it the next day or anything like that. So it's not the same as support resistance trading. But yeah, only about a minute and a half until these. Oh, that wasn't there before. So NVIDIA is a 1.9 million sell. That was not there at 3 o'clock or 350, but now NVIDIA is a sell of 2 million shares. That just popped up. We've seen this before. Apple now all of a sudden is there at 1.1 million, so a couple of sell imbalances late. NVIDIA barely moved. So NVIDIA does absolutely nothing on that sell imbalance. But every now and then it's worth checking, like a minute or so after 350, you might see some of the NASDAQ names lag a little bit on the imbalance locator.
Yeah, I was going to say, like, not much. So I just took another piece out on IBIT. Now we're very, very light and not really doing anything with IBIT. So I'm just going to stop out of the rest. I just put a bid, not stop out, bid out. I just put a bid right now at 61.95. Make sure, everybody, thanks for watching with us and thanks for rocking with us again all week. And we appreciate that. And, the only thing, one last time, we haven't asked you at all today, which is not why, I don't know how many, let me just refresh that. I was going to say we must have more than 69er right there. How many likes do we have? 411. Okay, that's pretty bad. If you guys can hit the like button, let's get it going now. We haven't asked at all. This morning I asked, and you guys delivered. So I want to say thank you for all of that. So thank you for everything. Join Adara and myself, and then I believe Steve Tileman will be coming through today. I feel like he is coming through today from Trade the Pool to talk everything that I want him to talk about, because I just ask him questions and he answers. So shout out to Steve. Thanks for being a great guest. And he's going to be coming on today again at around 4:15, and we'll talk to him for 10 minutes or so. Adair and I will review all the big stories of the day. So, join us. No major earnings or anything tonight, obviously, but we do appreciate everybody staying late. And, we'll do that. And we'll talk about the major stories, including Intel, including these guys building a monster wall of something behind us. There it is, man. There is the out right there of...
It's nothing happening there.
IBIT. Yeah,
nothing
do not look at Brendan standing there. Brendan is now the new supervisor because Randy's not
Randy's
here.
Got time. Randy, it's Friday.
Brendan has to supervise.
It's Friday.
So that's what he's doing right now. So we say thank you to Brendan for supervising.
Yes.
And yeah.
Hopefully, if you have the opportunity, I know we do it, trading with your own money can be dangerous. You can trade with someone else's capital. It's an easier way to trade. That way you have less fear of losing. That way you're not moving your stop loss too soon out of fear. And on top of this, you can end up getting enough capital to make it worth your time. So you can aim for bigger profits, not just a couple $100 a month. This revolution is called limited risk trading, and it's powered by Trade the Pool. So this is how it works. Join Trade the Pool, hit the profit goal, and keep 70% of the profits. Simple as that. Visit tradethepool.com or scan the QR code now for 10% off. So I want to thank Trade the Pool for sponsoring that segment of the show. And I'm going to, thank you. I don't mind if I do. I'm just going to have two. Ramin, literally, this is how nice Ramin. So I know Shreve bags on Ramin, but she just walked over and handed me like chocolate almonds because she's sweet and she's very nice and kind and always sharing. Before we go to Adair for news, Micron just popped $2 or $1.50 right at the end of the day here. I do believe we're supposed to go up to Adair in a quick little second, but Micron rallying just went red to green going into the close. I didn't see it on the locator, so it might be something unrelated to an imbalance here for Micron, which just popped up. For sure. So yeah, Micron making a rally at the end of the day. Are we going to Adair? I thought. Yeah, let's go to Adair at the desk.
Yeah, keep an eye here on the NASDAQ. We're getting more tariff reports. Donald Trump's administration reportedly considering tariffs on foreign electronic devices based on the number of chips in each device. So they're basically going to be tariffed per chip is the proposal here from the Trump administration. Hello, Sean. Again, guys, keep an eye on any of these foreign companies that have chips in their products. Trump administration considering putting tariffs on these electronic devices based on the number of chips per device. Back to you.
And there you go. That is why we have Adara, because that would have obviously explained what just happened in Micron. That massive spike that you can see just there. Wow, that's a little bit intense. That is literally everybody. Oh no, Webull went as well. I just got to double check there. Only about 2 minutes to go. Yeah, there goes Webull. 4% today for Webull. Not bad at all for these guys. I think this is, we were talking about like things that are on the verge of going. Yeah, this looks pretty good. You get that close above the 50-period moving average. I think this is going to make its run to that $18 to $19 level again that we just recently saw. So good look for them. But yeah, but the story just there. Wow, Micron, U.S. mulling new chip content tariffs. It's like everything's got chips in them. Micron moon to said upside. And remember, it's not like, you're not like almost every single thing that we have is interconnected now. And chips run the world. So we'll see. We've seen this before where if you overreact to any kind of tariff news, you can somewhat get burned. But a good look here for Micron as it spikes on that headline a couple of bucks. Yeah, didn't see that happening. It's how you know, like, looked over, it wasn't an imbalance. There had to be a story on Micron because there was no buy imbalance. Only seconds left here in the day, about 30 seconds to go. Thank you, guys. It's been a fun one. Don't remember, you're not going anywhere in a couple of minutes here. You get to have Sean, you still get to have Adara, and then I believe Steve as well. Ask questions, go over the week, prepare for next week as well. As Merkis says, Open Door is going to be its moon. It's moon time for Open Door. Maybe it is moon day for Open Door, but you can also ring this bell. Brought to you by VFS, and that is VinFast. Scan that QR code for more information. And excuse me, as I choke on that chocolate almond that I was just eating, which was delicious, by the way. Thank you, Ramin. Maybe it is moon day for Open Door next week. You never know. But what you do know is that if you stick around here, we'll always talk about what's moving, possibly traded as well, depending if it sets us up. And I'll let you know that Open Door closed only down 3%. It was down a heck of a lot more than that. Could have been worse, could have been LAC. So thank you, everybody. But as I said, you're still locked and loaded, ready to go. Don't go anywhere because the market recap show is going to have Adara, Sean, and Steve Tileman. Get your questions ready. Review of the overall markets, including the story that just dropped on all chips, all new chip content tariffs. And just mulling it. It's nothing official just yet. So the Commerce Department's considering a tariff on imports based on the value of their chip content, which could be wild. That's going to affect so many things. So you have all weekend to stew about that, I'm sure discussed at the desk as well. So your market recap show, Sean Adara, Steve Talman, is going to start now. Lots to cover. Enjoy.
I know, I don't think you're supposed to do that. We were just discussing putting Q-tips.
It was a weird conversation, yeah.
Yeah, because I told Ramin that I don't have anything in my ear besides wax, and that was kind of gross. And then I was like, but I actually,
fun, but yeah.
It was okay. And then I actually, every morning when I shower, I get out of the shower, and then I have like a little routine. I brush my teeth, and then I put some sort of face cream on or whatever, and then I do the Q-tips in the ears.
We need to get ready with me, Sean edition. We need to get ready with me. You've just teased your get ready.
I mean, if the camera followed me around, I mean, I think that we could bust out these ratings. Yo, what's going on, Andre? I hope you're all good there. That was a nice move there. He just went like underneath.
Under the thing.
Yeah, he did like, awesome. You know, that whole thing where you're like the elevator and you're going down it. I can't. I don't. I'm not in enough good shape to do that. But shout out to everybody. Thank you so much for joining us. Hi. One more time. And Dara, how was your day?
My day was a day. And now it's over, and I'm ready for the weekend. I'm feeling a little tired.
All right, shut the stream. Let's go. We're out of here.
Okay, I didn't mean it like that.
Oh,
I just meant, goodbye. No,
sorry.
I'm just excited to go over all these names with you guys. It's been a really eventful day. I like to see all of the many beverages I'm relying on over here, so shout out to water and
you got coffee and water? What is that, a little Starbucks action going on?
No, that is a Tim Hortons ice cap.
Oh, ice cap.
But yeah, no, I think like there's a lot of stories here to go over, Sean. And again, we got that big one with chips at the end of the day. Another kind of story where I'm a little bit confused as to how they're going to actually impose or enforce this, but the Trump administration reportedly considering putting tariffs on foreign electronic products based on the amount of chips per product.
Yeah, so that's pretty exciting. That's pretty interesting there. And you were mentioning like who's going to wind up counting all of that and getting that all figured out.
Is it going to be Howard Lutnick? Like who's going to be counting these?
Right. Today's big stories. Of course, we had that Trump with TikTok. Right. We're going to talk about Oracle in just a couple seconds. See how that looks and how that feels right now for Oracle. It's actually you would think it would be good news, but it seems like it's a little bit downside action. We do want to remind everybody. Thank you for watching, but we also want to thank our big sponsor, Global X. Thank you for sponsoring the show, and go make sure you do check out their Beta Pro 3 times levered product. And you can also scan that right there to grab our watch list. And that's kind of some of the stuff that we're going to be doing right now, going over the top stories tonight, and then we'll have Steve Talman come through, and we'll look at some technical levels of some names. So if there is anybody there in the chat, let me know. Adair and I are watching out for this. And if there's any names that you want to talk about, that's good. Boeing today as well. So, all right, let's just go. We can go over to my screen, and I'll just run through this real quickly, unless you have, do we provide a, you have this infographic. Mm-hmm. All right, let's go over to Adaira's screen then. It's a little bit better for what we're doing right now. So, okay, we'll just talk about this. So we do have, obviously, there you talked about drugs, trucks, and furniture. Oh my, as that's been a big play today. As many different names, Ford, GM, Wayfair as well. They got what you need today. And RH, former Restoration Hardware, all moving around on some of this news. There's the TikTok sale valued at over $14 billion. Is this the fade? Okay. Well, what's going on there?
It's you and the info?
No, forget about it. Go back to that info. All right, here we go. I like what you're trying to do there, but Boeing strikes a deal as well, so we'll have to figure out about that, although it's Boeing strike continues, but they did get a deal there with Turkey, so we'll have a quick check on what's going on with Boeing shares as well. And then there it is, man, that one-to-one domestic chip play that we were sort of just mentioning benefits today, big time Intel, and we'll have another look over there at Intel. Costco, I mean, I'm going to hit the fail button because it was down about 3% today, but not a horrible report for Costco. We are going to go over that as well. Then CNCX, again, big approval there, so we'll go over that stock. And then, of course...
Sorry, I got the ticker on that one wrong. It's CRNX. I kind of married 2 tickers in my head. That's my bad.
Because yesterday we had CNXC or something, right? With earnings.
So that's, I think, one of my brain married tickers, but it is CRNX. I do apologize.
CRNX, we'll go over that as well. And then activist investor there. I didn't hear anything about fun, Six Flags.
Nor did I, but I guess some activist investors are having fun in this
game. You know what we did hear about, though? You're talking about some sort of out of the blue movement that just happened to me and Neil when we were trading live was EA Sports. So yes, it's in the game, and today it's in the stock. Right now, EA Sports up another 15% here today, but it's not up because they released a new game. It's not up because there's word that maybe Josh Allen will be on the cover of the new Madden game.
Is that true?
No. But Neil's still here, so I made sure to tell him that. Maybe Josh Allen is already...
He keeps making deals, though, because he made the SoFi deal, right? Did he not? And then he had another deal as well. Like, it makes sense.
NFL MVP Josh Allen.
Right. But he is an NFL MVP.
Well, yeah, I know Neil told me that.
I mean, not Super Bowl winning Josh Allen.
He's not pulling, like,
Right. He's not...
They call him SG...
He's not...
SGA. He's not pulling an SGA here.
Right, of course not. SGA is a champion.
Yeah, he got the double, though. He got the double MVP.
Neil's removing the Green Bay thing. And by the way, this is my Josh Allen thing, by the way. Come on, Neil.
That doesn't look like Josh Allen.
Come on, Ramin. This is too...
But doesn't he have facial hair? I've seen photos.
This is just a random white guy. This is not... This is just
I thought it was supposed to be Josh Allen.
It is supposed to be Josh Allen, but just a Josh Allen jersey.
Oh, okay, never mind.
All right, anyways.
Let's get back to the market, I guess.
See ya.
Oh my God, you just threw him.
Yeah, I just threw him around. There, but that's mine. If it was Neil, I would not have thrown that. Okay, so that's what we're doing right there. Let's go over and start talking about some of these deals. Okay, so that's EA Sports going upside. What happened to Oracle today, man? I mean, Oracle goes boom. Nice move down that 2.76%. Of course, Trump talking all about everything today. And part of it, yesterday, they signed at this time of night, right? It was right about now, where he signed that deal with Oracle coming through now, talking about TikTok, talking about everything. It looks like Dell might have got involved with that as well.
Yeah, there's some.
So we're seeing with Michael Dell, there's a nice downside move. And Ramin is running the board, but Adaira has this up right there.
Yeah, those are the TikTok brand colors too, guys. I had a lot of fun with this. But yeah, as you can see, Dell was kind of involved. Trump said that he was part of the deal. Oracle, Trump, and JD Vance both said we're going to be a huge part of the deal. And then between Oracle, MGX, and Silver Lake, they're going to reportedly control a combined 45%. That's going to be split up evenly. So Oracle reportedly having 15%, MGX 15%, Silver Lake 15%. ByteDance will retain a stake that is less than 20%.
All right, so Boeing, yeah, thanks for that. So that's a little bit of a review there on the Oracle and TikTok and what that deal means. You know, doesn't look like it's going to mean that much for Oracle, other than the fact that we know they're going to be hosting the data, and that algorithm, very, very key, as ByteDance, of course, keeps a piece of action there. All right, as we had there, the Boeing strike, pretty interesting there. The Boeing strike right now enters, we have written down here 53 days, but you can see Boeing's been hit here. So this is just a daily chart. If you go back 53 days, obviously it's going to be back into here. There's the news, nice little move back down in from 240, back down to 220. It makes its way right back in there. And then now the fall down recently on Boeing here, but they get an order today from Turkish Airlines and Norwegian Air, which boosts long-term outlook there for Boeing. So the more deals they can wind up grabbing, the better it seems like it is there for Boeing. A nice move today, up 3.5%. But what I want to talk about was just look at this chart. It was pretty choppy all day. I mean, the move really does happen right there at 8 a.m. when that announcement comes through. Market opens up and actually starts to sell off at 9:30. We do regain some of the day's high, but at the end of it all, just kind of finish in the middle for Boeing. You like this deal? I mean, it makes sense, right? The more airplanes they can sell, the better.
Well, I was saying on the midday, I actually think this is less of why Boeing ran today. I think the real reason that Boeing was up today was because the FAA, after 6 years of not allowing them to do any kind of airworthiness certification on their own for their planes, they're now allowing Boeing to issue their own airworthiness certification for certain 737s and certain 787s. Again, this is after a 6-year moratorium. So Boeing being able to issue at least some of these certificates shows that the FAA trusts them, Sean, and I think that's probably the biggest step to them getting back in the air on a larger scale. Now, each deal matters, but just being able to sign off on more of these vehicles, have the FAA say, hey, Kelly Ortberg and co., I don't think you're going to, have a plane blow up in the air. So I actually think it's a good look.
So that Turkish airline is actually the largest there, 150 737s they're looking for, as well as so far they've logged 725 gross orders year to date, which is outpacing Airbus. So Boeing they're definitely doing the right thing. It's just a matter of, again, making sure that they can produce those planes. So the strike definitely hitting them faux show. Okay, yesterday at this time again, we had Costco. And Costco, again, we love shopping there. It's a great, I think yesterday they have shrimp tacos. We had some of those a couple days ago. My wife went to Costco. I like it. It's a good spot. Obviously, a lot of their memberships continue to grow as well for Costco. They're not changing that $1.50, but they are getting a little bit of a haircut today, down 3%. And of course, yesterday, their EPS better expected revenues as well. They beat both on the top and the bottom line, and their income was up 8.1% year over year. Their membership fee income jumped 14%. So memberships also going to the high side as well. And e-commerce, which was nice. And I actually, every single day, here's a story to tell you. I actually just got an email about an hour ago. My Costco delivery that I ordered online got delivered to the house. And it was every morning I have greens.
Okay. Like kale?
Yeah, well, yeah, it's like powder mixed greens. So it has
powdered, yeah.
Yeah, I think it has like 1,400 different nutrients in it. Probably not that many, Adara. And then dump it in there. I think the wife mixes it with a little bit of collagen or something like that into a big water bottle, mix it up, down the hatch, ordered that from Costco. So there you go. Delivery was a couple days. It's definitely not Amazon-like. If you're ordering something from Costco, I think it's still, 3 to 5 days or so. It's not overnight.
Prime is impressive.
But we got the deal. Get to the Costco website. Very easy. The app. Ordered on the app. Very easy to do. I don't really order anything online anymore. Do you? I'm only using my phone.
So I've been called out by people in this chat, I think fairly, as being a bit of a Luddite. I'm really behind on my phone. I am not the most tech savvy of people. Everyone in the tech team, including Ramin, who's running the board today, can attest. I have asked them very dumb tech questions. So yeah, I'm not the person to ask here. If I can get something in person, I'd rather get it in person. I am reluctantly becoming, more familiar with technology and ordering things online. But if I don't have
reluctantly.
I like using Canva and stuff for my infographics like that, but it's like if I have to order versus go in store, why wouldn't I go in store? I walk everywhere. I can get a nice walk in. I can listen to music and I can enjoy the Toronto air. I don't know. Long story short, no, I don't really order online.
If you're enjoying the Toronto air, you're a few amongst people enjoying the Toronto air.
I said that out loud and then I was like,
yeah.
Really bad.
No, Toronto air is fine, of course. Yeah. Much nicer up north. I mean, we were just up north last weekend. Gorgeous. That drive up to 400 and everything is so, especially nowadays, fall is my favorite season.
Same.
The
Yeah,
way
we talked about this.
the leave there, yeah, we talked. Okay, I guess that's your idea of move on. Okay,
Well,
so
I
let's
didn't
move
know
on.
like that.
All right, yeah, I get it, Adair. I get it, Adair. Okay, all right, so that's that. Costco obviously breaking out. Let's just go over to the chart just real quickly. It's actually breaking down, not breaking out.
Yeah.
So there you go. I catch myself saying the wrong thing again. Breaking back down below. You got to look out though. I do think that Costco is getting near a buying spot, but we know that consumer's not overly strong right now. There's a couple reads there on retail sales. A couple weeks back weren't the strongest. So here it comes to the downside. Although names like Visa and MasterCard remain pretty high, we still do see a nice little drop down there. And it's the tale of multiple stores here, because if Costco's down, Walmart should be down too, right? But Walmart actually, if you're looking on the daily chart, although not up today, we'll call it a flat day, it's been doing okay, man. Walmart near the high. So I said, what about a rotation? We're always trying to find a little bit of opportunity here. Let's just say you had 100 shares of Walmart, drop it down to 50 and maybe buy some Costco. Get some value in Costco. If it comes back up to the upside, I think there's an opportunity there to be involved with Costco. Okay, we are getting ready. We should still have Steve Talman coming on in just a couple seconds. So when that happens, that will happen.
Oh, okay.
Okay, so what was that story about Six Flags? Because I didn't hear anything about that. So Cedar Fair right now, it's not an overly expensive stock. It was up 4% today. The reason why I ask you is it's been a huge downside play for fun, which is Cedar Fair.
Yeah.
We do have it up on there, but flip over to my screen just real quickly here, Ramin, and then I'll show everybody. This is what it looks like on a daily chart. The reason why I bring this up is what a destruction here. This goes all the way back to December of 2024, where you had a top of around $50. We did come back in February again and make that, so just a couple months later, wick that top, and then it's like whoosh to the downside. So this stock is down about 50% or more year to date. So I'm wondering what the story is with Cedar Fair.
Okay, so it's kind of weird. There's an activist investor that I've never heard of by the name of Land and Buildings Investment Management, and they issued a public letter, and they're saying, hey, company, Six Flags, please monetize your real estate assets. So of all of the reasons to get involved in a company, from an activist perspective, I've never heard of you should be monetizing your real estate. But hey, that was their argument. They said that Six Flags can have up to 68% upside if they follow their plan. It seems a little lofty, but either way, it certainly is on watch, and I guess this stock might be on a roller coaster next week if this story continues. And I know that was a really low-hanging fruit pun, but that's what we do here.
That was all right. I don't mind it. Okay, so that was, interesting play. The reason why I think we talk about that, obviously, as we go on, is the fact that it's been so beat up, and a lot of people are looking for, hey, what's up, BTCC? Looking for a little bit of value in these markets. Maybe there is some of that with Cedar and Fun, symbol Fun. So, okay, just quick.
Cedar Fair was isn't Cedar Fair the...
I think they own Wonderland.
Do they? Okay, look, I know Cedar Fair owns Wonderland because I got a job with them, but I didn't think that was the same as Six Flags.
Are you leaving us? You got a job with them?
No, a while ago.
Oh, a while ago.
I didn't even take the job. I was hired, but I didn't want to take it. But I'll look up if they own Cedar Fair as well.
Yeah, no, they do, because
They do? I didn't know that. Okay.
the reason why, so my kids this year got memberships to Canada's Wonderland.
Oh, and it charged Six Flags.
Yeah, well, I don't know. I don't even, honestly, when the credit card, I don't know what gets charged on that thing. But what I'm saying is it came in, you get I think it was like one free Cedar Fair thing as well. It's all like,
and
it's all
also Six Flags. Okay, I didn't know
Six Flags. That's
I had no idea. Okay, good.
Get Ramina Mike. Okay, just quickly here. This seems like a lot to me. I want to know your opinion, and then we'll get Steve on here too. But Amazon, is that a thumbs up for Steve? He's here, right? Ramin, I can't say anything. Okay, there's some thumbs up. Okay, he's here. All right, Amazon today. Isn't this expensive? $2.5 billion. So it looks like they're going to pay $2.5 billion in fines, which says 1.5 in fines, 1 billion in restitution. I don't even know what that means. To settle FTC allegations of duping customers into Prime subscriptions and making cancellations difficult. Cry me a river, says Justin Timberlake. I think that is, you can sing it as well, it's fine. I think that is a little bit too much.
I agree.
Like 2.5 billion, like you have to be duping a hell of a lot of customers in for that to be a reasonable fine. But at the end of the day, Amazon has enough. I mean, Jeff Bezos how much does he put in gas into his multiple yachts? He could probably afford this himself. Well, for sure he could. But this is the largest FTC fine ever levied.
Yeah.
So that is an absolute monster. I did not think that would be something there. Amazon just has to now add a simple cancel button on their Prime, I guess their drop down or whatever. So you know what? Amazon being up today actually surprises me a little bit. I thought that was a little bit too harsh for them, but the fact of the matter is, Adara, it's now in the rearview mirror. And I think that that's something that we can now base Amazon not on, pending, DOJ or FTC. Well, this is just an FTC thing. Well, hopefully the Department of Justice doesn't investigate anything else. But
well, they have their own ongoing antitrust issue as well, which is not related to this.
Okay, so there you go. So I don't know, dude, doesn't that seem like a little bit too too large there?
I kind of said the same thing that you were saying with regards to this is now in the past. For Amazon, to quote Mac Miller, RIP, leave it all in the rear view, which I actually think Amazon is doing here with this situation. Now, why, Sean? Because their antitrust case, which they are still going to face, that is actually not related to this. This is a completely separate issue. So they, honestly, at this point, this is something that's in the past. They need to make those changes, which I'm sure they will. And the fact that they settled it means that they want to get over it, too, which I think is a good sign. Now, they still have to face the other allegations, but we know Google did fairly well with its antitrust concerns. Let's see if Amazon can have the same fate. But I think this story is now book closed, page over, done. Next.
Next story would be Steve. Are we ready for Steve? Because if we are, I'm going to bring him on. We are ready for our Mitch Trader Talk. Let's bring on Steve Talman. Hey, Steve, how you doing, my guy?
Hey, doing great. That's a catchy little theme song there, I gotta say.
Steve, for you? Yeah, it's not bad. We have quite the team around here doing these little things. We have many different little bumpers like that is what we call them around here. But we want to welcome you in again every single Friday. Thank you for continuously doing this. Again, Steve Talman from Trade the Pool, an analyst over there at Trade the Pool. Let's get this over with right now because I always ask you at the end. We have the most amount of viewers right now. So after this, are you doing a stream and where can traders find you sub 4:30?
Thanks so much. Yeah, I'll be right on over at Trade the Pool's YouTube channel. You can find us there on the live tab. We are going to be doing in-depth, kind of more intermediate to advanced lesson on mastering the market profile. So this is a tool I use every single day. It's how I caught the move in SPY yesterday. It's how I caught it today. We're going to be walking through those trades and a whole lot more. So definitely come on by. Thank you. Okay, perfect. I'm going to ask you at the end to review one of those trades to give people a little piece of what you're going to be talking about. Okay, I don't know. You and I always talk about crypto, right? I mean, we go back and forth, and you've had opinions on the space, obviously, and been well versed in it. So I'm going to ask you one more time here again today. We did get a little bit of a dip down there in Bitcoin. I mean, here's the chart. This is a 15-minute chart of BTC. I was looking at it today, Steve, and I actually had two trades. I took the long once it broke right here, 110, thinking, okay, we're going to break 110. Maybe the bulls are back and we get back up here, 11, 12, something like that. Unfortunately, it happens right at the end of the day, which I don't know if this is something to do with, open markets, but it does fall all the way back in. Finally seems to find a base in and around 109, but I don't know. This is looking a little dangerous if we break in and around that 108 or so. I know we'll maybe look at this as on a daily chart, but it's up to you. Whatever way you want to look at this. This right here, to me, looks like support, but I really think that this 200 period and in and around 103, 104 might be the stopping zone for crypto. Should we be worried right now? What are your thoughts about the space? We could talk about BTC, Ethereum, Solana, anything you want. For me, it's a little disappointing that it's such a drawdown here in the whole space. Absolutely. So I think crypto is in an interesting space right now, and it's in a confusing space. Everybody I hear who's really involved in the space is even a little bit confused about directionality and where to put their money to work. For me, this is similar to when Bitcoin was trading in this kind of zone here between the 101 and the 110. So it's kind of no man's land for me. What I'm watching here is I'm watching how it reacts to this zone into the previous highs. I want to see this find some actual substantial buyers better than this kind of candle we got today. What I'm really looking for, though, is there's confluence with my trigger system here at meaningful support at 106, 107K. And that does correlate with right about the top of this zone here and the top of this volume shelf. So that's the area I'm looking to get involved. For Ethereum, I think that it's a very similar look. We have the same retest into major highs. We got the nice clean Elliott wave, five wave here, a little bit of a correction. So now I'm watching. I think we're close, but we could run stops again pretty deep to 3,500.
Yeah.
That's kind of where I'm at here.
Yeah, I agree. I think the pullback there in Ethereum is going to be a little bit more dramatic. And the reason why I feel like for Ethereum, obviously we had BMNR and some of these treasuries and Tom Lee and some other, heads sort of going ahead and kind of, I don't want to say like propping it up, but that's really what got it going, I feel like, because we had quite a nice move from 2,500 all the way up to 5,000. So a pullback in Ethereum, I think, is going to be more dramatic because Bitcoin kind of just went up. I mean, we obviously have MSTR, MicroStrategy, and that's been all, a forever buyer of Bitcoin. But these treasuries have really sort of sent the market a little bit in tizzy. You ever trade any of those? We had QMMM last week, BMNR. Is that something that you stay away from, or you're in there for the intraday and maybe not for a long time?
Oh man, Sean, I try to stay away, but it's hard in this market environment. So I'm dipping my toes in BMNR. I took a starter too early, about 55. I added when it dipped down to 45, I was scared down at 40. So I got a decent cost basis. I think it's looking okay. And this is the tool I want to use to trade Ethereum. I'm a Tom Lee enjoyer. I'm a Tom Lee believer, so I'm here to ride with it. That being said, you got to be careful because there's so many of these small caps that are trying to time these treasury announcements. Yeah. And, it's really like a hit or miss. I took a small loss on a calculated gamble on PSQH.
Oh, yeah.
Supposed to have that announcement. It seems like the market's starting to get a little bit wiser to these kind of moves.
Yeah, I think you're right. I mean, I think a lot of these moves obviously are done in the pre-market, I find. Like, as soon as the announcement's made, like if you're not right all over them, then I almost feel like you're slow to the move and people are just using you for exit liquidity. So we'll move off of that, and I think it's a great opportunity for people to trade, but trade them early. And then maybe when the stocks are halting over and over and over again, for me, it's not really my cup of tea. Too hard to properly manage risk unless you lower your share size and just have fun with it. So I think you and I are on the same page. All right, this Lithium of America stock. I mean, all of a sudden, we get a huge bump. I mean, we've seen this before. The playbook to me was an MP, right? When you had MP Materials there, starting to go to the upside when we heard about the U.S. government taking a stake in there. We know how important minerals and metals are going to be, especially as we continue to move forward with obviously these chips being built, of stateside. They want to have as much of the materials here, and acquiring stakes in these companies continues to be important. We have the EV plays as well. They're going to be using lithium. So what do you think about LAC right now? I still think there's more room to go because I'm using MP as a base. It started here, it went here, and then it keeps on going higher despite, the U.S. already having their stake. So LAC, a little bit of a pullback from 8 to 650 here. I think it's getting close to a buy zone. What does Steve think?
Great question. So first off, I think you're right. There's room on this guy. This is an explosive mover. And with these gaps, it's going to create opportunities to get in. So you see this on almost all of these gappy, crazy momentum stocks. And right now, we are seeing a retest of a pretty key imbalance. So an imbalance, for those who aren't familiar, is when there is a close of a candle and a gap between the open. And that forms an area. I kind of like to think of it as with a paint roller. If you're painting a wall with a paint roller too fast, there's going to be bubbles. And then if you want to do a good job, you got to come back and fill those in. So that's what we're seeing on LAC. And that means that this is an area to watch. Just charting on the fly here, you see this really nice volume shelf. Let me mark that out. Where's my tool? There it is. This is the area I want to focus on here. We're starting to trade into it, this 575 to 620 zone. I'm really going to keep an eye, especially on that point of control right at 6, which makes it nice and easy, right? So if it undercuts and reclaims 6, I'm probably going to be a participant. But there are some other names I'm looking at in the space if you're interested too.
I thank you so much here for being with us, Steve. We have someone in the chat asking about the technicals in LMT. Lockheed Martin, this defense space has been really hot. We know Boeing's defense space made a deal with Palantir. So what are your thoughts on LMT at these levels?
I mean, I'm a bull. So first off, you can't fade the defense industry, especially in times of geopolitical uncertainty. These are very high quality companies, and they've been trading relatively sideways for quite a while. I mean, sorry, this is a very marked up chart. I've traded this quite a bit, but what I'm seeing is a nice double, call it a triple bottom, if you will, off of a long-term base, and we are starting to push out. So these are some of my favorite setups for catching really substantial moves. When you get these breakouts from this substantial bases, you can catch a really nice move. So I love this stock. I think it's a good buy and hold, and I think the whole sector is somewhere you want to have some money in.
Steve, we sort of had that question lined up for you, but I am actually interested to hear your take. Give me another name in this space there, because MP and LAC are sort of already gone. What's something else that we can look at?
Great. I'm glad you're interested, because I'm really interested in this one. I have a decent position that I started today on USAR. So this is going to be the speculative name in the minerals, rare earth minerals basket. They refine in the United States, like the leader in MP. What you're getting here is you're getting a lot of leverage and a lot of kind of high beta speculation in the sector here. So if it keeps going, this could break out majorly. Its whole price history is one big base. So I love the look of this one. I got involved when it retested the 9-day EMA right here and held. So I got involved about 670-ish, I want to say, right around there. And I'm feeling pretty good about a move to 18 to 20 next week to test the highs of the range.
I look at this daily chart on USAR. Doesn't it look curious to you? Like, I don't know, like, you know, up, back in, up, back in, up, back in, up, back in, up. Is the next move not to 15 right here? I don't know. It just seems, I wonder what's up with this. It seems like very manipulated stock, but I think you're right. You know, if you're in the right space, you're in the right space. And right now breaking higher, I mean, look, if you bought this at any time during any of those dips, you're in. So I think that was a great call right down there on USAR. Wow, man, time flies when you're having fun. It's already 4:28 here, Steve. All right, let's talk about something else. So you have your stream later on tonight. What are you going to be talking about for those that are maybe watching now that might have missed what you said 10 minutes ago? And then give us a little bit of a sneak peek on some of the technicals and what the charts look like.
Sure thing. I know we're running short on time. Can I give you one trade idea too, just because I got it loaded up here?
Sure.
Awesome. Okay, so energy, super hot right now. I think we want to get a piece of this for a big major move. I have a position in Chevron. It's not acting great. I like my position in DVN, Devon Energy more. I'm watching this whole basket, though. I think they can really make explosive moves with this nice pennant break on XLE. So definitely keep an eye on that sector there.
Okay.
As for what we're going to be talking about, we're going to be doing a lot of market profile work.
Okay.
And for those who aren't familiar, a market profile is something that looks a little bit like this
that.
here.
Yep.
So it's going to give you a really good idea of where the shares traded in the day. And we can use the profile of one day's price action to predict the next day's price action. You want me to walk you through what I did with the trade today?
Sure, yeah, let's go and give the viewers an idea, so then they'll join you guys after this.
Awesome, great. So yesterday, the big thing I was noting is that bears fumbled the ball. They could not push us past this key zone here. If we zoom out just a little bit, we can see that it's quite a notable zone here. Where we were previously flagging, we pushed off. We even whipped back into it before pushing off. So this area of interest here around 656-ish, that was really important to me to hold. When we held that, I was starting to watch the volume profile building out on the day. And what did we see? We saw a nice P shape here.
Right.
And the P shape is when you got the nice rounded part here and then the little part there. Mm-hmm. And so what that's telling me is that the majority of the shares are trading at a premium of the range. And that tells me that the market is going to want to expand upwards and use this area as a base. So we had our closing price. We gapped up in the morning. Crazy move that I missed. But when it came knifing back down, I was saying, hey, I'm not sure we're done yet. So I wanted to see if I could get involved right off the previous highs. And it gave us perfect entries right there off of the previous volume shelf.
Yeah,
and
okay.
If we catch there, first off, it's a really nice place to define risk. You can just put a stop right under the pre-market lows. And it gave this explosive move to the upside. We were a little bit aggressive. We did some 660 zero DTEs, and those went from 60 cents to, oh boy, I took them off at 200%. They kept going like 500, 600%. So you can catch really good moves here, and I want to teach people how to do this consistently.
No, I mean, that looks great. I was going to say, like, if that happens often, I'm all aboard, man. I love the volume profile, and I consider myself like a support and resistance trader, and that's just use that as that, right? Like, that's where the support is. Yesterday's volume spike, wherever the shares are traded most. I love that. I'm going to start looking at the volume profile myself. So everyone can join. Go over to the Trade the Pool website. There's going to be a link there. It's going to be on YouTube, I believe, right? That's where you guys stream from? All right, so go find Steve Tileman, Google him, look it all up. We want to thank you and your Trade the Pool team for continuously supporting us here at Trader TV Live as well. And we've got Mitch coming through, man. Mitch is coming on October the 14th. I wish you were coming down up as well. Maybe next time, make the trip. But thank you so much for joining us, and we'll encourage everybody to swoop over and watch you discuss market profile.
Thanks so much, Sean.
Thanks, Steve. Have a great weekend. Ciao, my friend. There's that bumper again.
Yeah.
I love the market profile talk because it's something that we don't, I'm not even sure it's available on our P Pro.
Yeah, I'm not familiar with it.
Yeah, on our P8 system. So it just basically shows you where most of the shares were traded. So that's why when those red areas was just showing you that, hey, on a day when maybe shares have done 1 million shares, 500,000 of them were done within this 10 cents, and then 200,000 up here and whatever. So what he's trying to say is that there's a lot of support at those big volume areas, and we want to thank Steve for coming through again and again and again. All right. These are your weekend plans.
Sleeping, and right now I kind of want brisket.
Oh, you know what I wanted to ask you? Ooh, brisket.
I don't know. I've been craving brisket the past 2 days, and I'm like, I may as well just do it.
There's a great, I forget what it's called.
What did you say, Ramin?
Northern Smokes.
I've never heard of them. I like Miznone. Miznone's
yes,
really good.
right here. Just walk up to Bay, and it's right there.
Oh my God.
Get it, bring it home.
Bloor, like around there?
It's just north.
Okay, that's perfect.
It's Bay, just north of Bloor, like 1 block, not even.
I'm honestly
on the west side.
I think I'm going to do this.
Wrong, on the east side.
Okay.
Straight up.
Pardon?
What do you mean? Oh, Herreco has a Michelin.
I'll look into Herreco too.
Ramin only eats at Michelin star places.
Ramin's recommendations are solid, so I will look.
Oh, there's nothing wrong with the recommendation. I'm saying that I don't know where her place is located. Scarborough. You can't pay me to go to Scarborough. So, okay. All right. Thank you so much, everybody. Watch. Hope I didn't offend anybody. I try not to go east of Yonge unless I really have to.
Well, I mean, honestly, I live in downtown, so.
There's nothing wrong with east. I'm just saying.
Also, where are your plans for the weekend?
I'm west side. You know what I'm saying? West side till we die.
Oh boy. What are your weekend plans,
or until I move, one of those things. Yeah, not much. Today we have, so it's a little bit of hockey. Gonna go visit my parents. Gonna go visit my grandmother's 95.
Oh, wow.
So I'm gonna go visit her. I'm gonna try to visit them as much as possible. Bring my kids over there, see what's going on. Awesome. Big football game Sunday night with the Packers, Cowboys. But yeah, just kind of just chilling out. It was busy. Last week we were traveling a couple of 5 hours north, and so that was fun, but you know, not fun traveling. So yeah, having a lot of fun. And now that you mentioned brisket, I'm going to risk it for the brisket, and maybe we'll see if we can have some as well. So, all right, thank you, everybody, for joining us one more time here today. This has been your recap show. Thank you to Global X for sponsoring. Thank you to Steve for coming through as well. Thank you for Adara for all your hard work. Thanks, Ramin, for staying late with us. And from everybody else that's watching, thank you for staying late. We're back.
We are.
We're back, 8:30. You know, on Monday. And guess what? The market's going to open an hour after that, and then we're going to have some trades to talk about.
And Carnival Cruise Line's earnings will come out at some point before the open, out of nowhere, because that's what they do at CCL.
And make sure you do scan the QR code. There's a link in the description to get our watch list, because we are about to change the way that watch list is done. So make sure that you do. Oh, yeah, my bad. I'll tell you about it after.
I didn't even know that. Okay.
So make sure that you do check that out and, you know, sign up immediately for all of that. We're very excited. So that's Adara. I'm Sean. Everybody, please have a great weekend.
Please
Ciao.
do, guys. Au revoir.